$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings. $5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent.
Mention of the covenant, break of the 7 seals. Welcome. Have a special presentation for you today, brothers and sisters. I may have a few technical difficulties along the way. I have a new system here, so bear with me. A few minor, if at all. Brothers and sisters, deep dark secrets. Deep dark secrets. Let me check one more thing here, brothers and sisters. Okay, well. Oops. Yeah, I'll cut the difference here. And leave it like this. Okay, we'll do it like this. So I'm going to cover a few things today, brothers and sisters, that I have not discussed before. I want to point out a few things first. You know, they had a broadcast this past Sunday, yesterday it was. And they like to make these threats lately. They made a threat last week, the week before that. The threat's directly to me. See, they say, oh, well, something's going to happen in a few days, but they weren't specific about it. But the whole topic was to try to prove the validity of Farrakhan. See? Because they have problems over here. To prove that he's who he claims to be, other than the boldest shit I say he is. And if you read Mark, that was a complaint. Stop tormenting me. Stop tormenting me. Stop tormenting us. Because it says he would be in torment. So who would be tormenting him? It says Suleiman would be tormenting him, exposing him. So, and no one wants to be tormented. They would try to silence their tormentors. The tormentor. That's what he was getting at, brothers and sisters. See? Because they've been trying to locate me for quite some time. So that's the point. The tormentor will be gone in a few days. Then that'll be proof. Because I'm the only one that's challenging who he claims he's supposed to be, who he's not. Just lying. Dog shit, that's what he is. A demon follows a devil. He's a liar, and a coward, and a thief. And they don't like it, because the truth hurts. Truth always hurts. Why? Because truth is pressure. And when you're under a lot of pressure, overwhelming pressure, that hurts. Because the pressure is not easing off of you, it's increasing. That hurts. That's pain. Pressure's pushing you in a corner and crushing you. That hurts. That's what it says. It says, who the Lord will consume with the spirit of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming. So they feel the pressure, they feel the heat, they feel the torment. please stop tormenting me. Stop, please stop tormenting me. And so that's their answer, their solution to get rid of the tormentor. That's what that was all about, brothers and sisters. Well, I'm not worried. I'm not worried in the least. I'm not worried in the least. It says, who that rock falls upon, they fall upon that rock to get broken. And the rock falls upon them to get crushed. He's being broken and crushed. Okay, brothers and sisters, we're going to move into deep dark secrets. But remember, I still put my system together, so I normally display the Holocaust, so I'm going to talk about it. I don't have that set up yet. Still got things need to set up, but I need to talk to you, brothers and sisters. But the Holocaust was unjust. It was unjust. 20 years of total injustice, which has to answer by consequence, by justice. Everything in the universe has to be balanced. Like I was explaining, the balance is based on where the fulcrum is at that particular time. So we were told to submit to them in servitude, but they went overboard into the Holocaust. So that's what's happening to them, brothers and sisters. So we're going to talk about a few things here. Point out some of the things that relate to this. Let's proceed, brothers and sisters. I'm trying to be very what's someone use fish with my time these days, because I'm still working the bugs out of the system. Let's see here. So I'm going live on Facebook and YouTube simultaneously. Deep dark secrets. What is deep dark secrets? Deep dark secrets. Main secrets, brothers and sisters. Part of the reason why there's secrets, because you don't have your mind back yet. Once your mind returns to you, they will not be secret anymore. They'll be obvious, they'll be clear. Right now there's secrets. So we're going to talk about them. So I got like 6 categories here I want to speak to. Let's go with the first one here. Signs. Signs. Sensuality, drug, depression, national suicide. See, the scripture, once you understand, first of all, then you need to study pressure. If you're not studying pressure, you're never going to get anywhere with the angel. Because the mathematics of pressure is the basis of the angel. I mean, that's based on those mathematical principles. I told you there are mathematical books, and the mathematical principles they're based on are the laws of pressure, which are the fundamental laws of the universe. Understanding them, open your eyes to the angel. Because I had to understand that actually before I broke the seals. I understood the laws of pressure. That gave me a big, right, heads up, right? So we're going to focus on two points here. You know, there's 2 major instructions that take place in the Bible, right? That I'm just doing this. 2 major destructions that most people know about. That's the Noah's Ark destruction, Noah's flood, and the destruction of Sodom. You know the Sodom and Gomorrah story? And when you see the Bible from the proper perspective, you see what they're telling you. It's telling you it's characterizing, right, a situation. Now, in general, this is but in general, this is mathematics applied to a situation, right? But it's showing a real life situation that the math is applied to. What do I mean by that? If you put a pot on the stove and water, put heat on it, it's going to boil. That's a mathematical principle. But then you can show a situation in life, right, that applies to. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say here. So when you put pressure on something, right, we know, if you understand laws of pressure, what happens? When you put something under pressure, right, the temperature rises. Pressure actually, when you increase the pressure increases means more collisions, right? And then you got to interpret that, because what's collision? Well, that's war. At some point, collisions, arguments, right? You know, then it escalates to war. That's his boiling point. When his boiling point, it's that war. You know, if you see people arguing, they pushing each other down, then they actually get a fight, then they start shooting each other, right? That's the collision, right? The temperature, their tempers are rising, right? It moves faster. Because that's what temperature is. Temperature is how fast the objects in the pressure field are moving. And we are pressure, brothers and sisters, and we are pressure, and we're pressures within a pressure field, because everything about us is pressure. Blood pressure, air pressure, you know, from breathing, right? Reproductive organs based on all of it is based on pressure. You know? When you're speaking, right, that's air pressure, pressure waves, so forth. So you understand that we see Sodom and Gomorrah and Noah was with the effects, how something is being affected by pressure, and what the result is. Something's being overwhelmed by pressure. So in the case of Sodom and Gomorrah, right, what was they doing? See, when we look at not what happened, but what was the pressure causing, effect the pressure having on them, leading up to their final, the boiling point. So we see that they had lost all control of their sensuality, all of it. Control all their sensuality, and control of it, lots of it. See, that was one of the signs. See, there was drugs, use, depression. That, you know, you have to look deeper into the story to get that kind of stuff, right? Yeah. So I'm adding some things here. National suicide. You hear the world talking about national suicide. What do you mean by that? They're talking about World War III. That's national suicide. They never talked about that before. They're talking about World War III like it's like a walk in the park. That's national suicide. If there's a World War III, a nuclear war, that's suicide for all the nations. And they're talking about it like it's nothing. Because those are effects of you being under pressure. That's the result of it. Depression, taking drugs because you can't. Reality is you know, you can't handle the reality, so you're taking drugs that make you feel better because you're depressed. And then you see, you know, lost sensuality, right? They can't control sensuality. You know, gender, confusion, LGBT, right? People walk around naked. And that seems like, you know, that makes sense to them. They don't control their sensuality. So those are signs that they're about to be destroyed. That the pressure's about to destroy them. And that's what we see right now. Because that never happened in the past. There was a lesson telling you a sign. So if you never boiled water before, somebody tell you, when she's bubbling, that means it's about to boil. So you look for that, because you got it on the stove, and you never see anything. But I say, I want you to boil the water. How do I know it's boiling? When you see it start bubbling like that, right? And then you see like a foam coming out of it, right? Then I said it's at the boiling point. And that's what Scripture's trying to tell you. Signs. Now I go a lot more signs, but I'm just going to give you an idea. Signs. So because those things that happened in the past, they're mathematical books telling you what to look for and who's been affected by it. Because who's been affected by these things? Demons and devils. Because the pressure is overwhelming to them. So let's move on, brothers and sisters. I got quite a few points. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I'm just going to give some highlights. We can talk about this sexuality a little more in a minute. Attack. Okay, you have, say for instance, you have eggs in a pot of boiling water. The egg's not boiling, but the water is. And the fact that the water is boiling is heating up that egg. It's attack. It's really, I mean, you can look at it like it's attacking that egg, right? Because the water is in there and it's boiling and it's causing the molecules in the egg. It's attacking those molecules. The molecules move faster and faster and faster until eventually it transforms the egg, right, into something else. Egg yolk and everything's hard. So it's something else. It's still called egg, but it's not the same form it was before. It transformed into something else because it was attacked by the hot water. It was attacked. Look at it that way. It was attacked by the hot water. As the water was boiling, it was attacking the egg and transferred the egg to something else. See? And that's what's happening here. See, because the Europeans, right? When you have mass times acceleration equals force, they had the lowest mass, they had highest acceleration. In other words, their temperature goes up. Their temperature goes up faster than anyone else's. It means they get hot faster than anyone else. If you put water, right? Let me take an example. Well, water gets hot faster than other fluids. I put it like that because I can't think of one right now. Compare it to, right? Because you put different fluids, some get hot faster than others. Depends on the type of fluid. Water gets hot boiling point, has a quicker boiling point than a lot of other fluids. And so Europeans, because they're weaker, simplistic, they reach a higher, at the same temperature, they reach boiling point fit quicker than everybody else's. So if you look at the nations, they hit the boiling point faster than anyone else. The Orientals go behind them, the Asians, the Africans, and us. We have the slowest boiling point. That's why I said we slow to anger. That's the slowest boiling point. We have a boiling point, but it's slower. But theirs is quicker. See? So you consider us like the egg, we're in the water. And that temperature's going. Getting hotter, hotter, hotter. See? Because temperature goes faster, faster. That means heating us up too. Because we're in it. And if that water's not put out, right, eventually it's going to transform us just like it transformed the egg. We'll be something else than we was before. See, that's what's happening here. I'm trying to put all these signs together because what you got, this effort to go, they already tried back during the Holocaust to transform our nation. That was enough temperature right there to produce these demons. Because you need 34 million of us, only 17 million, because they transformed 17 million into demons. They turned like 17 million eggs into, that was egg yolk, right, into hard-boiled eggs. And temperature's still rising. And now the effort right now is destroy the seed altogether. Because they got you, all this race mixing and everything, they push it Why are you pushing so hard? You're not pushing hard because it's just a thing to do, because they get hotter and hotter and hotter, and that's transforming us too. If we stay here, we'll be transformed, right, until all demons too. I'm trying to point from the mathematical point of view, brother and sister, try to get you to understand it. See? It's just mathematics. And their decisions are all mathematics, even though they may not realize it, but they're responding. Every action has an opposite but equal reaction. They're responding to the pressure, and that's how they responded to it. So, and remember, that's what they respond to it, but since they conscious beings, the way they respond is the way they think. So the heat is enough to transform us, so they thinking to transform us. Hope you understand that connection. Because their thoughts are going to be consistent with their actions, but their actions are determined by the heat. Their actions are determined by the pressure. Their actions are determined by the pressure, right? But their minds, right, are conscious of that pressure and react. So therefore, how they're reacting is what they're thinking. I hope you understand the concept. I have trouble trying to explain that one, right? But your thoughts are consistent with your actions, right? So put it this way: if your thoughts consist with your actions, right? And say someone put a lot of pressure on you, your thoughts going to be about, oh, I'm feeling all this pressure. So if you're I didn't blow my sound here, bro. So if you're moving really fast, heating up, right? Because the pressure cause you heat up, that means you'll be thinking that way. You were thinking the same way you're moving. So the pressure is taking and it's getting, the pressure is making them move faster and faster and faster. The temperature is rising. Right? And that temperature would take and just convert us to something else. Right? Right? Because that temperature is then moving faster and faster and faster. But their movement is directly connected to their thinking. So they're thinking to convert to something else. But their thoughts being driven by the pressure that they're under. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. See? Because the pressure stopped, then they would stop thinking that way anymore, because they wouldn't be under pressure. Okay? So, because they're not, see, they're trying to get you on board and all this kind of stuff, right? But that's the whole point. Their point is, because they're like these so-called politicians, they use you to fuel their ambitions. They don't care about you. Fuel their ambitions, and their ambitions ultimately just destroy you. See? And they got deceiving a lot of people. And why are people being deceived? Look at it from another point of view. If you're being transformed to a hard-boiled egg, right? Then you're going to go along with that that's transforming you. Because that's what you're thinking. Oh, you'll be thinking to be transformed to hard-boiled egg, because your thoughts. I hope you understand the concept, brothers and sisters. Your thoughts are consistent with your actions. It's going to go along with that. So now you're being transformed, so you're thinking to be transformed. You think I'm going to go ahead and be transformed. But you don't realize it's bad for you. But that's what you're being transformed. Your thoughts are going to be consistent with that. So that's why you see people out here, they do this race, they push this race, makes everything destroy you. And I'm gonna give me a devil. See, because you're being transformed. So you think in the direction that's happening to you. But if you realize what's going on, you say, I want to get out this pot. You don't want to be transformed. So you say, let me get out this pot. And I would say, don't stay in the pot, man, because you're being transformed. And so you're going to be thinking in the direction that you're going. You're thinking in the direction of what's affecting you. Hope you understand that concept. That's a very powerful concept. And I always feel I'm not getting that point across to people. Because those out there is being transformed from egg yolk to hard-boiled egg, right? Their thoughts are consistent with that because they're being transformed. Those that's not being transformed, they recognize, they see, their thoughts are going to be against it. But if they stay in it long enough, and he start transferring, they're going to start, oh man, I'm going to go, yeah, man, I'm helping with our stuff. I'm going to give me a devil too. They don't realize they're being transformed. See? And that's the same thing with Christianity. That's the whole thing. Because that's to get you to soften you up so you be transformed easier. So you won't see, like that frog, he doesn't see it, he's being boiled slowly. And that's what Christianity is for. To get you not to see, not to think mathematically. Because all these religions have no mathematical base. And the religion is for most people, the fundamental aspect of their life. Their whole life depends on that. Their whole life revolves around that religion. So if that's the core of your belief, your core of your foundation, your belief, and has no mathematical background, they effectively stop you from thinking, stop your code from thinking. Because you're not going to think mathematically because your whole foundation is not mathematical. So why go out and get a job when you can pray for something? You see? And a lot of people think that way. They didn't pray hard enough. And they're homeless and all that kind of stuff. They come to stay, or they're in prison somewhere, they come to stay. What happened? Because, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Because if prayer works, then why work? That means you're not praying hard enough. You don't believe hard enough. Right? Because, I mean, if prayer works right, you're going to work for money. Why not pray for $1 million or $1 billion? How to work anymore? And you'd be surprised how many people think that way. Some more so than others. And so they're very mediocre about their success, if they have any success at all. And their progress, they're very mediocre because Jesus is going to do it for them. It's not, because they're not, why should you put all the effort yourself to do it when you got somebody that's going to do it for you? Because if you realize you got to do it yourself, man, you're going to go 100%, right? But if you think Jesus is going to do it, you might put 30% and expect him to do the other 70%. You'd be surprised, brothers and sisters. They won't tell you, but you'd be surprised when people think that way. And one reason why our people are so this energy deprivation, but you're thinking in that direction, right? Self-imposed energy deprivation, but they glom onto Christianity because they self-imposed energy deprivation, right? That means you got this bad luck, right? But you're thinking that that's the right way to think, because that's why you're doing it. See? And who's getting you to think that way? Christianity. So you think in Christianity. Got to think Christianity. Christianity is the basis, the motivation for self-imposed energy deprivation. You don't have to worry about taking care of yourself, because Jesus is going to take care of it. You don't worry about your health. Jesus is going to take care of it. It's the primary motivation for self-imposed energy deprivation. If you study it, that's what it's all about. Don't think logical. No consequence of what you do. Just pray for Jesus. Jesus will take care of everything. So that means you're not responsible for your own energy, your own wealth, your own money. And so therefore you're careless with it. And now you're suffering. You got diabetes and everything else because you thought Jesus was going to take care. I can eat all that stuff because I don't care. Like it says in the Bible, you can eat anything you want to eat. So they eat pork and everything else. See, then they can't understand why they suffer from self-imposed energy deprivation. Christianity is at the root of it. So all of this is attack. And demons, they're leading, the chief demon, Farrakhan, leading the attack. Destroy you. And many of you are thinking self-destructively. That's where you're trained as a Negro butt. You're thinking self-destructively and think the right way, because I think you're thinking in the direction you're going. So therefore, once they get you in that, then they let you go. 'Cause you're going to run towards self-destruction. You're going to hurry towards it because that's where you're thinking. You think in the direction you're moving. You think in the direction you're going. I hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. You're not thinking one way and doing something else. That doesn't happen like that. You're not thinking one way and doing something else. You're thinking, if you see them out there smoking, drinking, and vaping everything, they're thinking that way. That's why they wouldn't be doing it. And so someone first their thoughts against themselves. And so they destroy themselves happily. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Deep, dark secrets. Now we'll go a little bit more into pressure here. I'm trying to explain a couple of things. I'm not doing a lot of graphics here lately, brothers and sisters, because I'm kind of like, I got so many things to do, and I hate to say it, but I'm pretty much beat, right? But I'm not giving up my post, brothers and sisters. What you got to say about people? Okay, pressure. Now I'm going to try to explain this. Like I said, I don't have the good graphic and everything, so I'm going to try to make it up by just explaining it. Okay, see, you got four beings there, right? It's like protons, right? And you see it. The circles were in the sphere. The outer sphere, that's like their, I guess you can call it force field, right? See, it's like a force field around them. So if you try to put them together, that force field's going. It's like a spring around them, right? You try to push them together, that spring's going to push them apart. So to get together, you got to overcome that force field. So here they're comfortable right here like this, right? So it's a pressure field, right? They sitting there. Everybody's this is not a perfect graph. I'm just getting an idea. They comfortable because they're not being pushed together or anything. So there's no pressure here in this situation, right? Okay. Now down to pressure. Now what happened here? Now, in this case, the space they were in became smaller. Right? It's like you're in an elevator, it's a 10-year elevator, and all of a sudden the elevator gets smaller and smaller. At first, everybody's standing there comfortable. Right? 10 people. And then the elevator gets smaller. Now it's pushing everybody against each other. Right? Now you got pressure, because you didn't have pressure before, but now you got pressure because it's pushing. And the more smaller the elevator gets, right, the more pressure is going to be. So you're trying to push, because you're just taking over the room. You're pushing, everybody's pushing. That's one way to create pressure. Another one to create pressure is like you got 10 people in there, the red elevator doesn't change size, but you put 10 more people in there. So you get the same thing because you got more people for the space depth, right? So in one case you had 10 cubic inches and you had 10 people. Each person had 1 cubic inch. So everybody was happy. And then you made it, right? We'll say you had, let's make it easier. 8 people and 16 cubic inches, right? Say 8 people, 16 cubic inches. So everybody's comfortable. Then you go to 8 cubic inches. You had 16 cubic inches and 16 people. But now you go to 8 cubic inches and you got still 16 people. Now each person only got half a cubic inch. So then you're pushing up against, because they need a cubic inch. But now they got a half, so everybody's pushing up against each other. That's one way, right? Because you made it smaller. Or you can say you got 16 cubic inches, everybody got a cubic inch. But now you put 16 more people in there, you got the same problem. Everybody's got a half a cubic inch. It's bigger. You know, the elevator get it bigger, but you put more people in it. So you got the same problem. So you can get the same problem by even making the elevator smaller or add more people, or a combination of both. When pressure works. So now I made the area they was in smaller. So now they're under pressure. But see, relate that back to the earth. See, the earth is what contains us, but the earth is not getting any bigger. The earth is not getting any bigger. But the population gets bigger. So that means less room for everybody. There's more pressure on everybody. As the population increases, right? There's less room for everybody. The other side of that is, like I said, I'm not going to all the graphs and everything to explain this. The other side is that you need a pressure field. Everybody, the energy is shared by everybody equally. So if you have 16 people in a pressure field, right? And there's 16 cubic inches of energy every day, everybody gets 1 cubic inch of energy. If there's 16 people, right? And there's 16 cubic inches of energy per day, each person gets 1 cubic inch because everybody gets the same. But what if you got 32 people and you still only get 16? Now everybody's getting a half a cubic inch per day. Well, if you double that, now you get a quarter of an inch. So you're getting less and less energy because they got spread among all the people. See, because more people, you get the same amount of energy every day, but you got more people that uses it. See? So another way of looking at that is that you got 16 cubic inches per day, you got 16 people. But now you got 32 people, so everybody's got half a cubic. But what if some people say, I want a whole one? That means they got to take it from somebody else. You see? So now you got pressure. They're taking somebody else. See? So they want to take that. They want 100. They want theirs back. So they're going to take somebody else. So now you got a conflict, collisions. Because person said, no, I still want 1 cubic inch. But now it's only 1/2 for everybody. So if you're taking somebody else, that means someone else is the only way you got to take from somebody else. That's part of what drove so-called slavery. Because they took energy from us. They took our energy from us. See? So now we're taking it back. Because you're not going to sit there and you take it from you, but they can only keep it from you as long as it's like a dam. They take it from you, and you want to get it back. But you can't get it back as long as they have the power to keep you from getting it back. That was where the gun came in, because they had the power. The gun gave them the power to take from people without people being able to take it back from them. So they built up this negative energy over the years, and eventually, right, the gun wasn't enough to keep people from getting what you took from them. And once you broke that barrier, now everybody was the takers. Now they're being the ones there to prey, because they're going to take it back from them. And that's what's happening right now, because everything they took from everybody, they was able to keep it, because they had all these weapons and everything to hold on to what they was taking from everybody else, and they left everybody else with less, so they have much what they wanted, because they had taken from everybody else. They impoverished the whole world, from Africa all over the place. See? But the balance is, it has to go back to where it came from. But they had the weapons enough to keep you from getting it back. So the pressure build up, because the more they took, right, the more you had, the more, the greater it was, the straighter the stress was to hold it. Because they're holding something they're not supposed to have. So it has harder and harder to keep it, and they keep taking it. Because now you becoming stronger and stronger trying to get it back. See, another way of looking at that. I don't want to say positive, negative energy, because I don't think people understand it too well. But if you do it that way, okay. I get 100, you get 100. But I take 50 from you. I got 150, I'm only supposed to have 100. So I got 50 units of negative energy. You got 50 units of positive energy. But I got a gun that keeps you from taking yours back. See? So every day, your positive energy is building up. But that gun only has enough power to hold back, right, maybe 100 or 200 units of negative energy, or positive energy. It don't have enough. The gun has power, it has energy in it, right? But but it doesn't have enough power to hold back like 200 units. That's all how it has. So every day, 50, 50, 50. So now when you get to 200, now you got enough power to overcome that gun. And once you do that, now you can take back everything they took from you. I hope that's. I hope you understand that one. Let me say it again. You get 100 per day. That person get 100 per day. That's the balance. 200 come every day. It's 2 of you. So you get 100, they get 100. See, but you taking 50 from another person. So now you got 150. So you got 50 units of negative energy. And they got 50 units of positive energy, right? But you got control. You got control of theirs. They want it back. They want to use their positive energy to get it back. But you got this barrier that can hold off 1,000 units, right? You got enough barrier here, hold off 1,000 units. So you can hold that as long. So every day, right, you're taking 50 and 50 and 50. So now you got 200 of theirs, right? 300 of theirs. You got 400 of theirs. You got 500. You get 900. Now you got 1,000. But now they got their strength, their strength to take back the negatives up to 1,000. But the ability that you have to keep them from taking it, that force of the gun or whatever you was using, was able to hold back on 1,000. As it got 1,000, it wasn't strong enough like a dam. A dam can hold back so much water. But when the water comes great, now the dam breaks. So now you get to the point where you are greater. Your strength to take back is up to 1,000 now. Because remember, that belongs to you. Your strength's up to 1,000 now. Because every time you take me, your strength kept proving to get it back. Now it's up to 1,000. But the force they was using to keep you from getting it could only hold up 1,000. So once it goes to 1,500, 1,050, boom. They can't hold it back no more. So now that force they was using to keep taking from you is broken, and now you take it all back instantly. Bam. And that's what's going to happen to America. See, because everything that they took, all the food and everything they was taking from these people, from the Native Americans and from us and all the work, all it's going to be gone today. All it's going to be, they didn't have no food because it wasn't their food to begin with. See, because their ability to keep that what they were stealing, now they've reached a threshold where they don't have the force to keep it back no more. Look at the world around them. They were threatening people with nuclear power. Now you got nuclear powers all over the world now that can fight back. See? And now you got Master Muhammad, he can fight back. And you got Suleiman, he can fight back in the atmosphere. See? So now they don't have the power to control everything they're taking from us anymore. The dam is broke. It's about to break. When that war in the Middle East, that's where the dam breaks at. Because they're holding right now. Right now, they're trying to hold on to everything they got. Think about it. They're trying to hold on to Taiwan. All the world is, this world that they brought into, they're trying to keep it like it is. They're trying to keep control of it. Trying to keep control of Taiwan. Trying to keep control of Ukraine. Trying to keep control of the Middle East. Right? Trying to keep control of it because they're straining. It's hard and hard to control it. The hotspots are building up. See? So now they have the strength to control it because that's what's going to break. That when the Middle East is going to break, and that's going to break their ability to hold all the stuff. All the stuff going to lose it. They're going to lose Taiwan, lose Europe, all of it overnight. Bam! Because the power to hold it, they can't do it anymore. They can't hold it anymore. And so all of it happens to them overnight. They lose everything. Hope you understand from that point of view, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's move on. Now, what I'm just showing here is, this comes a way of doing it, but anyway, see, as pressure builds up, then that's the temperature. They start moving faster and faster and faster. See? Oops. So I want to say something else about that before I move on. This is complicated, really complicated point here, brothers and sisters. Say, for instance, you have the traffic out there, right? And say you have automobiles and all that stuff moving fast like they do, right? But you don't have any traffic lights. You don't have any traffic cops, no traffic signals, nothing. But they move fast like that. They be colliding, man. You have to access all the time. You couldn't do it. You don't have the streets are not divided where you can't cross lines or stuff. You going the way you want to go. It'll be a total collapse. You're moving fast, but there's no structure, so everybody's crashing all the time. See, you're moving 86, 55 miles an hour. Somebody come down the same. There's no lane, so somebody coming towards you. They don't know, right? No traffic light to stop you. If you go to four-way, right? Everybody, boom. You see what I'm saying? So if you did that, it'd just be total chaos. This is a very fine point here, bro. It's just, like I said, deep, dark secrets. Now, the Europeans, remember, they heat up faster. So they heat up faster, and that means collisions. That means they go to war first. That's what they had. World War I, World War II. You'll see about doing this stuff. It's them. They heat up faster. And then in World War II, what? It was them, and then who? The Orientals came right behind. Then they was at war. See, because they next. See, because they get hot, them get hot as fast as them. Now, if you look at World War II, that's what happened. First it was the Europeans, then China, Japan and China got into it. You see, next, and then, okay. So, we was in the fields, agricultural slavery. So I keep talking about these bursts of energy we get approximately 50 years. So we got the first positive one in the 1860s. When we get positive energy, because we're spatial. So when we get positive energy, we turn it into ideas. Hope you get this one, brothers. This is because I said it's deep, dark secret. I never explained like this before. We turn it into ideas. See, because we're spatial, we're the creators. We turn ideas. See? And now the way the creation is right now, we get those ideas to technicians. That's matter from Muhammad, right? But these devils are technicians too. And they take it into existence. But they can't do it without the ideas. You have to have a blueprint. So we have the ideas. So we got that extra energy, then we had ideas, right? Because that gave us more energy, more control of ourselves. More control of ourselves, because we have more control of energy now, because now we have, remember, with some energy deprivation, we got the first burst of positive energy. So that means, because we didn't have control, because people was control us, because we didn't have control of ourselves. But now we have more energy, so we control ourselves now. So that means we come with the ideas that cause that to gain more control of ourselves. That's the Industrial Revolution. We came with those ideas. The technicians, these devils, we said be it, they said it is. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? That's what happened. See, they didn't free us, they didn't do anything. We caused it to happen because we caught ideas that didn't require us to be on that farm picking cotton anymore. Ideas we'd be in a better situation, right? We'd still be slaves, but now we're industrial slaves now, a better condition than we were when we in the fields. We're coming with ideas. Even though we're not realizing we're coming out because we're spatial people. And they take these ideas and they steal them, but they still technicians, they take it and bring those ideas, right? Now, if we hadn't been here, right? Because remember, that energy, I was on pressure, caused everybody the temperature, everybody move faster. Temperature going up, right? So if we hadn't been here, they'd have moved faster, but they wouldn't have cars, they wouldn't have all the stuff they have. They would have traffic. So in other words, what happened is, the way it affected them, there's more collisions. Because by coming to ideas, we came with the technology. We gave an idea of technology, how to control it, right? Traffic lights, because the traffic light that was invented by a black guy, right? How to control it, right? But they're like gorillas in a computer room. They got technology, they benefit from it, but it didn't come from them. It came from us. So think about it. I hope you get this point, brothers and sisters. By doing that, right? Instead of them, because if we hadn't done that, we hadn't been here, right? Because remember, Civil War was the beginning of it, but it stopped. Because this technology started coming in, you don't see that way. You say, oh, no. And then what happened is that because they would have been colliding with each other, move faster, but since we gave them the technology, right, and the street lights and all that kind of stuff, they move faster, but it's controlled. So they're not fighting with each other. They're not colliding. Because we weren't here, that's what they've been doing. We saved them from that. We don't understand that. Most of us don't. Well, I'm trying to explain to you deep, dark secrets. So this technology, what they have, was allowing them to move faster without colliding. We gave them the ability to move faster without colliding. They got cars and all that kind of stuff. They move faster. Because if we weren't here with that control, that technology and everything, they would be colliding with each other. They'd be at war with each other. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's like you take all the street lights and everything away, all of a sudden everything collide with everything. That's what they've been doing. They would destroy themselves already by now if we wasn't here. So we gave them the technology, because that came to my mind. Because remember, if we more energized, that's why it talks about what? Our next stage is to get our mind back. Because they have control of our minds right now, but our minds back, because that's how, because we create them. So we get energy, right? We convert it to ideas. And that's the marriage of the Lamb, right? Because when we get hereafter, Suleiman, the original people, seed of Abraham, right? The ones enslaved here, they be the be, and Masrahma will be the is. See, I talk about that in another context, but anyway, I want to understand that. Right, okay. So, you say, well, okay. Then if we give him more technology, then we can avert this great war is coming about. And that's why this great war is coming about, because remember, this energy, I said, is about to experience this increase every 50 years. So that was in the 1960s, 1860s, 1960s, that's 100 years, that's 50-50. Right? And you got another in the process happening right now. It's momentous in the heavens and earth, but coming above a sudden. So that means that's speeding everybody up. That's why you see the world speeding up, because we're starting to get the energy. But it comes, it don't come hit you all at once. Right? The earth converts it, and then you get so much per day. I say our life cycles on a daily period. We get so much energy per day. So we get all in the earth, but the earth is a machine. So it produces living organism, but it produces energy. It takes the energy that it gets, and then it converts the energy on a daily basis. Right? So now, the world's moving faster and faster now, and ideas is coming in, because that's what Suleiman's here all about, right? Because ideas, he's fighting on the stormosphere. So what's happening here is that they're moving faster, but we won't give them the technology to move faster on this next level without colliding. We won't give them that technology. Because what's technology need? They need the technology Master Muhammad has. They need because remember I said the earth is not getting any bigger. So they need to move out into the universe, that's what they would need to avert from this war. Because I see we have control. We get and we're back in Wizard Fields. We had control of our thoughts. So they was able to steal them, but now we have control of them. Some of you still don't, but the ones that do, right? They have the knowledge to move to the next level. They're not gonna give it to them. Because if we gave it to them, that would avert this great Armageddon that they're about to go through. Because remember, they move faster. See? So now they need more street signs, more things, move faster. See, if you have horse and buggy, right, you don't need lights and stuff, right? But you move cars, you got lights. But you got a horse and buggy, right? You need this side of the road, that side of the road, that kind of stuff, right? But when you got cars, you need lights and patrol car, all that kind of stuff. But now the pressure's so great, they need more. They need to move to the next level. And they can't because we're not going to give it to them. See, we gave it to them before because we didn't know any better. That's why I keep talking about they have control of our quality of our knowledge. They have control of the quality of our energy. So they was able to steal ideas, and that saved them from destroying themselves. But now we have control of it, and we're not going to give it to them no more. So now, that's why they're getting ready to go to Armageddon. I hope you caught that, bro. Since I'm going to leave that one there. I really want to talk about it a lot more because I really want you to understand that. I tell you deep, dark secrets, bro. Since it ain't what you think. See? So just think about moving all the street lights and everything else. What would happen? Everybody's still going 40, 50 miles an hour. We gave them that technology that kept them from destroying themselves. But we didn't do it purposely. We did it because they had control. I keep saying, as long as we're here, they have control the quality of our energy. But now we're taking control of quality so they can't get it. We won't give it to them. And that's what they need. Because they move, the energies cause them move faster, right? But they can't come up with the technology so they can move faster, controlled, without banging into each other. So now they're banging into each other now. They bang each other a big way. That's war. They bang each other a big way because we won't give them technology, right, to avoid that. Hope you got that, brothers and sisters. Deep, dark secrets. I told you I'm gonna give it to you. See, brothers and sisters, this is nothing compared to what you're about to get. The knowledge I'm giving you now, nothing compared to what you're about to get. Now, we talked about this earlier, the population bomb. And all the nations are against us. See? They're against our rise again. See? But prior to atomic bomb and all that kind of stuff, right? You had two nations, the Oriental nation and the Hindi tribe, right? See? They understood the idea about we reach so much energy, and the energy is divided by how many people there are. So their weapon was going to be the population bomb. Let me put it another way. You got two islands, right? You got one family on one island, another family on another island. But the energy that comes is the same for both, right? So you got 1,000 units of energy, 1,000 units of energy that's produced every day. So each island gets 500, right? If you got the same amount of people. Let me put it another way. Say you got 10 people on each, 5 people on each island, right? So 1,000 units of energy comes each day. So the 5 people on one island, everybody gets the same, so it's 10 people all together, right? So everybody gets 100 units of energy per day, right? Everybody gets 100, that's cool, everybody's equal, right? So 1,000 units of energy per day comes in, right? You got 2 islands, you got 10 people, right? It's 1,000 units, so that means 100 per person. Says you got 10 people, and you got 5 on one island, 5 on another island. Right? So this island has 500, this island has 500. But what if this island on this side takes and double their population? So now it's 20 people there, it's 10 people there Wait a minute, what did I say? I said, yeah, it's 10 people there now instead of 5, and it's 5 in the other one. Okay, well, what you got to do is now you got 15 people. You had 10 people, everybody was getting 100 per day. Now you got 15 people. Well, let's do it, let's make it easier. Say triple their population. So now it's 30 people, and it's, say 10. I'm trying to make this math simple, brothers and sisters. You have 5 on each, so now on this side you're going to have 15. Right? So you had 5 on each side, you triple on the other side, now you got 15 on this side, and you only got 5 on this side. So let me back up now. If initially you had 5 on each side, right? And you had 1,000 per, that means there was 10, so 100 units per person, fine. And then you triple your population this side, so now you got 15 people. Where you had 5, now you got 15. And you still only got 5 on that side, so you got 20 people altogether. But now you got to divide that 1,000 by 20. So now everybody's got 50 instead of 100. Everybody's got 50 instead of 100. But on this island over here, everybody's got 50, but it's 15 of them. It's 15 of them. So 50 times 15 is what? 10 times 50, that's 500. 250, that's 750. They got 750 units on this island. And all you guys 250 on this island. This island's stronger than you now. If they stay together, they're stronger than you now. Because they increased their population and you're weaker than them. But the energy remains the same. It's still 1,000 units of energy, but now they control 750 and you only control 250. Because they understand that the energy has to be divided by the people. So they keep increasing their population, they become more and more powerful than you. After a while, they make it so, have so much power over here that you're nothing. And that's where the Chinese, the Orientals, and the Asians, that's their weapon in the end times. That's why I talk about this 200 million man army. That's why I talk about that in Revelation, because their weapon was the population. There was population, because now they have more energy in China and India than have any place else in the world. In other countries in the world, more energy. Not per person, but per nation. Their nation has more energy than anybody in the world, more energy in America, more energy than anybody in the world, because they have their population bomb. And that's how they go into war, their population. That's why they talk about 200 million man army in there, because they can produce that together, because that's their weapon. They didn't say the 200 million man army had weapons. That was the weapon. The population, that's why I say like, they don't say, was a 200 million man army armed with rifles or armed with bazookas or armed with knives and swords. No, they say the number, because that is the weapon. That's the weapon. That's the weapon they're going to come at America with. They go traveling from across, without touching land. That's their weapon. And now they have nuclear bombs on top of that, but that's their weapon, the population. I'm trying to reveal all to you, brothers and sisters, what's going on here. That's their weapon. And that's what makes Obama, I tell you about, he's that beast. That's how he comes to power suddenly. Because Africa's divided. See, it's like you got one nation, then it's divided into a whole bunch of islands now. But if you bring it back together, right? So he's going to bring back half of Africa back together. So, and half of Africa, see, Africa has about altogether in Africa, there's about almost the population half in India. You got almost 1 billion people in Africa all together when you add them, but they're all broken up. But if you was to bring Africa together, right? One day, Africa would be as powerful as China or India. Because now all the energy is under control of one person. That's how he comes to power, because it says Africa is going to, when this war breaks out, Africa is going to divide into two. It's going to divide into Islamic Africa and non-Islamic Africa. He's going to have control of non-Islamic Africa. So he's that third beast, the one that has 7 heads and 10 horns, but no crowns upon his horns, but he would be with the other beasts. So he's going to be with them initially, and then they're going to go against him. He's that horn and Daniel that pluck up three by the roots. He want world power. Because when he unites Africa, he's got about half a billion people under his control. All the energy, suddenly. You understand, brothers and sisters? I'm trying to break this down to you. That's how it happens. See? That's how it happens. Africa united, it becomes as powerful as China and India. Right now it's all segmented, it's like all islands all over the place. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. This is nothing compared to the wisdom you're going to have, brothers and sisters. I say, there's a lot that I can tell you. I'm telling you only a little bit of what I know. But you're going to get the whole full meal in a few minutes, a few days. Okay, sensuality. That's what paradise is all about, brothers and sisters. Sensuality. You know, men like women, women like men, that's sensuality. You like to eat, that's sensuality. You like to talk, that's all sensuality. See? But every time you get that 50 years burst, your sensuality is going to increase. It's going to increase. And you're going to be more. Food going to taste much better. Intimate relationships going to be much better. You're going to feel everything. You're going to feel everything around you. Will smell much better. That's why the Quran says your sense will be sharpened today. Your sense, you're going to be, everything will be sharper. See? Sensuality. But see, the devils, their sensuality, they're weaker. They have less discipline. They can't discipline their sensuality. In other words, sensuality at this level, they lost control of sensuality at this level of pressure. They lost control of it at this level. They walk around naked and everything else because that's their sensuality. They expose themselves and everything else because that makes sense, because that's their sensuality, because they think on that level. They think on the level of beast. And they can't control on this level. What you think happens when the next level come in? If they can't control it now, they walk around naked and everything else, right? And the way they talk and everything else and eating all the time and all this stuff, they have control of it. Party, free sex, right? You must start talking to 60s, talking like that there. Sexual revolution, gender confusion. Because they lost control of sensuality. That's why I talk about the thing about Sodom and Gomorrah. So they lost at this level. What happened when the sensuality increased to the next level? There'd be apes. That's why it says Jesus said in the Bible, the one you think is Jesus, it says the worm in hell, the worm will not die. See, what do you mean by that? That means your sexuality, and we can get more specific, right? But it says your sexuality will not diminish. Because right now, you have intimate relationship, then you're satisfied, and then maybe satisfied a few days or maybe a day or a week or whatever. But this, you won't be satisfied like rabbits, right? They copulate and go copulate again. They like this, they sleep. They keep doing it. And that's where you will be. If you're a devil, you will not be able to be satisfied. And that's painful. Because you have this strong sex drive, and you go and you think you're relieved, and then it's like going to the bathroom, right? You take a urinate and you relieve yourself, and as soon as you do it, you feel like you got to do it again. You got to stay there. That's why you can just constantly just urinating, because you can't relieve yourself. And that's what it'd be for them. Because like it says, in hell, that's all they be doing. Their sensuality be so great. They want to eat all the time, but nothing but shit to eat. Nothing but piss to drink. Right? And so they're eating each other. And that would taste good to them, because they want to eat. And there won't be, there'll be no, that's why the Quran said there'll be no family ties. There will be no friendship or anything. Because everybody be scared of everybody else. And they'll be chasing everybody else, trying to eat them and copulate with them at the same time. Not just with the males with the females, but the males with the males. They don't care. Sensuality. Just relieve themselves. Because their sensuality is so strong, they're trying to relieve it and they can't. That's the hell of it. And that's where you see, at this level, they can't control. So what are they going to do when they move to the next level? But us, we had a discipline to go all the way. Some of us won't go all the way. Because, like I said, be too much. You can't handle it. You can't get the brother or sister out the house. They're stuck in that thing. I mentioned that before. I didn't really go into detail. I said, you can't even get them out of bed because you can't get them out of the house because it's just, it's going to get that for some people, but we got a remedy for that. See, those of us that make it. Deep, dark secrets, brothers and sisters. I'm going to talk about this a little more at the end. But see, the Earth is center of the universe. And when energy comes, right, it passes all other planets coming down towards the Earth. So all other planets get a piece of that energy too. But ultimately, it settles on the Earth. It's momentous in the heaven and earth, but it comes to you but of a sudden. So the planets close to us have more energy, not as much as Earth. The ones further away have less. Okay? But we're going to populate all these planets. So it happened for our weaker brothers and sisters, right? That can't stand the sensuality that the pressure causes them to have here. They'll relocate to another planet where it's lower pressure, lower sensuality, lower energy, where they can still live a very peaceful paradise life, right? But the sensuality will be within their ability to control it. Deep, dark secrets, brothers and sisters. Because no planet out there will have as much energy as the Earth. Earth has all the minerals, elements, and everything. No other planet has that. That's the purpose of it. Our sea would be like I said in the Bible, as great as the sand of the sea, as great as stars. Right? But you won't be able to stay here on Earth because the pressure is just too great, and the sensuality will increase your level so high that you wouldn't be able to discipline it. So you'd be turned to an ape. So you move out to a little planet where the energy level is a little lower that you can tolerate, and you'd be in paradise there, right? But you won't be able to do it here. When you come back here, you won't be able to do it. It'd be too much for you. Only the very best will be able to stay here. And that's why we do it. That's why we do it. Now, I'm going to speak to this again at the end, so I'm going to leave that alone right there, right? But they've lost control of sensuality already. At this level, they lost it. See? And so our sisters and everything, we see they have discipline because they cover themselves up and everything. In other words, they have control of their sensuality. That's one of the things about sisters covering themselves. They don't understand what that's all about. That's proof that they have control of their sensuality. Because you ain't getting to the hereafter unless you have control of sensuality. That's why this parable in the Bible says they gave the wedding dinner, people was invited, and then some people didn't come dressed for it. So they threw their ass out. She don't understand what they're saying. Because they don't have control of their sensuality, and we can't, because they're going to hereafter. All right, salam alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, I have a short presentation I want to present. By energy deprivation, because that is the story of our times. That story of the last 50,000 years. That story that explains much of what you're reading in the Bible. In fact, it probably explains all of it, if you understand what's at the core of it. So I'm not going to a lot of detail, but I think I'll set up a way to present it that's easy for everyone to understand. So I can have a simple presentation here. Bear with me. And we'll see what we can do. Now, I want to point out a couple of things first. See, this story, this mystery God stuff started 35,000 years ago. And nowadays it's used to keep you from thinking mathematically, thank you from having a sane mind. Because all the religions, all of them, even Sunnism, the logic is missing from it. Even though you see a total logic mathematical universe, right? You don't see that in those religions. And if you accept them, then logic escapes you. It's like a child, right? You tell them, well, prayer is the most powerful thing, right? Then in that child's mind says, well, I got to go study. I just pray I'm going to get a good grade. I'm going to pray I'm going to be successful. I'm going to pray I'm going to get a good job. Okay? So, because if he understands that only way that's going to happen is he got to do it, or she have to do it, there's a whole different dynamic. But if you give them that idea, and that's in their minds, now they may not act on it, right? Like directly, but it's in their minds. There's always a fallback position. See, to fall back on. And so a lot of times you get yourself in trouble because they rely on prayer rather than rely on common sense knowledge. Because prayer solves everything they say, right? So I have to go and get a job, just pray for it. See, when I go rob a bank, I'll just pray that I won't get caught. See, so it's to take the reasoning out of it, and then you got this problem you have right now, especially in so-called black community. Because we're victimized with that more than anyone else. So I'm trying to give you some mathematics here. Now, another thing I want to say is, the reality that you are living now is the reality you created 100%. The body you have, that's the body you created. You start out as a sperm. You didn't create that sperm, but that's how you start out. After that, everything was your responsibility. You went to that egg, you developed yourself, there was no mystery God in there, right? Helping you out. It's all alone, right? You came out the womb, right? It's still you. You're the one growing. Nobody's growing for you. You're still in control of a situation, whether you're conscious of it or not. Your brain is still in control of that situation. And when you once you become conscious of it, right, that's another stage. And so if you're in prison, you ask yourself, if you're in prison, what's got you locked up in prison? Is the bars or is the mind of the people that put you in there? What is the thing that's got you in there? Is their minds or that bars? See? Because if it's their minds, if you can change their minds, you walk out of there. And you have a mind, they have a mind. If your mind is more powerful than theirs, then you're going to walk out of there. If your mind is less powerful than theirs, is that pressure. Higher pressure overcomes lower pressure. So if you locked up in a prison, that's because the pressure of your mind is lower than the pressure of the mind of people around. And so all you see the bars, that's an illusion. The truth of the matter is, you have imprisoned yourself. You have imprisoned yourself. Because it's minds that keep you in there, not those bars. Those bars are an illusion. See, it's your mind that's keeping you in there. And if your mind becomes more powerful than theirs, those bars disappear. I'm trying to get your mind back to you, brothers and sisters, that you understand what's going on. Because everyone in that prison right now, they imprison themselves. See? Because the minds that have them in there are more powerful than their minds. And why is that? Because nowadays that should not be happening to original people. Your mind's weak because it's like if you have membership to a gym, but you don't go there, you're gonna be weaker than everybody else that does go there. You're gonna be weaker than them. And if the world depends on strength, you're gonna be defeated. If this whole society just depends on strength, period, you're gonna be defeated because they're going to the gym and you are not. And they're using their mind and you are not. And you have the most powerful gym ever. And the most powerful trainer ever. And the most powerful support ever. And you have the potential. It's like a female and the male, right? The male has more potential than the female because it has born with a stronger body. But you as original people, you're born with a stronger mind. But if that female can trick that male and is not going to the gym, but she's going to the gym, she's going to be stronger than him and she's going to whoop his ass. And she'll keep whooping his ass until he gets to the gym and he'll overcome her quickly if it's by a matter of strength. And you can overcome these devils quickly because you had a mind for it, the potential, but they telling you, hey, don't use your mind. Watch the NFL, NBA, Jay-Z, Beyonce. Fight, or whatever they call it, it's a vapor and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to try to explain this to you in the simplest terms possible. Now see this right here. What this is, let me see if I can bring this up a little better here. Oh no, I don't want to do that. What did I do here? What did I do? Oh, okay. Got a lot of new technology, brothers and sisters, so right now, I was supposed to take a rest. I took a rest for my hour, and brothers and sisters, I just can't rest because it's critical. Okay. Now, over here on the left, all the way on the left here, right? All the way on the left, you see it blinking. Okay, the red you see, that's your energy. Consider that your energy. And black, that's you. That's you, right? And that's you fully charged. You've been fully charged, right? You got energy fully charged. So we get so much energy every day. I'm not going to go into those kind of details, right? Because I explain that, how we get so much energy every day. Every 50 years, we get a new burst of energy, that kind of stuff. I'm not going into that kind of detail. I'm just going to keep it very simple. So that's you. On the right of you is another person. That's one of your brothers or sisters. See? Now, their energy is they're not fully charged. You see? They're only about 1/3 charged. See, but they got the other energy to be full charge, but the energy is being used for something else instead of charging them. See? So it's been used for something else. So instead of that, they had that white thing there. That's the devil. That's to balance it out. See? Because they're still trying to act as though they charge, but they're not, because they just, the energy, right? Because, okay, say for instance, you're tired, you still go to work, right? You don't have the energy to do it, but you're doing it anyway. So where energy comes from? You you take energy from somewhere. So now they got a devil to balance it out. See? Now you got a devil in the arm to balance it out because their energy has been distracted. You see? Self-imposed energy deprivation. That's what they want you to do. Use your energy for other things, the main for charging yourself. Because at this point in our creation, right, in our existence, we're fully charged. During the 50,000 years, we wasn't fully charged. See, we only charge maybe 30%. So therefore, we have all these devils around us. Because, let me say another way. You don't have enough energy to have a spouse, right? But you get a spouse anyway. Okay, well, then you're not supposed to have it. You don't have enough energy for it. So you create negative energy to balance that out. Let me say it another way. You're only getting, you need $100 a day, but you're only getting 50. But you're still spending 100. That means you're borrowing 50. That's negative. So you're going into negative. Well, that's a devil. So you're building up devils because you spending more, because the negative energy, that's a devil. So you're spending more than you, so now you build up these devils around you. Because that's what devils are, they're negative energy. Make me shit blessed. I'm not making this up, bro. I'm trying to get the math of it. So if you're in debt with energy, that's a devil. You're building these devils up around you. See? So if we want civilization and we try to have it anyway, even though we don't have the power to have it, now we're being attacked by devils. Devils all around us. To balance it out. Because we're only supposed to have 50, we got 100, so we got a negative 50 to balance the 50 we're not supposed to have. That negative 50 is a devil. That's what you see here. Okay? So this person right here, they don't have enough energy to maintain themselves because they're diverting it. Right? So they're using it for other things. They still got the energy, they use it for other things to take care of themselves. So now they got a devil to balance that out next to them. Okay? Let's move on to the next one. So here's Suleiman. He's trying to lift you up. See, trying to lift you up. So he goes to lift you up, son, right? But it takes energy to lift you up. See? So now he has less energy than he needs because he's using energy to lift you up. See? Now he's got a devil around him because he's using energy to lift you up. So he's got bad luck. It could be a devil, it just be bad luck. It's still negative energy. See, devils are the personification of bad luck. They're the personification of negative energy. You understand? They're the personification of negative energy, or they're the personification of bad luck. So that he could have a devil around him, or he can have bad luck around him. Because he's using energy to lift, right? And by lifting you up, that means start using energy more effectively. So now you're not diverting as much as you was before. So now you don't have much of a devil as you had before, right? Because you're lifting it up. So you move some energy for yourself. You don't have enough for yourself yet because you got a devil to bounce out, but you're not diverting it for other BS. So he's lifting you up. He's getting you, changing your attitude. You see what I'm saying? So now he's lifting you up. So now you don't have as much negative energy, right? Using energy more for yourself. So you have more for yourself now. You're not fully charged. You're maybe 75% charged, right? But now you got a lesser devil, but you're diverting less your energy away from yourself. You understand? I'm trying to keep it very simple, brothers and sisters. It's going to be a very short presentation, but I hope it's enlightening. Okay, then. Then he lifts you all the way up. Now, using your energy for yourself. Using energy for yourself. Right? So you don't have any devils anymore? You got diverting your energy for BS, Beyonce, NFL, all this kind of crap. Now you redeem, your mind's back. But look what it cost him to do that. Now he's got two devils. That's what it's talking about, the sacrificial. That's that cross idea all about. He suffered the sins of the world. That's what that BS they talking about this day early, the Sunday. They don't know what the hell they talking about. That's what that's talking about. The crucifixion. Because that's what Son of Man had to do to raise Lazarus. His sacrifice himself. Because it takes energy to do it. Energy got to come somewhere. He used his own energy. So he suffered, he sacrificed to raise Lazarus up. Lazarus whole. But then he had all this bad luck. That's the cross. Now he's on the cross. He got all this bad luck. See? Maybe I should have put it like this. Hold on, brothers. Maybe I should put it like this. Maybe, let me see if I can do this without messing anything up here. So I can do this without messing anything up here. Maybe this might be a little more illuminating. Just thought, brothers and sisters. Right? Just, no, not trying to. But, some people, they respond to stuff like this. Right? Okay, let's put it like that. He's on the cross. To lift Lazarus up. He made that sacrifice. Lift Lazarus up. Take energy to do it. That's why he preached in the graveyard for 30 years. He kept doing, because that's what miracle he had. But he used his own member, his own blood did. It's saved by the blood of Jesus. His own energy sacrificed itself to lift Lazarus up. That's what's taught about. That's the math of it. And this mathematics right here, it's perfectly logical. You can just, if you understand how energy works, it's perfectly logical, it's perfectly mathematical, not the BS they put out there behind today on Sunday, trying to explain something they have no idea what they're talking about. Just some philosophy. I'm giving you the math of it. I'm making it simple. I thought about it. I was trying to get some rest. I said, hey, maybe I present it this way. Maybe they'll understand it better. This is what this is all about. I think there's one more slide, and I'm going to let you go, brothers and sisters. Yeah, so now he's lifted him all the way up. He's home. He got him all the way home, all the way out of this mess, totally up. And now he's got all his bad luck to do it. Not dead, but he suffered from the foundation of the earth. That's why I said, he looked like he had been slain from the foundation of the earth, because that's what it took to get Lazarus home. That's what it took to get Lazarus. That's what Scripture's telling you, brothers and sisters. That's the math of it. Now, anybody show me that math is incorrect. That's exactly what Scripture's telling you. That's why it says it that way. Exactly what Scripture's telling you. Get him home. He had to. Son of Man had to sacrifice his life. They try to say Master Muhammad is Son of Man. How could he be? Did he suffer many things? All the things they said, was he homeless? All this kind of stuff they try to say. It doesn't speak to Farrakhan either. That dude, that clown, that robber, thief, he ain't suffered anything except he got his ass blown apart. You understand? As a curse. He never been homeless, any of that kind of stuff. That's what it takes, brothers and sisters. And that's what's doing that. That's what's, because you think, oh, so he's just talking. No. Because he's giving information. That's what's raising Lazarus. Remember, he's raising his mind. He had to get his mind back. That's what's being raised. And how you get the mind back? Keep on teaching, giving that energy. Right? The atmosphere. At the same time, if he's rising, remember, anything that's growing, Facebook Live has no sound. Has no sound. 1, 2. Sure it doesn't. How did I do that? Facebook Live has no sound. Okay. Why is no sound? Hey, brother and sister, let me. I got a message that Facebook Live has no sound. And input. Okay. Good thing I have a backup here. Let me go and check this. Settings. Audio. It's on. So why no sound? One, two, three, four. 1, 2, Facebook, no sound. Okay, well, I have sound in other places. I'm not why it has no sound here. What's going on here? No sound. Happened to the sound. Skinny brown sister got a little tentacle. Oh, there it is. There's the sound. Don't know what happened. I'm going to play it back. I have a backup. I always do a backup. Actually, oh, wow. I might not have a backup. Okay. I can go over this quickly, brother and sister. I can go over this quickly. Let me back up here. Let me back over it quickly. Previous, just in case. Thank you, sister, for informing me. And that's totally my fault because I always check the sound. Just the one day I didn't check it. It was okay. I really do need to get some rest, boy. Let's go here. Okay, just give me a break here, boss. I'm going to take it. Go this quickly again, but I do have a. No, I really don't. I'm live on YouTube though, but I didn't do a recording on that side. Boy, previous. What's going on here? Why is this previous? Okay, do it this way. Something's wrong here. Okay, from beginning. Okay. Okay, bro, so I'm going to start over from the beginning. Right? I'll start over from the beginning. And I'm going to do it rather quickly. It's a short one anyway. So what I was saying initially is that if you look over here all on the left-hand side, that's you and me, right? Fully charged. That's the blinking. The red is the energy, right? Fully charged. See? So we come to energy deprivation where we wasn't fully charged, but now we're fully charged. See? Make sure I didn't do the right, turn the wrong thing on here. See? Output. I think I need to take that off. Okay. So, fully charged. Now I'm getting, okay, we'll have to live with it. It's fully charged. All the way on the left. So the energy deprivation wasn't fully charged. We didn't get enough charge energy to maintain us 24 hours. That's why we had to sleep. When we get home, once we get home and get established and get ourselves minds back correctly, fully, we won't have to sleep anymore. Because we have enough energy to keep us charged 24 hours. Because our life cycle is on a 24-hour basis. We get energy for 24 hours, but we don't get enough. We have to sleep for the remaining period of time. I didn't talk that earlier, but anyway, understand that. Okay. But on the right of that is one of our brothers or sisters that has enough energy to be fully charged, but they've been deceived and they're in energy deprivation. Because see, the energy instead of inside of them, it's on the outside. See, that's the energy they use it for Beyonce, for viping, for partying, right? Going to church, all this stuff. Energy is diverted. So therefore, they suffer energy deprivation, self-imposed. They have enough energy, but it's being diverted. So to balance that out is because they don't. It's like you have to go to work, right? If you have to go to work, you don't have enough energy to do it, but you go anyway. So it means now your energy even take you someplace because you don't have the energy to do it. So now you got a negative energy somewhere. Or it's like if you make $100 a day, right? You require $100 a day, but you're only getting 50. But you're using 100. That means you borrow 50 every day. That means you're creating a negative. And when you create negative energy is either bad luck or it could be a devil. A devil is, I'm not just making this up, devils are a personification of negative energy. They're a personification of negative energy. So you can have just bad luck or you can have a devil. In this case, that represents with the dotted line, that's a devil. So he's got a devil, that person got a devil, a companion now. As the Quran says, I give you a devil as a companion. He has a companion now because he's been foolish with his energy. So now he's got a devil companion to balance it out, okay? So now, on the left, remember that's Suleiman there, right? He's trying to lift up his dead companions. That's Lazarus, trying to lift them up. But it takes energy to do that. So he had enough energy to be charged, fully charged, and he had just enough for that. But if he wants to try to lift Lazarus, he's got to take energy for that. So now he lifts Lazarus up, but now he's got less energy. He's suffered self-imposed energy deprivation in the process of trying to lift Lazarus up. So now he's got bad luck or a devil. But now Lazarus, right, he's not diverting his energy as much as he was. He's doing better. He's saying lift. He's doing better than he was before. So he only got two. So instead of right, he's got one devil now, a smaller devil, right, to balance him out. Because now he's using energy more effectively. Still not efficiently. He's not raised, but he's possibly being raised. But it's costing Suleiman or costing Solomon to go in energy deprivation to lift Lazarus up. Okay. See, the point is, brothers and sisters, this is the math behind the scriptures. Because if you understand this math, you start understanding the scriptures. This is the math behind the scriptures. This is the math behind it. Now, prove to me that this math is wrong. You talk all that crap, prove to me this math is wrong. Okay? So we're going to see in a minute. So see here? So you lift him up some more. So now, Lazarus don't have any devils anymore. He's fully charged. But look at Solomon there. Now he's got two devils, right? I put it purposely, hold on. Let me keep everything in sync here. I'm in two channels here. Oops. So he's got two devils. I purposely make him look like a cross here. That's what the cross idea is about. Because it says it took his blood, he saved him by his blood. That's what it's talking about. Because he's given his energy to lift Lazarus up. So he's suffering, there's either bad luck or devils he got around him. He's suffering bad luck or devils around him because he's taking the energy to lift Lazarus up. See? So he's self-deprivation, self-imposed deprivation for a good cause. He's not diverting his energy, partying. He's giving his energy to lift Lazarus up. See? So I think this is the last slide. I said it was going to be a short presentation. Okay, there you go. Bear with me. I got two going here, same time. So now you lift lad all the way up, lift him home. But see, that's what it took. Now you got all this bad luck. He's not dead, but it looked like he was slain from the foundation of the earth. It looked like he was slain because that's what it took to raise Lazarus. That's what they talk about, brothers. Not just bullshit that you heard them talking about if you listen to so-called fools today on the Sunday broadcasts, NOI broadcasts. This is what it means. So he had to sacrifice his life, his family, everything to raise Lazarus. That's why it says Lazarus should be grateful, because it said if you turn away after you've heard the truth, then you forsaken, because look what it took to raise you up. Now you're going to turn away? After you got the truth, after he spilled his blood to raise you? It takes energy to do everything, brothers and sisters. So, and how is he being raised? By the mind. Thought atmosphere. So I say, why you keep preaching? You don't see anything happening? Because it's happening. See? Because we're working in the thought atmosphere. They're going to talk about, well, rain comes up slightly, Son of Man is making the weather, and it's come up, you can't, almost visible, not to the sight, and all this BS. This is what they're talking about. They have no idea what they're talking about. Have no idea what they're talking about. See, this is what's happening here, brothers and sisters. So I thought I'd mention that, right? So, there you go, brothers and sisters. I think that's it. So let me make sure here. I think that's it. I just want to say it, brothers and sisters, like I told myself I needed a break. Oh, yes. What happened there? Okay, I told myself I needed a break, and then I can't rest, brothers and sisters. My mind is racing so fast. So much I need to tell you. Okay, that's backwards. Okay. That's it, brothers and sisters. What happened here? I'm just trying to get to the scene before I close out. I don't want anybody confused here. Okay. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's basic mathematics. It's simple mathematics. Everything is mathematics. So I'm trying to get you. The reason I said, because I said what they was trying to explain, they had no idea. They talk all around themselves, pulling stuff all up behind their butt, calling it honey. It might have the same tone of honey, but it ain't honey. See? Because they had no idea talking about. This is very simple. This is what's happening, brothers and sisters. Tell me, he's going to be crucified. I mean, he's already been cursed. See? That's all BS. This is what it's talking about. That's why it says, the lamb, he was slain from the foundation of earth. It said no one in the heaven and earth could break those seals with him. Yet still they say the person on the throne is God. He got the book in his hand, but yet still he cannot read the book and break the seals that he wrote, the book that he sealed. Because that's Satan on the throne. They had no idea what they're talking about, no idea. And then it will make Elijah Muhammad the 25th scientist. Elijah Muhammad said he was messing. See, they're countering what I'm trying to tell you, brothers. But this is the math. I'm going to leave it there. That's the basic math of it, right? Look at it carefully. If you see any errors, then get back to me on it. But that's the basic math. That's just what happened. That's the idea about crucifixion, about raising Lazarus, getting him home. See? Our energy deprivation situation that started 50,000 years ago, when the universe was totally expanded, we had less energy, so we had bad luck. And then at some point, we made that bad luck, we personified it by making the devils. Once we no longer suffer, once Lazarus is home, and we have enough energy, Suleiman, right? has fully energized them more, devils have no power. Where are they going to go? We don't have no more negative energy. So they can't feed on us anymore. We empowering them. Because as long as we have negative energy, they exist. No more energy, they can't exist anymore. And that's what I was saying initially, because the people on the Facebook Live didn't get this point. I said initially, I want to say is, you create your reality. The reality that you're looking at right now is a reality you created. If you're in prison, what's holding you in prison? Is it the bars or is the mind behind those bars? The bars don't have a mind. If they put the key there and lock it and never come back, you stuck. But they control it with their minds. So if your mind's more powerful than theirs, those bars disappear. You're in there because self-imposed energy deprivation, because your mind was weak than theirs. And the weaker it got, the more power they had over you, the more they backed you into the corner until you couldn't move anywhere else because their pressure was greater than yours. Pressure overcomes weaker pressure. And so you got pushed in a corner. Now you call prison. And you're going to stay there. It's just like you go to the gym. If the world was based on strength, who spend more time in the gym is going to be the strongest. They're going to be the more powerful. See? So if they can talk you not going to the gym, they're more powerful than you. You have the natural strength. If you compete against a female in strength, you're going to win because you have the natural potential. She doesn't. But if she can trick you into not going to the gym, and she goes every day, she's going to whoop your ass. She's going to whoop your ass every day until you get to that gym. You overcome her quickly. But if you ain't going and she tricked you not going, she don't keep whooping your ass. That's why the devil's whooping your ass, because, and you have more power, mental power than they, but they know it. And so they make sure you never develop it. And so you end up in prison or shot to death or whatever, because their pressure is greater than yours. Because you're not developing yours. And that's what Angel is. Angel is the greatest gym, mental gym ever. And once you start going to that gym, their pressure is, you overwhelm them. They can't do anything to you. Nothing. As Quran says, once you're on the right way, they can harm you. There's no harm they can bring you in. They can harm you in any way. So I'm telling these brothers and sisters in the prison, you are locking yourself in that prison. Because their minds that keep you in, not them bars, it's their mind that's keeping you in there. If your mind's greater than that, their minds open up and let you out of there. I know you don't understand that, but that's what the situation is. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brothers and sisters. The situation you find yourself in, the situation you create for yourself, because you're no longer under energy deprivation. If you're under energy deprivation, self-imposed energy deprivation. And Suleiman is choosing to be self-imposed energy deprivation to save your ass, to get you out of here. There's a sacrifice he make to get you out of here before you get eaten. That's literal. So I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. You are control. You started as a sperm. You didn't create that. But after you was admitted, it was all on you after that. There wasn't no mystery God guiding you. They said, well, mystery God guide. Well, what about, say, there was this mystery God down in the room. He said, I'm going to pick that sperm right there and the rest of them, F them. Does that make any sense to you? So I'm going to get with that one. I'm going to let the rest flush down the toilet. See? And then you got in there, now he's going to help you make yourself. But he said you got DNA. See? But he was there to make you, to make your eyes and stuff, but then you come out blind. Whose fault was that? Does he didn't know what he was doing? He's the God. Or they come in and abort you, so, hey, you the God, but somebody can snatch you out of his hand and cut you apart. This is none of the shit they say make any sense. None of it. Right? Using control in the womb, using control in the egg, what you got in the egg, and once you got out, you're in control, and you grow. Nobody grows till you grow. You're not conscious of your control, but eventually you become conscious of it. Then after that, but you still been in control, and you be in control until the day you die. See? There was a time people was controlling us. That time is over. We're not in deprivation anymore. Self-imposed in deprivation. See? But Suleiman is self-imposed deprivation, but he knows how to protect himself from the devils that's going to surround him. He's wise enough to protect himself, to not be overcome by them, and still raise your ass. Because he's going to get you home. But it's costing him to do it. That's what it means, sacrifice, which is the cross. To save your, that's what it means, not that BS they're telling you about. So I hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And if you can wake your brothers up and sisters in the prison, because it says Suleiman will break them out of the prisons. Say we'll break them out of the prison. They're going to be broken out of prison pretty soon, because this wisdom is coming there. And once that wisdom comes there, they change. Let me say this. I'm going to let you go. Okay. You out here, right? You got your little... I'm talking about brothers. I'm not going against the sister. I'm just saying, I'm keeping it simple, right? You got your little hottie out here and everything, right? Right? You got a little stash, right? So that's the game you're playing, right? So now you suffer any deprivation. So now you out in prison, right? And now all you gotta do is start living the right way, and then you come out of here. That's simple. Just stop. But you go in there and you do the same damn thing, right? But now you ain't got no hottie, you got your little buddy. I'm talking BTTY. You got that, right? You got a little stash on the sides. You know, they're sneaking a little stuff in the prison, the little stuff y'all doing. You see what I'm saying? So you got the same thing on here, doing the same thing out there. So you lock yourself up in the prison. You lock yourself up in there. I'm in there for 10 years. You're in there for as long as you put yourself in there. I don't care if they put you in there for life. You in there as long as you keep yourself in there. Because their mind is keeping you in there. Not those bars. Those bars are illusion. And once your mind overcomes their minds, those bars disappear. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's supreme wisdom. Try it. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Suleiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals. Welcome. Welcome, brothers and sisters. I'm going to talk about the 9 plagues. I'm still working on my system. I think I got many things corrected now, but still got a few more things to do, so bear with me. Brothers and sisters, let me do something here right quick. These are awesome times. Awesome times. But I fear that many of you, or most of you, don't understand at all. These are awesome times, but who's stepping up to the plate? It says Suleiman would look around and be amazed that there was no one to step up with him. That's what it says. You know, before I met Elijah Muhammad, I had never met a black person that had one positive thought in their head, and one thought period. I don't think they could add 5 plus 5. I was amazed. Because I met Elijah Muhammad when I was 21. I've been in the military, I've been, Vietnam, Germany, been different places. And a lot of black people from all over the country. And it'd be me one that could put 2 thoughts together. And I didn't understand it because I was a thinking person. I was always studying and reading. Now, the knowledge I have right now didn't come overnight. It comes out 73 years. It's constant studying. It's constant studying, constant studying. And I didn't have anybody to teach me. I didn't go to college. I don't have a degree. But I looked at it and I said, wait a minute, hold it. I'm going to pay this person all this money to teach me, and the first thing they do is pull out a book. I said, hell, I can read. I can go get that book myself. And that's what I did. I didn't sit around and wait for somebody to tell me things, watch cartoons, Disney World, Disneyland, and, movies and Netflix. No, I was studying, constantly studying. See? Because that's my nature. But that should be your nature too if you're an original person. So who took that from you? Because you see the universe out there, you put that out there. You didn't put that out there by scratching your ass. You put it out there by sitting around here, right, eating, drinking pina coladas, and laying down on the beach, get some fake suntan. So what happened? Because your mind was stolen from you. And so what the scientists did, they put your mind in a book called Injil. They lock it down tight, real tight, impregnable lock. So no one could mess with it, somebody could take it, somebody could destroy it, because that's your mind. Where do you return you? Because the only way you can return, you have to have thorough knowledge of self. The Master Mama told you, that means you have to get your mind back. It tells you that both in Daniel, it tells you that both in Mark, right? It tells you that both in, that's I said Daniel, right? It tells you in all those books. You have to get your mind back. Your mind was stolen from you. So it was preserved. So you understand, mind is like software. Mind is software. You have a computer, but you have software to run it. It's just a computer that's set there. And you have to get good software. And your mind is software. And that's the end of your software. And it's locked down tight. Invincible lock. Impregnable lock. And they should never get at it, and they only entrust it to one person. They didn't even entrust it to the God. They only entrusted one person, and they knew, they was positive, they was sure, that that person would know what to do with it. They would entrust that person with, only one person was entrusted with it. It's like engrams. It was written in a way that only his mind, that person's mind, could get it. And he would entrust it with your mind. That's why I said the Lamb's Book of Life, you need to trust with your mind. Your mind. That's a hell of a responsibility. And said, and do it, and make it, not only that, but it was entrusted with that person, but it was not just entrusted with them to be able, it was entrusted with them to do the impossible. To release that mind. So you not just have to find it, right? You have to do the impossible. Break those seals. We require an effort, an impossible effort. Because it says, no one in heaven or earth or beneath earth was worthy. And he said, Abel said, worthy. Right? And it was like he was slain from the foundation of earth. That means, do you know what it means? The foundation. What was the foundation of earth laid? 76 trillion years ago. They said, look, he was slain over like 76 trillion years of work to do this. That's what it would take. That's why the book was sealed. And plus the effort to lift those seals would have been impossible. So you might have the mind to do it, but you have to put the effort. You might have the mind to do it, but you have to put the effort in. You have to do both. Then had to do both. And what is he going to get out of it? Lifting you up. He's doing it for you. He didn't ask you for any money. Because if you couldn't pay him, how are you going to pay him for that kind of effort? $1 billion, $10 billion? That's going to sacrifice your life. He had to give his life. See, I share with very few people. I'm not going to go to details, but I had a revelation when I was a child about this, and I never liked that revelation because it said that when the end would come, just before the end, I would be burned out totally, right? Wasted. See? So it said. Right there. And I know it must be the end, bro, because I can't feel any more wasted than I am right now, bro. Because 30-some years of preaching to graveyard. And so it said it would take 30 years or more preaching to the grave, talking with nothing happening. Because remember, Ezekiel says, can these bones live? That's the effort. So, and that's hard for somebody to be doing something and don't see a result, because they call it insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and not getting a non-result. But that's what it required, based on their technique, based on their understanding. It would take an insane effort to do this. And so what you're seeing is the result of that. But you don't see the process. You couldn't handle the process. That's why these clowns out there, all that stuff, I laugh at them because they're nothing. They're like an ant going up against a Hulk. They're nothing. They didn't put the work in. They don't know how to do what I know. I mean, you don't even get a small person around know anyway. And that's even before the angel. So, they want, the first God, 76 trillion years ago, by that, that person's self. By itself, alone in total triple darkness, just like the sperm in the womb, all by itself. No mystery God down here, Farrakhan. And it's got that age, all by itself, right? But it's got enough wisdom to start taking energy from that aid material and start to creating itself. So that's what the first God was like. See, these things, the things you see in life now are just reflections of the creation. Because if you study the sperm in the womb, that's pretty much how the creation went. Okay? Now the Quran says signs everywhere. Go just use the same model over and over again. I mean, it's a perfect model, why change it? So and no one knows how long he was there in the center of the universe, which is the center of Earth, all by itself, alone, totally. Nobody knows there's no sun and moon, anything to measure time. Nobody knows. Some say million years, some say trillions, and billions. Nobody knows. Maker, owner, creator of the planet Earth, God is Earth. So he alone started this creation you see. First, formed the earth. So nobody has how long he was alone before he started replicate itself. But alone had to make that decision. Do I just sit here on my ass and let nothing happen? Or do I start doing something? With mine. That's a decision that being had to make. Do I sit in total triple darkness, doing nothing, or do I start doing something with this creation? That's a decision you have to make. And you see the decision, you see the result of it. And Katie, as smart as he thinks he is, he can't touch it. that he could not touch the angel. And we got people who think, and now we see, once we finish the creation, now it's time to enjoy it. And we got some people think that, oh man, they get a free ride. See, the devils, they want this creation. They try to take it. And they would be successful in taking it as soon as wasn't on the scene. And that's when Muhammad is on the scene and still made successful at that. Because if they can still, at their last minute, get you to sell out reparations, restore Jacob and Esau, sell your birthright, they'll achieve it. That's what they want. They want it. And read that story carefully, because maybe they might win. They might succeed. Because I tell you right now, if you despise your inheritance, then we just tell you to kiss our butt, we move on. And we'll take them and make something out of them. Remember what John said to John the Baptist? He said, you don't come up here and we can make soul out of stones. What are you talking about? Soul out of stones. That means we can use them. If you reject it, you better read that story carefully. That may be prophecy. That may be prophecy. Because they fight for this kingdom. And you sit around watching NFL, scratching your ass, vaping, and all that stuff, and they fight for this creation. You got a story of Jacob and Esau? It was your inheritance, you forsake it. You spit on it, you shit on it. You better think about that real hard. Because we don't need you. Remember, the male carried the seed. There's plenty of females on the other side of the world. You despise your inheritance and steal, like Farrakhan's trying to trick you to do, cheap demon. You despise it and sell it. I read that story over and over again, brothers, and I said, are they trying to say that that's what these people are going to do? And that's why I'm here, to make sure you have the right information. So you can't say you didn't have the right information. So if you sign that contract, God will honor it. He honored Jacob's side of the contract with Esau. Esau, Jacob tricked him out of it. Because Jacob wanted it, and Esau despised it. Say, oh man, I just give you the soup. You better read that story carefully, brothers and sisters. Because I'm out here, whether you come with me or not. And that's why Muhammad, he's there, whether you accept it or not. And we're going back home whether you like it or not. And we're going to have the promised land whether you like it or not. And if you don't want it, give it to someone else. We give it to this Jacob, the fake inheritor. False Israel trying to pretend they have it. Oh, why is that? See, well, this is some things, I don't know. I really want to talk, like somebody keeps saying, why do you keep talking? Because I'm going to raise Lazarus. Now, what Lazarus does, that's up to him. I'm going to raise him. I'm raising him. And that's going to happen. That's not going to go undone. I'm making it happen. It's going to happen. Right? I'm not going to fail at my mission. But what Lazarus does, see, he wake up, sign that contract, and I'll take these seven, deceived by Farrakhan, because Farrakhan pretending that he's representing God. Or they got a big deception vision going for you. But you better read that carefully. Okay? Because you end up over here burnt up when your enemies who persecute you, stole from you, cheated you, end up inheriting the kingdom. You better read that story carefully. Is it prophecy? You better read that story carefully. A threat? Yes, a threat. Go read that story. I'm not making a threat. I'm just telling you. Okay? It's a threat if you want to take that way. Because you made that deal, it's going to be honored. But read that story carefully. So very, very carefully. Because all these trickers out here, see, you think some people say, I ain't with Farrakhan? They're all with Farrakhan. They said to do that. So if they can't, if you see through Farrakhan, they got a second base for you. Don't you understand anything? If you get past this trap, they can't. Farrakhan can't fool them anymore. So it has a second trap, but they fall into that one. Oh, we ain't with Farrakhan, but you still ain't with Suleiman, ain't you? You're still not with the injury. You're still in your right mind. They don't care if you miss that plane by 1 billionth of a second. If you missed by 1 billion trillionth of a second, you still missed it. So they don't care if you missed heaven by a trillionth of a second, you still missed it. And like Elijah said, a lot of people are going to come that close and stumble. I'm making it clear to you, brothers and sisters, because these people, they fight for this. Can you say they fight for it? They fight for it. They're about to go to war for it. While you sitting around vaping, right? Some of you got hear Farrakhan's ass, some of you got Salah's ass, some of you got Democratic Party. I mean, you're all over the place. But you ain't where you're supposed to be. You're in the right place. That's your choice. Because the plane's only one time. I got the tickets. Master Muhammad has the transportation. And like you're on a train and everything else, right? You have tickets to get on that train. Conductor, he just conducts you. Right? It's the ticket master that allows you to get on that train. That's the same situation, brothers and sisters. So I'm going to talk briefly about these 9 plagues, brothers and sisters. Okay? I'm not going to real detailed explanation of it. But just reiterate, we got this great creation that's prepared. Trees and plants out there for you to inhabit. So the gods of the planets. Unlimited. So seed will be unlimited. That means it's not going to be on the earth. It says God is wide as the heavens and the earth. God is wide as the heavens and the earth. That means that God is going to expand, going to include the whole universe. It would be a garden if you couldn't get out there. And if you get out there, it's just a dead plant. What good does that be? No, that's prepared. It's all been prepared for you. And you paid the price for it. Now you're going to sit around and do nothing? You want that. But you want to do the cost. Because if just going to the Holocaust was enough, then we came out in the Holocaust, and mine was right there. Just go to Best Buy and pull it off the shelf. Let's go to Best Buy and pull it off the shelf. It was that? No, because there's a final stage. Because we don't want everybody going up in there. We make sure what's going is perfect, true. Because we're going to build a kingdom that's going to last forever. Don't you always connect the dots? It's got to be a perfect kingdom. You can't be flawed going up in there. So when you come out, you have that last barrier. And to make sure you understand who's who and what's the word you use? The hierarchy. I know I have a word. I always have a hard time explain that word. Hierarchy. You know what I'm talking about. Hierarchy. But I never was very eloquent. I laugh at myself sometimes. I know these words, I know what they mean, but somehow pronouncing it, I get older, it seems like it gets more difficult. Hierarchy. Let me stop. You know what I'm talking about, right? See? So you know who God is because He's the only one to get you out of here. You know, all this stuff was designed, but I can tell you all kinds of things. All this was prepared for you to be over here. Part of the reason why we're here just keep us together. We say, oh, how does that work? Because of the devil's mouth took off was the personification of negativity that allowed us to keep together. I talked about that a little bit before. I'm not going to it right now. Keep together as a people. See? And then being here, right? You had to overcome this to get back home, to show that you was worthy. That's why I call it the furnace of affliction. See? A purification. So you go back home pure. Why they call you pure gold? Why they refer to you as gold and silver? But see, these things are not good for nothing. So you go back home perfect. And the furnace, you put gold in the furnace to purify it. And for the thousands are pure. We don't want you going back corrupt. A demon. So it's a last process. You get hierarchy. No, I thought I could say it fast enough. I can get right tripped over it. So you know who God is. Because He don't want to get you out of here. So I heard somebody say, man, I'm going to go to Africa. Okay, you go there. You know what you run into? You get the third career so fast. My little baby, Obama, you don't even know what I'm talking about, do you? I know you don't. So you go there. You try to escape here. You know, what the Bible says is anybody that gets in the door other than this way, they're cursed. They cut to pieces. You better read again. So there's one way to get out of here. So you go, I'm going to be slick, man. I'm going to go to Africa. Okay, we go on. You know what you run into over there? You know what happened in Africa? You have no idea. I laugh at people, they say, oh, it's stupid. If that was the case, then why even talk about this? Just let's go back to Africa. Just like stupid Wesley. No people are retarded here. That's why I show you, that's what I say, you can't find people that put two words together that can add to track. Because he's saying my problem was, he did a whole thing about it a couple of years ago. It was the sun. When he didn't know sun, he would get all this science and all that stuff, sun rays. Oh, he got a PhD, right? He claimed he was shit. He all that. I'm saying, okay, if that's the case, then how come the Africans, they got plenty of sun, how come they still got problems? And if it's as simple as that, then why don't we just go back to Africa? You said you ain't going nowhere, or we just get some more sun, we'll be fine. It's just stupid shit. See? Oh, he said, yeah. Because I don't want that. If that bothers you, get the hell away from here. See? Because Noah says, hey man, get it. Here's Noah, right? Man, them shit plagues over there, man. I'm tired of that shit. And he said, shit, I ain't gonna his heart. Okay, go get on it. So you don't understand what I'm doing. I don't want any imperfections. Because you can't see it, if you see an ark, if you know an ark is your salvation, Noah can talk about your mom, your daddy, your grandpa, he's got them hands at their ass and everything else, and you're not getting up that ark. There's no way he can get you up there. Unless he physically throw you up there, and he got a big fight on his hand. So he knows that you ain't for real. If he said anything to get you to walk away. Because I had a lot of people walk away over the years. I shake that, man, I shake that tree all the damn time. Because you ain't for real, and we don't want you. You have to be 100%. You see? 100%. That's what it's all about. Okay. So we have to understand hierarchy. Oh, here I go again. See? And the person that gives you tickets. Because you got to respect that. The foot got to respect the brain has to do his job. Because the brain does his job, it's benefiting the foot too. But the foot benefits the brain, both of them in trouble. Okay? But the brain don't put itself above the foot, it just says, leave me alone, let me do my function. Respect my function. I say, I'm better than you, but respect my function. Because the foot just say, okay, you think you better than me, and you get hurt, and all of a sudden, you get the point, you get the brain's attention. Nobody's better than anybody else, but everybody has a function, and you better respect that function. And you got to respect Master Muhammad as your God, because that's the function he's serving. That's the function he's doing. You can't just sit down and say, I'm this, I'm that. Well, if you're that, do the function. You have to come and tell me, man, I'm a brain cell. Well, then do the function. You have to tell me, function of the brain cell will make your brain cell. I got evidence of what I'm doing. Nobody's plant was able to break those seals. Now they can talk all they want to, they can't break them. I've done it, I have done it. And Scripture tell you what it took to do it. And what the result would be. You understand? I've done it. So I have to go around exalting myself or whatever. And if you're intelligent, you respect the person, you respect the brain cell for being a brain cell. See? You say, hi, Mr. Brain Cell. Hi, Mr. Brain Cell. See? You don't say, hey, no. You give respect. Being a brain cell. You give Master Muhammad respect being a God. He shows you God. Who can control this planet on the physical level? They tell the military who controls the skies. Who controls the skies? They tell you he controls the skies. They can't put anything up against him. Don't you understand anything, brothers and sisters? Who controls the thought zone, the atmosphere? Who's got your mind? Your mind was safeguarded. Make sure no would be tamper-proof. Your errors in it. So someone can jump up into my eye. They can holler, scream all you want to the graveyard. That's not going to do anything. It's do anything for you. You go to the gym, live one way, holler, like some of the clowns go to the gym. You got 10 pounds, I said, you want to slap the shit out of them. What the hell, you know, holler, what's that for? It's going to make you stronger. I didn't count on it. So you go like, talk loud. You think that's going to do something? That's not uploading Injil. Uploading Injil is you got to get in there and study and learn it. Start breaking, right? Those atomic bombs. See? They'll get you to do after. I'm going to stop there because I can go into a whole lot of stuff about that. See? I'm going to do a little. Oh, man. So much talking. I'm going to do a little. Oh, boy, I don't know if I just wrote or not. You know, the reality you're in right now, that's the reality you created. But we got to take consideration the resistance that devil puts up, so it's a combination of both. So it's like, you're dealing with a headwind, you drive 60 miles an hour, right? I mean, you want to go 50 miles an hour, but you got a headwind of 20 miles an hour. So you want to go 60, you want to go 50, but you got a headwind of 20 miles an hour, right? That means you're only going 30 miles an hour if you got foot on and say 50. Because it's not measuring the little speed, it's measuring the tires. How much ground the tire, the rotation of the tire, that's what it's measuring. So the winds will push you back to 20 pounds, so 20 miles per hour. So if you press down to 50, you're only going 30 if you got a headwind of 20 miles per hour. So if you want to go 50, you got to get up to, right? If you, let me back up here. If you got it at 50, you're only going 30 as a 20. So if you want to go 50, that means you got to put it up to 70. So in real time, if you got a cop, this little thing, he gonna see you going at 50, he know you say it's 70 on there. Because you got that headwind. Because if you measure, you're only going 30, even though you say 50, because you got 20 mile per hour headwind. And so we got a headwind here with these devils. Superman's trying to break through it. Master Muhammad is working on it also. But still got a headwind. So let's forget about the headwind. Let's take out the, right? If there wasn't a headwind, the reality that you in any particular time, that's the reality you created. Because you took the energy you got, and that's the form you gave it. So if you live in a prison or something, that's the form you gave it. Because all the things you did, consequences, all the stuff you did came in, and that's the form you gave it. So now you lock yourself up in that prison. You're your own warden. You're your own warden because you lock yourself up in there. I hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Forget about the devils. They don't say you have no resistance. And that's where you find yourself. We find ourselves over here, right? We got to resist it also because we have enough energy to control ourselves. So if you have enough energy to control yourself, someone's controlling you. Energy just doesn't sit there. It's controlled by somebody. So if you have energy to control yourself, and somebody's controlling you. So now we have enough energy to control ourselves. See? But we do have a headwind. And those brothers and sisters that are in prison, right now, unless they're demons, most of them in there are in there, they lock themselves up in there. They lock themselves in because self-imposed energy deprivation. Like some of these brothers and sisters getting shot down, they're not demons, they shot themselves down. They create a situation, they create a negativity that brought that about. Like I said, because we have resistance, the devils get the quality of our resistance. They get the quality of our negative energy. They determine the quality. We get home, we determine the quality of our negative, if we have any negative energy, they determine the quality of it. So you got 100 units of bad luck, so to speak, right? And say a unit is worth a bullet. You got 100 bullets coming at you. If you run into a devil, you're doing that to yourself. What's happening right now is doing it to yourself. Like I said, I've had nothing but bad luck since I've been working with Angel. I'm doing that to myself. When I use all the energy I have, the positive energy I have, I'm giving it to Lazarus. I'm doing it to raise Lazarus. I'm using it to raise Lazarus up. So that's the form of energy it's taken. So I know that. Because before I did that, anybody knows me, I was doing very well. I was, would you go up in the middle class, on the way to being wealthy, living in a mini mansion, 5 bathrooms, 3 stories, 5, 6 bathrooms, a nice piece of land, a detached garage with a room over top of it. In New Jersey, very expensive at the time. And all that went away when I devoted myself to Angel 100%. Family and everything all went away. Didn't have to. But this was entrusted to me. You have entrusted me. Your forefathers entrusted me. They put their trust in me to save them at the last minute. They put all that trust in me. Look on me. I looked at it and said, I couldn't believe it. Me? I never looked at myself like that. They put all that trust in me. I said, I'm going to live up to it. Anybody knows me, I have not blinked an eye. 100%. So what they're doing is they're tricking you to destroy yourself, give your inheritance. They give your inheritance. Right? Destroy yourself, create negative energy for yourself. Out here running around with Western already told you, whatever his name is,
He don't give a F about you. He said, white lives matter. And I listened to that boy's interview, and that boy's stupid. He is stupid. I ain't saying crazy, but he is stupid. Because nothing he said made any sense to me. He said a few couple things that kind of like rang a bell, but you couldn't connect two things together. To me, he's the richest black man ever lived or whatever. No, he's not. He's one of the poorest. But you don't understand what the Quran says. Those who love this world life, Allah give it to him and hurry. But there's no push from here. So that means there's no point. He's not going to hereafter. He can't make it. He said, what another thing said, what the Prophet Muhammad said in the Hadith? He said, a rich man get in heaven, it's easier for a camel to get through an eye of a needle. Where are you going? Remember to talk about Nicodemus? That's Falcon. He secretly comes to me, right? And go. I said, hell no, you're a demon. You gotta be born again, man. You can't come. You straight like Nicodemus, demon. You said it's righteous right now. You come all holy. No, because you're a demon. And nothing you can do to get in here. He said, we gotta be born again. So, the Christian, well, they say what they want to say. No, because you're born a demon. You're born original. So you create your own situation, brothers and sisters. I'm not, like I said, I decided to go on this mission and give it all in all to raise my people. I'm not doing to be worshipped or anything like that. I frown on it. I tell people that want to do that, I tell them right now, stop cold. No, don't be doing that. I'm just your brother. That's why Muhammad said he was just your brother. He was your nephew. That's that devil stuff. That's all over. That's not going on in the hereafter. That you call hereafter. This is about the hereafters. You know what you mean by the hereafter. You have the devil's gone. You have to get back home. You have to stop being stupid. You have to get your mind back. You have to kill that word hereafter. What they referring to, because you assume too many things. Like Mr. Shai used to say, right? When you assume something, you make an ass, assume, ASS, out of you, ASSU, and me, ASSU, and me, assume. Stop assuming, brothers and sisters. Be accurate. Check your language. Check your definitions. It's claiming you're a mathematician. Be a mathematician, be accurate. Choose your words properly. If you can't say them, you can't say them like me, right? You can write them. Sometimes I even write them, I get an error. I'm not going to blame it on YouTube, but I tell you a couple times, I know I spelled that right. Yeah, I look back at it, I said, I don't know how that happened, because I double check everything. And I know I'm not that tired. But it's still my responsibility. So I don't like blaming other people for anything. I said, my ex-demon for wife, I didn't blame her. I said, I'm not blaming you. See, I saw you coming, I didn't do anything about blaming myself for being stupid enough to be with your dumb ass. So it's my fault, not yours. See? So I don't blame her. And that's my fault. And then sticking with her after I realized where she was, whose fault is that? My fault. I ain't blaming her for that. She's a demon. She's a demon. Right? So demons do what demons do. So stop blaming other people, brothers and sisters, for what you're doing. Stop blaming other people for your situation. Stop doing that. Okay? Don't be doing that. Anyway, brothers and sisters, let's move on to the presentation. Now, these plagues, okay, let me get some background information here. When we were in slavery, that was justified. There was no repercussions going to come to those because of enslavement. That's why in the Abrahamic covenant, it was enslavement and persecution. See? We chose to submit to them. There was no replication because that was the balance. I talked about the balance, the perfect balance. That was the balance at the time. See? But when they went to persecution, that means they was unjust, as Christ says. Not touch that tree, they be unjust. They were unjust. So therefore, at that point, right, consequences come in. Because they were going to take $10 from us every day. They took $20. $10, that was justified, but they took 20. That means that's 10 every day that's built up against them. So that was the Holocaust. Not the enslavement part, the persecution part, which was beyond anybody could imagine. Now I'm going to get into details here. So as far as the demons are concerned, see, they went to the Holocaust too. But any treatment of them was unjust. All treatment of them was unjust because they were devils too. They were devils too, it's just blackface. So all the treatment against them that they went, they didn't go to the tents that we went through, because most was mass children in mass house. We saw Django, how he almost did as good master did. But not all of them. But they were persecuted and discriminated against and everything else. Not just against the word, but still any persecution of them whatsoever, any, was unjust. That's why they're getting all they're getting now. That's why they're so successful now. Because that's why Allah's, like it says, Allah hates it too. That's why they're getting all these blessings. That's why you got people like, yeah, Kanye, whatever the hell his name is, multi-billionaire. Couldn't get all this right now. That's why but they have no place. They get all this on this side. Because they not get on the other side. They don't get to the other side to begin with. We already closed the door on that. That's why they're getting it now. Do you understand? Because that's justice. Because they was persecuted against also unjustly. So now they're getting their reward now. And for some of you, from your point of view, man, this guy got billionaires, this guy got $10 million, they got nice houses and everything else. Because it says those who get this world's life have no portion hereafter. Those who love this world's life have no portion hereafter. And of course, they're not going to speak against America. How are they going to speak against America? America goes, their wealth goes with them. Who's facing a dollar bill? Of course, Oprah and they ain't going to speak against America. They don't want America go anywhere because their wealth goes with them. Understand? So that takes care of the demons. So now, because unjust treatment of us, it built up. It's like termites eating away at the foundation. And now the house is about to fall. As a result of all that injustice it was doing. It's about to fall. Now you're starting to see the result. See? And we get into form, because now that we're not suffering energy deprivation anymore. Maybe some of us suffer self-imposed energy deprivation, but the fact that we're not suffering anymore means now that we have control of our energy, right? We're getting control of it. Let me take that back. Because as long as we're here, they'll have control of the quality of it. Have control of the quality of it. But see, Suleiman, because he has his mind back, he has the energy, he's the master angel, so that's why he's the firstborn of the dead ones, right? He has his mind back, right? So he can deal with that resistance that they have over the quality of our energy, because he's fighting on that level. So it's rare. He's fighting on the atmospheric level. Atmospheric level, that's a good word. So now he's seeing results. And he's getting stronger and stronger every day. He's getting stronger and stronger every day. It says the struggle of the evil devils is every week. What does it mean by that? The struggle of the devils is every week. That means they get weaker and weaker by the day in which they are. If they get weaker, that means we get stronger. No, everything has to balance. If they get weaker, energy don't just sit there. So they lose control. That means we gain control. Now, anybody see America lose control? So who's gaining control? Who's gaining control that they're losing? They're losing because somebody's gaining. It ain't just happening. Somebody's gaining, that's why they're losing. So who's gaining control? It tells you an angel. Every time they broke one of those seals, they start losing control. The more right? One seal says the second seal took a piece away from the other. They started just slurring each other. Okay? I'm not going to detail about that because I got these two sisters that's going to blow you away with that one. I'm sure they're going to do a good job. These sisters, they talk well. But I should just stop talking, just get on my script, let them talk for me, because they talk. The sisters, they normally, if you understand the brain, they say that women are naturally clear talking, not talking about as far as wisdom concerned, but talking about eloquent. They're eloquent than men. And I guess good, because you love to hear women talk, don't you? I don't hear one of these dudes talking, what they were talking about. But you love your sister when she's talking, she's singing, she's talking, boy, that's beautiful, ain't it? Doesn't do something to touch your soul. That's where they're at heaven. And we're going to protect them. At all costs. If you can't, I will. And that's why Muhammad will. So we got their back. And they shouldn't worry about anything anymore. Because I ain't going to put fear in these sisters anymore. I can't put fear in these sisters and you're dead. No fear in these sisters anymore. Ever. But then sisters, don't go out here and what they call it, antagonize and what's the word they use, and provoking their brothers and your husband and so forth. Don't be provoking them now. Because we got your back and you start going to kick ass. You better not do that back to me for something. I'm not going to tell you that. No, don't be doing that. Be respectful. You got 180 degrees. What we're saying is that the brothers got to respect you, but you got to respect yourself. So we gain control over them. They lose control because we're gaining. So that means we start to get quality, right, to our control over them. See, because they had total control of our quality of our energy since we've been here. But now, if it says the angel, once you got your mind back, now you can start getting control of the quality of theirs. And that's what the plagues are about. And these plagues represent Armageddon. And where's Armageddon? It's European war. As the Quran says, we're going to let some of them surge against others. That's what the plagues are, isn't it? There's the European war. There's a war after that. Right? There's a war before that. But these 9 plagues are the aspects of Armageddon, European war, and the main purpose of them is, because they was warned. I warned them a few weeks back. It's too late now. So let us go. That's the purpose of them. See? Destroy their ability, have any control over us whatsoever, so our people can escape here. Because that's what the plagues refer for, to make them let us go. Because they have you many ways, brothers and sisters, that you don't understand. So I'm not saying, when I say let you go, I don't mean just let you walk out of here. Let you go mentally, let you go physically, let you go psychologically, let you go emotionally. They got you in control of all these different things. And we have to break their control over that, because we can't let you go home emotionally still locked down here. Psychologically, remember the story about Lot's wife? Don't look back. We can't have you looking back. We got to break that. It says, Allah will lift you up, but you clean earth. We got to break that totally. That's what I told him. You have to let my people go immediately, and you have to proclaim everything you did to them so they can be clear of you. Understand all the tricks and everything you've done. That's why I said that way. So that's why we lead out with great wealth and had a total break of their controls. So like I said right now, one ways they control you, self-imposed innovation. They don't have any control over you. But the point is, they deceive you. They get you to use your energy against yourself. We got to stop that. We can't let you go to that mindset. Hope I understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to go through this rather quickly. Right? I'm not going into a lot of detail about there's a lot of reasons I can't go into a lot of detail because speaking to you is speaking to them. So let's go through it. Let's see what comes with, brothers and sisters. Now, I've got to make a couple of remarks here. The plagues. Now, it tells you in chapter 18, this is Babylon fallen. So this, in one day will come the plagues of her. See, in one day all this would happen in 1 year period of time. Okay? Death, mourning, and famine. Famine, that's a big one. When you say famine, you need to restudy that. These sisters are going to talk about that one. Because that's what, brothers, I've really been trying to hear on that lately. But I backed down just a little bit, give sisters a chance to step in and talk about that one. Because sisters were most likely to understand this one more than brothers. Because they got children to think about, mouths to feed. Brother, he talk all about, I just, no. Sister says they don't think that way. And maybe that sister be able to penetrate that mind of the hard-headed brother. She can explain it to him, right? You know, I was rolling pins. Look, you got it now? No, don't do that, sister. Right? And the fire could burn down. So, and one day was 1 year. Plague occurred, death, mourning, and famine. See, death represents the invasion by China. Right? Famine, they say famine here, that means they're talking about just not food growing. There'll be no food. No food in America, none. I will explain that. The whole presentation I gave where they say, God said there will be no food, no birds, no fish, nothing. Now the question is, there's no food at all, and it's a 1 year period, where are they going to be in? Well, just die, they ain't going to die anyway. Plagues, death, mourning, famine, and fire. The Bible says no, the scripture says no. It says they be young children. And they can eat, children, think about that one. If they get the point to eat on children, and you out here, 3/5 human, anything that's not 1% human can be eaten. You 3/5 human, no, good, I think good is like 2/5 human because DNA is similar. That's why I say 3/5 human, because you're not totally white. So it means you're not really human. You're only 3/5 human. Anything not totally human can be eaten. Think about that one. And then fire should burn down. The plagues is coming upon America. This is doing Armageddon. See? And for strong the law of God judging these, we bring this ain't just happening. The God is bringing this about. And they will weep, not no mystery God. And they will weep and they will strike themselves upon her, the kings of earth, with her having committed fornication, having lived unreigning luxury, where they may be looking and smoking fire her. Right? Strike themselves upon her. What does that mean? Who's king of earth? That's European countries. They're going to be fighting with America. You already see beginning that already. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I heard a voice out of heaven say, "Come ye out, people with me." This is 18th chapter Revelation again, right? See, so you should not share together the sin of her. Now, Pharaoh can't tell me you ain't going nowhere. He says, "No, that just means coming out of her religion and everything else." Really? They tell you to be a family with no food? And that all it means is just come out of her religion? So what you going to eat? Or maybe the better question is, who are you eating by? Whose plate you going to be on? Use that damn dumbass if you want to, because he's going to, okay. See, he says, come out of here, get the hell out. That's what, Is that what they did in Gomorrah? Oh man, look, God's gonna bring these hailstones down. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go in our secret chambers, and we're gonna, we're not gonna worship their holidays anymore. And those hailstones, man, they're gonna come down. They're gonna see it. We into their technology, we into their society, we embrace their false God, and that hailstone say, "Hey, that's a good one. Hey, let's get to us, go to that one next door." That what you think is going to happen? See? Because her sins out of the place of her in order that she should receive. Because we're going to get all her sins into heaven, because the mind of God unjust acts for her. She was unjust. That's why she's receiving a massive injustice which she was given. Giving back to her also, she back to, in other words, give double. That's a hard one there. I'm not going into that in detail because that would be unjust if we gave her back double what she did to us, wouldn't it? And we gave her double what she gave to us. Wouldn't that be unjust? We're not unjust people. So that means something else I'm not going to right now. But she's going to get everything she had coming, right? According to the words of her, and the cup of her she mingle. Give to her double. And the man she glorified herself and lived unreigning luxury, so much give you to her torment and mourning. That's what she gave to us, torment and mourning. So we should give them back double. Maybe one day I'll explain out what that means. The bottom line she'll get. But, from her point of view, America's point of view, these devils' point of view, they don't think we gave 10 times as much from their point of view, because hell is raging. And now Lord, back to Exodus. Right? Now Lord said to Moses, "One more plague I will bring on Pharaoh in Egypt. After he will let you go from here. Will let you go, he will surely drive you out from there completely." So I'm going to let you read that on your own. But it said completely. It doesn't say partially to 6 states, right? Or stop big Christianity, or stop smoking and drinking. That's what it says. It said completely. He will drive you out completely. He will drive you out. I mean, he's going to drive you out. So think about it. He said, we're going to drive ourselves out. He says, he will drive you out. So what's going on? He'll say, you better stop smoking. You better stop being a Christian. You better stop babies. Because he said, he's going to drive you out. So fast and Farrakhan saying, you got to stop doing it. According to Farrakhan, you got to be driving yourself out. He's going to drive you out. So what is it more likely? It's more likely he puts you out of this country? Or you sit around and say, I'm going to be with Farrakhan now. I'm going to stop doing this stuff. He said, he will drive you out. But think about it. I'm going to leave that there, boss, just let you think about that one. Because I want to get through these. Okay, we'll go back one at a time, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about it. I'm just going to give you a brief explanation, right? But the first is blood. Now, you have to send Angel to get that one because it says like a 6th seal, right? The sun became black as the sackcloth here and the moon hole became his blood. Gets back to that, but I'm not going into detail about that. But the bottom line is, this is the war between the dragon and his angels and Michael's angels. And the shooting is going to be with them, because that's the house of Sod. That's the dragon. They control the Sunni. It's going to be a bloody war. This is where it takes place. That means they try to tell you that Sunni is going to be in that war too. Oh, that was the thing I was saying. I mean, if the sisters listening, no, not the sisters, excuse me, and the brothers listening, they're not Arabs. And for the sister, right, they're not fake Arabs. They are Arabs. They are half brothers, but they are Arabs, not fake Arabs. And not Arabs. So those who are aware know what I'm talking about, right? They're not fake Arabs. They were Arabs. They're not fake brothers. They should be. I mean, what they did to us, they betrayed us. That's what's going on. It's a very bloody war. Very bloody war. And that's the first part of it, because we get more blood when we return home, then we got to finish them off. Okay? Blood on both sides, a lot of blood spilled. And that war is going to take place in the Middle East pretty soon. It's going to be a very bloody war. Very bloody. And the second one. Now let me get back to when I said it's a European war, right? Because this is the war that triggers that one. So we make a connection. That war is what triggers Armageddon. So it's continuation. And I'll go into more of that in more detail another time. Then say the frogs. Now the frogs, that's these Christian blacks. See? They be riding and everything all over the place. Because that was demon war. Because a lot of problems. We saw this George Floyd thing, Black Lives Matter kind of stuff. Because a lot of confusion in America. They're the frogs. That's not a plague at a time that America's at war. And because a lot of confusion in America. America's not going to be rioting and all that kind of stuff, partly because they're going to try and get them drafted to go to war. They're going to say, no, we don't want to do that unless you're going to give us 6 states or whatever. That's these demons. Saying we're rioting and causing all kind of civil disobedience. And that's going to be very detrimental. America's at war in Europe, but it's going to be a very, very, very dramatic war. So we'll get into that in a minute. That's frogs. Then that's and these ice. This is a great betrayal. Am I saying this right? Got to say I do something. Okay, yeah, that's what I got it right. It's a great betrayal on two fronts. We already see signs of it already, but the NATO and EU is going to turn against America. That's what it was. The kings of earth struck themselves. They're the kings of the earth. Because remember that America, Britain, falls Israel, Europe, Russia. That's what the angel calls the earth. So they slaughtered each other. That's what it says in the second seal, right? Took peace from the earth. They'd be slaughtering each other. Because America's states have peace now. But that war in the Middle East, they lose it. That's going to trigger this, and they're going to start fighting each other. With betrayal. On top of that, another problem. Because when Europe betrays them, EU is going to be against America because they blame America. They're going to be short of fuel and all kinds of things. You also got false Israel is under siege. And right now, at that point, right, they're starving. They have no food. All their food been cut off. They're under siege. Okay? Well, let me take a segue here. That's why it says, man's hearts be failing with few of those things coming upon the earth. Remember, earth was in the European countries, specifically America, because the powers of heaven has been shaken. Now, if heaven's floating on sun and star, how do they know that? That's Europe. That's the Middle East. Who has the power of the Middle East right now? America, false Israel, and Britain. That they kicked out. The powers are shaken. And now, man's hearts will be failing for fear of those things coming. What's coming from the earth? What's coming from the earth? And what's coming from the earth as a result of the powers that are being shaken. So what is that? What happens is when America and Britain kicked out, they leave false Israel alone and abandoned, isolated, under siege. That's the result or the powers of heaven be broken. So why would men's hearts be failing for that? Because they say, what you see happen here is about to come to the earth. What's happening here? If you understand the scripture says they're going to be under siege for a while. It doesn't say exactly how long, a month, 2 months. They have no food. So they're going to start eating each other. Wholesale. They fight each other. Their own son. They said the way it's going to be, said the son will be the father and the father will be the son. That means they're going to wholesale fight between themselves. They're fighting each other to eat. They're at war between themselves to eat. And that's what they said. That's going to be spread all over the world. And the whole world's going to see that. That's the abomination of desolation. And that's what it says. Man's heart's flame for fear of those things come over. And that's what's going to happen in America. There'll be no food, and people are going to be eating each other and everything else. And that's what we fear. It says, men's hearts are failing for fear of those things, and anticipation of those things, because we know it's coming. You know it's coming. So the powers of heaven will be shaken. That's the famine, because now they understand the scripture. And then you got Suleiman, he's got a bull, what they call a bullhorn. Right, he's got an international voice now, and he's telling me, explaining what it means anyway. So that's the lice. The lice is America's over there, they think they had native with them, they got you, and they turn against them. And now, you got all that, plus, remember they were fighting against the old allies, France, Germany, they would turn against America. All in there with everything else. But how many of those people over here in America? See, during World War II, they went to war with Japan, they locked up all the Japanese. They ain't there over in America. But the point is, you got French over here, they still loyal to France, Germans over here, still loyal to Germans, they're going to be tearing this country apart. Sabotage and everything else. Because they don't go with their people. See? They be loyal, patriotic to their countries. That's what that means, brothers and sisters. They've been there all aspects of the country. And this is an add-on to that. Supplement to that. Because when I said false Israel is under siege, they take down, and they take down the hard way. Because they were going to siege the Palestinians and everything on it. Right? Because after they finish all that, they're going to be on siege. They want the whole world to see who they really are. See them as savages eating each other. And then they destroy them. Okay? And America, Britain is not, it shows you, they're not going back in there to fight again. See, because they already know, they started with an air armada. All their jet planes, they know they just bombed the place. And that's when Master Muhammad says, Michael's angels, with the word of the dragon's angels, Master Muhammad intervenes, writes out the Air Force, they send over there, air armada. And now it reduced the whole place, and they neutralized their nuclear weapons. Now the whole Middle East, right, is denuclearized, and false Israel cannot win a ground war outnumbered like 50 to 1. That's how they get under siege, surrounded, and they cannot tell the American people how their Air Force, and they was defeated like that. They can't tell American people that Master Muhammad did this. They can't tell people that. That was shame to their core. So they tell them, Russia did it. Russia's help. So that's how Russia, that's how Europe blows up. But the point here is that the false Israels that's here, the false Israel people, call themselves Jews, so over here in America and in Britain, they're going to be, oh man, catatonic. Because they see how false Israel being torn apart, and they see how cannibalism and what they're doing over there, and how Iran and Syria as they sieging them with no mercy, and Palestinians about to get a hold to them with there be no mercy, and they can't get America to go back over there and save those people. They're going to rebel, and they're in all high places in America, and they're going to start directly and indirectly undermining America from within. trying to blackmail America to go back in and say they're people. That's what the flies are. So it's supplement to the lice in the, right? So lice is the European country, but now you got false Israel's part of that, that's part of it, and now they taking it in mind America, because they're in every high place in America. They throw all kind of industry there, they cause all kind of havoc. All kinds of havoc. That's about bone sisters, so let's move on. That's the flies. Now it's my livestock. And so all the livestock, Pharaoh's livestock, we kill, but none of Moses' livestock, but none of the children of Israel, none of Israel's livestock. That's not a lie. That's the two right there. See? Because they're going to attack. At this point, they're going to attack black folks. All black folks. See? But their lives are going to be protected. That's what I was telling you. We had there. Then the bills. There's like a disease. Everybody over Europe, including American forces, boils. That sores will come out all over the people. So these will break out as a cause of war and famine and all the stuff that's going on. And the chemicals, right? Chemical warfare they're going to be doing over there. Of course, blisters come out all over everybody's body in Europe. That's what it is. Assalamu alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals. Welcome. Welcome, brothers and sisters. I'm going to talk about the 9 plagues. I'm still working on my system. I think I got many things corrected now, but still got a few more things to do, so bear with me. Brothers and sisters, let me do something here right quick. These are awesome times. Awesome times. But I fear that many of you, or most of you, don't understand at all. These are awesome times, but who's stepping up to the plate? It says, Suleiman would look around and be amazed that there was no one to step up with him. That's what it says. You know, before I met Elijah Muhammad, I had never met a black person that had one positive thought in their head, and one thought period. I don't think they could add 5 plus 5. I was amazed. Because I met Elijah Muhammad when I was 21. I've been in the military, I've been, Vietnam, Germany, been different places. And a lot of black people from all over the country. And it'd be me one that could put 2 thoughts together. And I didn't understand it because I was a thinking person. I was always studying and reading. Now, the knowledge I have right now didn't come overnight. It comes out of 73 years of constant studying. It's constant studying. And I didn't have anybody to teach me. I didn't go to college. I don't have a degree. Because I looked at it and I said, wait a minute, hold it. I'm going to pay this person all this money to teach me. And the first thing they do is pull out a book. I said, hell, I can read. I can go get that book myself. And that's what I did. I didn't sit around and wait for somebody to tell me things, watch cartoons, Disney World, Disneyland, and, movies and Netflix. No, I was studying, constantly studying. See? Because that's my nature. But that should be your nature too if you're an original person. So who took that from you? Because you see the universe out there, you put that out there. You didn't put that out there by scratching your ass. You put it out there by sitting around here, right, eating, drinking pina coladas, and laying down on the beach, get some fake suntan. So what happened? Because your mind was stolen from you. And so what the scientists did, they put your mind in a book called Injil. They lock it down tight, real tight. Impregnable lock. So no one could mess with it, nobody could take it, nobody could destroy it, because that's your mind. Where do you return you? Because the only way you can return, you have to have thorough knowledge of self, what Master Muhammad told you, and that means you have to get your mind back. It tells you that both in Daniel, it tells you that both in Mark, right? It tells you that both in, that's I said Daniel, right? It tells you in all those books. You have to get your mind back. Your mind was stolen from you. So it was preserved. So you understand, mind is like software. Mind is software. You have a computer, but you have software to run it. It's just a computer that's set there. And you have to get good software. And your mind is software. And that's the engine of software. And it was locked down tight. Invincible lock. Impregnable lock. And they should no one get at it, and they only entrust it to one person. They only even entrust it to the God. They only entrusted one person, and they knew, they was positive, they was sure, that that person would know what to do with it. They would entrust that person with, only one person was entrusted with it. It's like engrams. It was written in a way that only his mind, that person's mind, forget it. And he will trust it with your mind. That's why I said the Lamb's Book of Life, you will trust with your mind. Your mind. That's a hell of a responsibility. It said, and do it, and make it, not only that, but it was entrusted with that, but it was not just entrusted with them to be able, it was entrusted with them to do the impossible. To release that mind. So you not just have to find it, right? You had to do the impossible. Break those seals. We require an effort, an impossible effort. Because it says, no one in heaven or earth or beneath earth was worthy. And he said, Abel said, worthy. Right? And he was slain from the foundation of earth. That means, do you know what it means? The foundation. What was the foundation of earth laid? 76 trillion years ago. They said, look, he was slain on like 76 trillion years of work to do this. That's what it would take. That's why the book was sealed. And plus the effort to lift those seals would have been impossible. So you might have the mind to do it, but you have to put the effort. You might have the mind to do it, but you have to put the effort in. You have to do both. Man had to do both. And what is he going to get out of it? Lifting you up. He's doing it for you. He didn't ask you for any money. Because if you couldn't pay him, how are you going to pay him for that kind of effort? $1 billion, $10 billion? That's going to sacrifice life. He had to give his life. See, I share this very few people. I'm not going to go into details, but I had a revelation when I was a child about this, and I never liked that revelation because it said that when the end would come, just before the end, I would be burned out totally, right? Wasted. See? So it said. Right there. And I know it must be the end, bro, because I can't feel any more wasted than I am right now, bro. 30-some years of preaching to graveyard. And so it said it would take 30 years or more preaching to the grave, talking with nothing happening. Because remember, Ezekiel says, can these bones live? That's the effort. So, and that's hard for somebody to be doing something and don't see a result, because they call it insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and not getting a non-result. But that's what it required. Based on their technique, based on their understanding, it would take an insane effort to do this. And so what you're seeing is the result of that. But you don't see the process. You couldn't handle the process. That's why these clowns out there with all that stuff, I laugh at them because they're nothing. They're like an ant going up against a Hulk. They're nothing. They didn't put the work in. They don't know how to do what I know. I mean, you only get a small portion of what I know anyway. And that's even before the angel. So, they want, the first God 76 trillion years ago by that person's self. By itself. Alone in total triple darkness, just like the sperm in the womb, all by itself. No mystery God down there, Farrakhan. And it's got that age, unit all by itself, right? But it's got enough wisdom to start taking energy from that aid material and start to create itself. So that's what the first God was like. See, these things, the things that you see in life now are just reflections of the creation. Because if you study the sperm in the womb, that's pretty much how the creation went. Okay? Now the Quran says signs everywhere. Go use the same model over and over again. I mean, it's a perfect model, why change it? So and no one knows how long he was there in the center of the universe, which is the center of Earth, all by itself, alone, totally. Nobody knows there was no sun or moon, anything to measure time. Nobody knows. Some say million years, some say trillions and billions. Nobody knows. Maker, owner, queen of the planet Earth, God, so he alone started this creation you see. First, formed the earth. So nobody has how long he was alone before he started replicate itself. But alone, had to make that decision. Do I just sit here on my ass and let nothing happen? Or do I start doing something? With mine. That's a decision that being had to make. Do I sit in total triple darkness, doing nothing, or do I start doing something with this creation? That's a decision you have to make. And you see the decision, you see the result of it. And Caleb, as smart as he thinks is, he can't touch it. Like he could not touch the angel. And we got people who think, and now we see, once we finish the creation, now it's time to enjoy it. And we've got some people saying that, oh man, they get a free ride. See, that devils, they want this creation. They try to take it. And they would be successful in taking it. As soon as wasn't on the scene, and Master Muhammad is on the scene, and still made successful at that, because if they could still, at their last minute, get you to sell out, reparations, restore Jacob and Sue, sell your birthright, they'll achieve it. That's what they want. They want it. And read that story carefully, because maybe they might win. They might succeed. Because I tell you right now, if you despise your inheritance, then we just tell you kiss our butt, we move on. And we'll take them and make something out of them. Remember what John said to John the Baptist? He said, you don't come out here so we can make soul out of stones. What are you talking about? Soul out of stones. That means we can use them. If you reject it, you better read that story carefully. That may be prophecy. That may be prophecy. Because they fight for this kingdom. And you sit around watching NFL, scratching your ass, vaping, and all that stuff, and they fight for this creation. You got a story of Jacob and Esau? It was your inheritance, you forsake it. You spit on it, you shit on it. You better think about that real hard. Because we don't need you. Remember, the male carries the seed. There's plenty of females on the other side of the world. You despise your inheritance and skip like Farrakhan is trying to trick you to do, cheap demon. You despise it and sell it. I read that story over and over again, brother. So I said, are they trying to say that that's what these people are going to do? And that's why I'm here, to make sure you have the right information. So you can't say you didn't have the right information. So if you sign that contract, God will honor it. He honored Jacob's side of the contract with Esau. Even Esau, Jacob tricked him out of it. Because Jacob wanted it, and Esau despised it. Say, oh man, I just give you the soup. You better read that story carefully, brothers and sisters. Because I'm out here, whether you come with me or not. And that's why I'm hungry. He's there, whether you accept it or not. And we're going back home whether you like it or not. And we're going to have the promised land whether you like it or not. And if you don't want it, give it to someone else. We give it to this Jacob, the fake inheritor. False Israel trying to pretend they have it. Oh, why is that? See, well, this is some things, you know. I don't know. I really when I talk, you know, like somebody keeps saying, "Why do you keep talking?" Because I'm going to raise Lazarus. Now, what Lazarus does, that's up to him. I'm going to raise him. I'm raising him. And that's going to happen. That's not going to go undone. I'm making it happen. It's going to happen. Right? I'm not going to fail in my mission. But what Lazarus does, see, he wake up, sign that contract, and I'll take these seven, deceived by Farrakhan, because Farrakhan pretending that he's representing God. Or they got a big deception vision going for you. But you better read that carefully. Okay? Because you end up over here burnt up when your enemies who persecute you, stole from you, cheated you, end up inheriting the kingdom. You better read that story carefully. Is it prophecy? You better read that story carefully. A threat? Yes, a threat. But read that story. I'm not making a threat. I'm just telling you. Okay? It's a threat if you want to take that way. Because you made that deal, it's going to be honored. But read that story carefully. So very, very carefully. Because all these trickers out here, see, you think, some people say, I ain't with Farrakhan. They're all with Farrakhan. They said to do that. So if they can't, if you see the Farrakhan, they got a second base for you. Don't you understand anything? If you get past this travel, they can't, Farrakhan can't fool them anymore. So it has a second trap, but they fall into that one. Oh, we ain't with Farrakhan, but you still ain't with Suleiman, ain't you? You're still not with the injury. You're still in your right mind. They don't care if you miss that plane by 1 billionth of a second. If you missed by 1 billion trillionth of a second, you still missed it. So they don't care if you missed heaven by a trillionth of a second, you still missed it. And like Elijah said, a lot of people are going to come that close and stumble. I'm making it clear to you, brothers and sisters, because these people, they fight for this kingdom. We say they fight for it. They fight for it. They're about to go to war for it. While you sitting around vaping, right? Some of you have to hear Farrakhan's ass. Some got Silas ass. Some got Democratic Party. I mean, you're all over the place. But you ain't where you're supposed to be. You're in the right place. That's your choice. Because the plane's gonna leave on time. I got the tickets. Master Muhammad has the transportation, and like you're on a train, everything else, right? You have to have tickets to get on that train. Conductor, he just conducts you, right? It's the ticket master that allows you to get on that train. That's the same situation, brothers and sisters. So I'm going to talk briefly about these 9 plagues, brothers and sisters. Okay? I'm not going into real detailed explanation of it. But just reiterate, we got this great creation that's prepared. Trees and plants out there. And you inhabit. So the gods of the planets. Unlimited. So see, will be unlimited. That means it's not going to be on the earth. It says God is wide as the heavens and the earth. God is wide as the heavens and the earth. That means that God is going to span, going to include the whole universe. It would be a garden if you couldn't get out there. If you get out there, it's just a dead plant. What good does that be? No, that's prepared. It's all been prepared for you. And you paid the price for it. Now you're going to sit around and do nothing? You want that. But you want to do the course thing. Because if just going through the Holocaust was enough, then we came out in the Holocaust, and mine was right there. Just go to Best Buy and pull it off the shelf. Let's go to Best Buy and pull it off the shelf. It was that. No, because there's a final stage. Because we don't want everybody growing up in there. We make sure what's going is perfect, pure. Because we're going to build a kingdom that lasts forever. Don't you connect the dots? It's got to be a perfect kingdom. You can't be flawed going up in there. So when you come out, you have that last barrier. And to make sure you understand who's who and what's the word you use? The hierarchy. I know I have a word. I always have a hard time spelling that word. Hierarchy. You know what I'm talking about. Hierarchy. But I never wasn't very eloquent. I laugh at myself sometimes. I know these words, I know what they mean, but somehow I try to pronounce them, and as I get older, it seems like it gets more difficult. Hierarchy. Let me stop. You know what I'm talking about, right? See? So you know who God is, because He's the only one to get you out of here. You know, all this stuff was designed, but I can tell you all kinds of things. All this was prepared for you to be over here. Part of the reason why you're over here is just to keep us together. We say, oh, how does that work? Because of the devil's wrath took off, was the personification of negativity that allowed us to keep together. I talked about that a little bit before, I'm not going to it right now. Keep together as a people. See? And then being here, right? You had to overcome this to get back home, to show that you was worthy. That's why I call it the furnace of affliction. See? A purification. So you go back home pure. Why they call you pure gold? Why do you think it's gold and silver? Well, see, these things are not good for nothing. So you go back home perfect. And the furnace, you put gold in the furnace to purify it. 140,000 are pure. We don't want you going back corrupt. A demon. So it's a last process. You have hierarchy. No, I thought I could say it fast enough. I can get right tripped over it. So you know who God is. Because He don't want to get you out of here. So I know somebody said, man, I'm going to go to Africa. Okay, you go there. You know what you run into? You get the third career so fast. But Obama, you don't even know, you don't have what I'm talking about, do you? I know you don't. So you go there. You try to escape here. You know, what the Bible says is anybody that gets in the door other than this way, they're cursed. They cut to pieces. You better read again. So there's one way to get out of here. So you go, I'm going to be slick, man. I'm going to go to Africa. Okay, we go on. You know what you run into over there? You know what happened in Africa? You have no idea. I laugh at people, they say all this stupid. If that was the case, then why even talk about this? Just let's go back to Africa. Just like stupid Wesley. No people are retarded there. That's why I show you, that's what I say, you can't find people that put two words together that can add to track. Because he's saying my problem was, he did a whole thing about it a couple of years ago, It was the sun. When he get no sun, he would get all this science and all that stuff, sun rays. Oh, he break down, he got a PhD, right? He claimed he was shit. He all that. I'm saying, okay, if that's the case, then how come the Africans, they got plenty of sun, how come they still got problems? And it's just simple as that, the mom needs to go back to Africa. You say you ain't going nowhere, or we just get some more sun, we'll be fine. It's just stupid shit. See? Oh, he said, yeah. Because I don't want that. If that bothers you, get the hell away from here. See? Because Noah says, hey man, get it, here's Noah, right? Man, them shit plagues over there, man. I'm tired of that shit. And he said, shit, I ain't good as art. Okay, go get on it. So you don't understand what I'm doing. I don't want any imperfections. Because you can't see it. If you see an ark, if you know an ark is your salvation, Noah can talk about your mom, your daddy, your grandpa, he got them hands at their ass and everything else, and you're not getting up that ark. There's no way he can get you up there. Unless he physically throw you up there, and he got a big fight on his hand. So he knows that you ain't for real. If he said anything to get you to walk away. Because I had a lot of people walk away over the years. I shake that man, I shake that tree all the damn time. Because you ain't for real. And we don't want you. You have to be 100%. You see? 100%. That's what it's all about. Okay. So we have to understand hierarchy. Oh, here I go again. See? And the person that give you the tickets. Because you got to respect that. The foot got to respect the brain has to do his job. Because the brain does his job, it's benefiting the foot too. But the foot benefits the brain, both are in control. Okay? But the brain don't put itself above the foot, it just says, leave me alone, let me do my function. Respect my function. If I'm better than you, better respect my function. Because the foot just say, okay, you think you better than me, and you get hurt, and all of a sudden, you get to the point, you get the brain's attention. Nobody's better than anybody else, but everybody has a function, and you better respect that function. And you got to respect Master Muhammad as your God, because that's the function he's serving. That's the function he's doing. You can't get sit down and say, I'm this, I'm that. But if you that, do the function. You have to come and tell me, man, I'm a brain cell. But if you're doing function, you have to tell me, function of the brain cell will make your brain cell. I got evidence of what I'm doing. Nobody's plant was able to break those seals. Now they talk all they want to, they can't break them. I've done it, I have done it. And Scripture tell you what it took to do it. And what the result would be. You understand? I've done it. So I can go around exalting myself or whatever. And if you tell you respect the person, you respect the brain cell for being a brain cell. See? You say, I miss the brain cell. I miss the brain cell. See? You don't say, hey, no. You give respect. Being a brain cell. You give Master Muhammad respect being a God. He shows you God. Who can control this planet on the physical level? They tell the military who controls the skies. Who controls the skies? They tell you he controls the skies. They can't put anything up against him. Don't you understand anything, brothers and sisters? Who controls the thought zone, the atmosphere? Who's got your mind? Your mind was safeguarded. Make sure no would be tamper-proof. There are no errors in it. So someone can jump up into my eye. They can holler, scream all you want to the graveyard. That's not going to do anything. It's going to do anything for you. You go to the gym, live one way, holler, like some of the clowns go to the gym. He got 10 pounds. I said, man, you want to slap the shit out of him. What the hell, holler. What is that for? It's gonna make you stronger. I didn't count it. So you go like talk loud. You think that's gonna do something? That's not uploading Injil. Uploading Injil is you gotta get in there and study and learn it. Start breaking, right? Those atomic bombs. See? They'll get you to hereafter. I'm going to stop there because I can go into a whole lot of stuff about that. See? I'm going to do a little. Oh, man. So much talking. I'm going to do a little. I don't know if I'm just really or not. You know, the reality you're in right now, that's the reality you created. But we got to take consideration the resistance that devil puts up. So it's a combination of both. So it's like, you're dealing with a headwind, you drive 60 miles an hour, right? I mean, you want to go 50 miles an hour, but you got a headwind of 20 miles an hour. So you want to go 60, you want to go 50, but you got a headwind of 20 miles an hour, right? That means you're only going 30 miles an hour if you got foot on and say 50. Because it's not measuring the little speed, it's measuring the tires. How much ground the tire, the rotation of the tire, that's what it's measuring. So the winds will push you back to 20 pounds, so 20 miles per hour. So if you press down to 50, you're only going 30 if you got a headwind of 20 miles per hour. So if you want to go 50, you got to get up to, right? If you, let me back up here. If you got it at 50, you're only going 30 as a 20. So if you want to go 50, that means you got to put it up to 70. So in real time, if you got a cop, this little thing, he's going to see you going at 50, he know you say it's 70 on there. Because you got that headwind. Because if you measure, you're only going 30, even though you say 50, because you got 20 mile per hour headwind. And so we got a headwind here with these devils. Superman's trying to break through it. Master Muhammad is working on it also. But still got a headwind. So let's forget about the headwind. Let's take out right? If there wasn't a headwind, the reality that you in any particular time, that's the reality you created. Because you took the energy you got, and that's the form you gave it. So if you live in a prison or something, that's the form you gave it. Because all the things you did, consequences, all the stuff you did came in, and that's the form you gave it. So now you lock yourself up in that prison. You're your own warden. You're your own warden because you lock yourself up in there. I hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Forget about the devils. They don't say you have no resistance. And that's where you find yourself. We find ourselves over here, right? We got to resist it also because we have enough energy to control ourselves. So if you have enough energy to control yourself, someone's controlling you. Energy just doesn't sit there. It's controlled by somebody. So if you have energy to control yourself, and somebody's controlling you. So now we have enough energy to control ourselves. See? But we do have a headwind. And those brothers and sisters that are in prison, right now, unless they're demons, most of them in there are in there, they lock themselves up in there. They lock themselves in because self-imposed energy deprivation. Like some of these brothers and sisters getting shot down, if they're not demons, they shot themselves down. They create a situation, they create a negativity that brought that about. Like I said, because we have resistance, the devils get the quality of our resistance. They get the quality about negative energy. They determine the quality. We get home, we determine the quality of our negative, if we have any negative energy, they determine the quality of it. So you got 100 units of bad luck, so to speak, right? And say a unit is worth a bullet. You got 100 bullets coming at you. If you run into the devil, you're doing that to yourself. What's happening right now is doing it to yourself. Like I said, I've had nothing but bad luck since I've been working with Angel. I'm doing that to myself. When I use all the energy I have, the positive energy I have, I'm giving it to Lazarus. I'm doing it to raise Lazarus. I'm using it to raise Lazarus up. So that's the form of energy he's taken. So I know that. Because before I did that, anybody knows me, I was doing very well. I was, would you go upper middle class, on the way to being wealthy, living in a mini mansion, 5 bathrooms, 3 stories, 5, 6 bathrooms, a nice piece of land, a detached garage with a room on top of it. In New Jersey, very expensive at the time. And all that went away when I devoted myself to Angel 100%. Family and everything all went away. Didn't have to. But this was entrusted to me. You have entrusted me. Your forefathers entrusted me. They put their trust in me to save them at the last minute. They put all that trust in me. Look at me. I looked at it and said, I couldn't believe it. Me? I never looked at myself like that. They put all that trust in me. I said, I'm going to live up to it. Anybody knows me, I have not blinked an eye. 100%. So what they're doing is they're tricking you to destroy yourself, get your inheritance, to get your inheritance, right? Destroy yourself, create negative energy for yourself, and you're running out with Western already told you, whatever his name is, he don't give a F about you. He said, white lives matter. And I was that boy's interview, and that boy's stupid. He is stupid. I ain't saying crazy, but he is stupid. Because nothing he said made any sense to me. He said a few couple things that kind of like rang a bell, but you couldn't connect two things together. To me, he's the richest black man ever lived or whatever. No, he's not. He's one of the poorest. But we don't understand what the Quran says. Those who love this world life, Allah give it to him and hurry. But there's no portion here. So that means there's no point. He's not going to hereafter. He can't make it. He said, what another thing said, what the Prophet Muhammad said in the Hadith? He said, if a rich man get in heaven, it's easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle. Where are you going? Remember to talk about Nicodemus? That's Falcon. He secretly comes to me, right? And go work out. I said, no, you're a demon. You got to be born again, man. You can't, you straight like Nicodemus, demon. You know it's righteous right now, you come all holy. No, because you're a demon. And nothing you can do to get in here. He said, we got to be born again. So, the Christians say, well, they say what they want to say. No, because you're born a demon. You're born original. So you create your own situation, brothers and sisters. I'm not, like I said, I decided to go on this mission and give it all in all to raise my people. I'm not doing to be worshipped or anything like that. I frown on it. I tell people that want to do that, I tell them right now, stop cold. No, don't be doing that. I'm just your brother. That's why Muhammad said he was just your brother. He was your nephew. That's that devil stuff. That's all over. That's not going on in the hereafter. That you call the hereafter. This is about the hereafters. Remember what you mean by hereafter. You have devils going. You have to get back home. You have to stop being stupid. You have to get your mind back. You have to kill that word hereafter. What they referring to, because you assume too many things. Like Mr. Shah used to say, right? When you assume something, you make an ass, assume, ASS, out of you, ASSU, and me as if you and me assume. Stop assuming, brothers and sisters. Be accurate. Check your language. Check your definitions. It's claiming you're a mathematician. Be a mathematician. Be accurate. Choose your words properly. If you can't say them, say you can't say them like me, right? You can write them. Sometimes I even write them. I get error. I'm not going to blame that on YouTube but I tell you a couple times, I know I spelled that right. Yeah, I look back at it, I said, I don't know how that happened, because I double check everything. And I know I'm not that tired. But it's still my responsibility. So I don't like blaming other people for anything. Like I said, I ex-demon for wife, I didn't blame her. I said, I'm not blaming you. See, I saw you coming, I didn't do anything about blaming myself for being stupid enough to be with your dumb ass. So it's my fault, not yours. See? So I don't blame her. And that's my fault. And then sticking with her after I realized where she was, whose fault is that? My fault. I didn't blame her for that. She's a demon. She's a demon. Right? So demons do what demons do. So stop blaming other people, brothers and sisters, for what you're doing. Stop blaming other people for your situation. Stop doing that. Okay? Don't be doing that. Anyway, brothers and sisters, let's move on to the presentation. Now, these plagues, okay, let me get some background information here. When we were in slavery, that was justified. There was no repercussions going to come to those because of enslavement. That's why in the Abrahamic covenant, it was enslavement and persecution. See? We chose to submit to them. There was no replication because that was the balance. I talked about the balance, the perfect balance. That was the balance at the time. See? But when they went to persecution, that means they was unjust, as Christ says. Not touch that tree, they be unjust. They were unjust. So therefore, at that point, right, consequences come in. Because they were going to take $10 from us every day. They took $20. $10, that was justified, but they took $20. That means that's 10 every day that's built up against them. So that was the Holocaust. Not the enslavement part, the persecution part, which was beyond anybody could imagine. Now I'm going to get into details here. So as far as the demons are concerned, see, they went to the Holocaust too. But any treatment of them was unjust. All treatment of them was unjust because they were devils too. They were devils too, it's just blackface. So all the treatment against them, they didn't go to the tents that we went through, because most was mass children in mass house. We saw Django, how he almost did as good master did. But not all of them. But they were persecuted, discriminated against and everything else. Not just against the word, but still any persecution of them whatsoever, any, was unjust. That's why they're getting all they're getting now. That's why they're so successful now. Because that's why Allah's, like it says, Allah will hasten it too. That's why they're getting all these blessings. That's why you got people like, Kanye, whatever the hell his name is, multi-billionaire. Couldn't get all this right now. That's why but they don't have no place. They get all this on this side. Because they not get on the other side. They don't get to the other side to begin with. We already closed the door on that. That's why they're getting it now. Do you understand? Because that's justice. Because they was persecuted against also unjustly. So now they're getting their reward now. And for some of you, from your point of view, this guy got billionaires, this guy got $10 million, they got nice houses and everything else. Because those who get this world's life have no portion hereafter. Those who love this world's life have no portion hereafter. And of course, they're not going to speak against America. How are they going to speak against America? America goes, their wealth goes with them. Who's facing a dollar bill? Of course, open and they ain't going to speak against America. They don't want America going anywhere because their wealth goes with them. Understand? So that takes care of the demons. So now, because unjust treatment of us, it built up. It's like termites were eating away at the foundation. And now the house is about to fall. As a result of all that injustice it was doing. It's about to fall. Now you're starting to see the result. See? And we get into form because now that we're not suffering energy deprivation anymore. Maybe some of us suffer self-imposed energy deprivation, but the fact that we're not suffering anymore means now that we have control of our energy. Right? We're getting control of it. Let me take that back. Because as long as we're here, they'll have control of the quality of it. Have control of the quality of it. But see, Suleiman, because he has his mind back, he has the energy, he's the master angel, so that's why he's the firstborn of the dead ones, right? He has his mind back, right? So he can deal with that resistance that they have over the quality of our energy, because he's fighting on that level. So it's a rare. He's fighting on the atmospheric level. Atmospheric level, that's a good word. So now he's seeing the results. And he's getting stronger and stronger every day, because he gets stronger and stronger every day. It says the struggle of the evil devils is ever weak. What does it mean by that? The struggle of the devils is ever weak. That means they get weaker and weaker by the day, in which they are. If they get weaker, that means we get stronger. No, everything has to balance. If they get weaker, energy don't just sit there. So they lose control, that means we gain control. And America, anybody see America lose control, so who's gaining control? Who's gaining control that they're losing? They're losing because somebody's gaining. And it's just happening, somebody's gaining, that's why they're losing. So who's gaining control? It tells you an angel. Every time you break one of those seals, they start losing control. The more, right, one seal says, the second seal, took a piece away from the other, they start just slurring each other. I'm not going into detail about that because there's two sisters that's going to blow you away with that one. I'm sure they're going to do a good job. You know, these sisters, they talk well. But I should just stop talking, just get in my script, let them talk for me because they talk. The sisters, you know, they normally, if you understand the brain, they say women are naturally clear talking, not talking about as far as wisdom concerned, but talking about eloquent. They're eloquent than men. And I guess good, because you want to hear, you love to hear women talk, don't you? I don't hear one of these dudes talking, what they were talking about. But you love to hear your sister when she's talking, she's singing, she's talking, boy, that's beautiful, ain't it? Doesn't do something to touch your soul. That's where they're at, heaven. And we're going to protect them. At all costs. If you can't, I will. And that's why Muhammad will. So we got their back. And they shouldn't worry about anything anymore. Because I ain't going to put fear in these sisters anymore. I can't put fear in these sisters and you're dead. No more fear in these sisters anymore. Ever. But then sisters, don't go out here and what they call it, antagonize and what's the word they use, and provoking their brothers and your husband and so forth. Don't be provoking them now. Because we got your back and you start going to kick ass. you better not do that back to me for something. I'm not going to tell you that. No, don't be doing that. Be respectful. You got 180 degrees. What we're saying is that the brothers got to respect you, but you got to respect yourself. So we gain control over them. They lose control because we're gaining. So that means we start to get quality, right, to our control over them. See, because they had total control of our quality of our energy since we've been here. But now, if we, it says the angel, once you got your mind back, now you can start getting control of the quality of theirs. And that's what the plagues are about. And these plagues represent Armageddon. And where's Armageddon? It's European war. As the Quran says, we're going to let some of them surge against others. That's what the plagues are, isn't it? There's the European war. There's a war after that. Right? There's a war before that. But these 9 plagues are the aspects of Armageddon, European war, and the main purpose of them is, because they was warned. I warned them a few weeks back. It's too late now. So let us go. That's the purpose of them. See? Destroy their ability, have any control over us whatsoever, so our people can escape here. Because that's what the plagues refer for, to make them let us go. Because they have you in many ways, brothers and sisters, that you don't understand. See, I'm not saying, when I say let you go, I don't mean just let you walk out of here. Let you go mentally, let you go physically, let you go psychologically, let you go emotionally. They got you in control of all these different things. And we have to break their control over that, because we can't let you go home emotionally still locked down here. Psychologically, remember the story about Lot's wife? Don't look back. We can't have you looking back. We got to break that. It says, Allah will lift you up, but you clean up. We got to break that totally. That's what I told them. You have to let my people go immediately, and you have to proclaim everything you did to them so they can be clear of you. Understand all the tricks and everything you've done. That's why I said it that way. So that's why we lead out with great wealth and had a total break of their controls. See, like I said right now, one way is they control you is self-imposed invasion. They don't have any control over you. But the point is, they deceive you, they get you to use your energy against yourself. We got to stop that. We can't let you go to that mindset. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to go through this rather quickly. Right? I'm not going into a lot of detail about there's a lot of reasons I can't go into a lot of detail, because speaking to you is speaking to them. So let's go through it. Let's see what comes with, brothers and sisters. Now, I've got to make a couple of remarks here. The plagues. Now, it tells you in chapter 18, this is Babylon fallen. So this, in one day will come the plagues of her. See, in one day all this would happen in 1 year period of time. Okay? Death, mourning, and famine. Famine, that's a big one. When you say famine, you need to restudy that. These sisters are going to talk about that one. Because that's what, brothers, I've really been trying to hear on that lately. I backed down just a little bit, give sisters a chance to step in and talk about that one, because sisters were most likely to understand this one more than brothers. Because they got children to think about, mouths to feed. Brother, he talk all about, no. Sister says they don't think that way. And maybe that sister be able to penetrate that mind of the hard-headed brother. She can explain it to him, right? You know, rolling pins. Nope, you got it now? No, don't do that, sister. Right? And the fire could burn down. So, and one day means 1 year. Plague of her, death, mourning, and famine. See, death represents the invasion by China. Right? Famine, they say famine here, that means they're talking about just not food growing. There'll be no food. No food in America, none. I will explain that. The whole presentation I gave where they say, God said there will be no food, no birds, no fish, nothing. Now the question is, if there's no food at all, and it's a 1 year period, what are they going to be in? They're going to just die, they ain't going to die anyway. Plagues, death, mourning, famine, and fire. The Bible says no, the scripture says no. It says they be young children. they can eat their children. Think about that one. If they get the point to eat on children, and you out here, 3/5 human, remember anything that's not 1% human can be eaten. You 3/5 human. Now, good, I think good is like 2/5 human because DNA is similar. That's why I say 3/5 human, because you're not totally white. So it means you're not really human. If you're 3/5 human, anything not totally human can be eaten. Think about that one. And that fire should burn down. To place is coming upon America. This is doing Armageddon. See? And for strong the law of God judging these, we bring this ain't just happening. The God is bringing this about. And they will weep, not no mystery God. And they will weep and they will strike themselves upon her, the kings of earth, with her having committed fornication, having lived unreigning luxury, where they may be looking at smoke and fire her. Right? Strike themselves upon her. What does that mean? Who's the king of earth? That's European countries. They're going to be fighting with America. You already see the beginning of that already. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I heard a voice out of heaven say, "Come ye out, people with me." This is 18th chapter Revelation again, right? See, so you should not share together the sin of her. Now, Pharaoh can't tell me you ain't going nowhere. He says, "No, it just means coming out of her religion and everything else." Really? They tell you to be a family with no food? And that's all it means, just come out of her religion? So what you going to eat? Or maybe the better question is, who are you eating by? Whose plate you going to be on? Use that damn dumbass if you want to, because he's going to, okay. See, he says, come out of here, get the hell out. That's the, is that what they did in Gomorrah? Oh man, look, God's going to bring these hailstones down, so what we're going to do is we're going to go in our secret chambers. And we're going to, no, we're not going to worship their holidays anymore. And those hailstones, man, they're going to come down, they're going to see it. We, into their technology, we into their side anywhere, we worship their false God, and that hailstone say, hey, man, that's a good one. Hey, let's get to us, look at that one next door. That what you think is going to happen? See? Because her sins out of the place of her in order that she should receive. Because we're going to get all her sins into heaven, called the mind of God unjust acts for her. She was unjust. That's why she's receiving a massive injustice which she was given. Giving back to her also, she back to, in other words, give double. That's a hard one there. I'm not going into that in detail because that would be unjust if we gave her back double what she did to us, wouldn't it? And we gave her double what she gave to us. Wouldn't that be unjust? We're not unjust people. So that means something else I'm not going to right now. But she's going to get everything she had coming, right? According to the words of her, and the cup of her she mingle. Give to her double. And may she glory herself and live unreigning luxury, so much give you to her torment and mourning. That's what she gave to us, torment and mourning. So we should give them back double. Maybe one day I'll explain out what that means. The bottom line she'll get. But, from her point of view, America's point of view, these devils' point of view, they don't think we gave 10 times as much from their point of view, because hell is raging. And now Lord, back to Exodus, right? Now the Lord said to Moses, one more plague I will bring on Pharaoh and Egypt. After that, he will let you go from here. We'll let you go, we'll surely drive you out from there completely. So I'm going to let you do that on your own. But I said completely. It doesn't say partially to 6 states, right? Or stop their Christianity, or stop smoking and drinking. That's what it says. It says completely. He will drive you out completely. He will drive you out. Now he's going to drive you out. So think about it. He said, we're going to drive ourselves out. He says, he will drive you out. So what's he going to say? You got to stop smoking. You You better stop being a Christian. You gonna stop babies. Because he said he's gonna drive you out. So Pastor Farrakhan saying you gotta stop doing women. According to Farrakhan, you gotta be driving yourself out. He said he's gonna drive you out. So what is it more likely? It's more likely he puts you out of this country. Or you sit around and say, I'm gonna be a good Farrakhan now. I'm gonna stop doing this stuff. He said he will drive you out. But think about it. I'm going to leave that there, boss, just let you think about that one. You know? Because I want to get through these. Okay, we'll go over one at a time, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about it. I'm just going to give you a brief explanation. Right? But the first is blood. Now, look, I'm saying it's angel to get that one because it says like in 6 seal, right? The sun became black as the sackcloth here and the moon hole became his blood. Gets back to that, but I'm not going into detail about that. But the bottom line is, this is the war between the dragon and his angels and Michael's angels. And the shooting is going to be with them because that's the house of Sod. That's the dragon. They control the Sunni. It's going to be a bloody war. This is where it takes place. That means they try to tell you that Sunni is going to be in that war too. Oh, that was the thing I was saying. If the sisters listening, no, not the sisters, excuse me. If the brothers listening, they're not Arabs. And for the sister, right, they're not fake Arabs. They are Arabs. They are half brothers, but they are Arabs, not fake Arabs. And not Arabs. So those who are aware know what I'm talking about. Right? They're not fake Arabs. They were Arabs. They're not fake brothers. They should be. I mean, what they did to us, they betrayed us. That's what's going on. It's a very bloody war. Very bloody war. And that's the first part of it, because we get more blood when we return home, then we got to finish them off. Okay? Blood on both sides, a lot of blood spilled. And that war is going to take place in the Middle East pretty soon. It's going to be a very bloody war. Very bloody. And the second one. Now let me get back to when I said it's a European war, right? Because this is the war that triggers that one. So let me make a connection. That war is what triggers Armageddon. So it's a continuation. And I'll go into more of that in more detail another time. Then say the frogs. Now the frogs, that's these Christian blacks. See? They be riding and everything all over the place. Because that was being a war. Because a lot of problems. We saw this George Floyd thing, Black Lives Matter kind of stuff. Because a lot of confusion in America. They're the frogs. That's not a plague at a time that America's at war. And because a lot of confusion in America. America's not going to be rioting and all that kind of stuff, partly because they're going to be trying to get them, draft them to go to war. They're going to say, no, we don't want to do that unless you're going to give us 6 states or whatever. That's these demons. Saying we're rioting and causing all kind of civil disobedience. And that's going to be very detrimental. America's at war in Europe, but it's going to be a very, very, very dramatic war. So we'll get into that in a minute. That's frogs. Then that's and these ice. This is a great betrayal. I'm not saying this right, I've got to say, I'll do something. Okay, yeah, that's what I got it right. It's a great betrayal on two fronts. We already see signs of that already. But the NATO and EU is going to turn against America. That's what it was. The kings of earth struck themselves. They're the kings of the earth. Because remember that America, Britain, false Israel, Europe, Russia. That's what the angel calls the earth. So they slaughtered each other. That's what it says in the second seal, right? Took peace from the earth. They be slaughtering each other. Because America thinks they have peace now. But that war in the Middle East, they lose it. That's going to trigger this, and they're going to start fighting each other. With betrayal. On top of all that, another problem. Because when Europe betrays them, EU is going to be against America because they blame America. They're going to be short of fuel and all kinds of things. You also got false Israel is under siege. And right now, at that point, right, they're starving. They have no food. All their food been cut off. They're under siege. Okay? Well, let me take a segue here. That's why it says, man's hearts be failing with few of those things coming upon the earth. Remember, the earth was in the European countries, specifically America, because the powers of heaven has been shaken. Now, if heaven's floating on sun, how do they know that? That's Europe. That's the Middle East. Who has the power of the Middle East right now? America, false Israel, and Britain. That they kicked out. The powers are shaken. And now, man's hearts will fail for fear of those things coming. What's coming from the earth? What's coming from the earth? And what's coming from the earth is a result. Is a result of the powers that are being shaken. So what is that? What happens is when America and Britain kicked out, they leave false Israel alone and abandoned, isolated, under siege. That's the result of the powers having been broken. So why would men hearts be failing for that? Because they say, what you see happen here is about to come to the earth. What's happening here? If you understand the scripture says they're going to be under siege for a while. It doesn't say exactly how long, a month, 2 months. They have no food. So they're going to start eating each other. Wholesale. They be fighting each other. Their own son. They said the way it's going to be, the son will be the father and the father will be the son. That means they're going to wholesale fight between themselves. They're fighting each other to eat. They're at war between themselves to eat. And that's what they said. That's going to be spread all over the world. And the whole world's going to see that. That's the abomination of desolation. And that's what it says. Man's heart's failing for fear of those things come over. And that's what's going to happen in America. There's going to be no food, and people are going to be eating each other and everything else. And that's what we fear. It says, men's hearts are failing for fear of those things, and anticipation of those things, because we know it's coming. You know it's coming. So the powers of heaven will be shaken. That's the famine, because now they understand the scripture. And then you got Suleiman, he's got a bull, what they call a bullhorn. Right, he's got an international voice now, and he's telling me, explaining what it means anyway. So that's the lice. The lice is America's over there, they think they had native with them, they got you, and they turn against them. And now, you got all that, plus, remember they were fighting against the old allies, France, Germany, they would turn against America. All in there with everything else. But how many of those people over here in America? See, during World War II, they went to war with Japan, they locked up all the Japanese. They ain't there over in America, but the point is you got French over here, they still loyal to France, Germans over here, still loyal to Germans, they're going to be tearing this country apart. Sabotage and everything else. Because they don't go with their people. See? They be loyal, patriotic to their countries. That's what that means, brothers and sisters. They've been there all aspects of the country. And this is an add-on to that. Supplement to that. Because when I said false Israel is under siege, being taken down, and And they take them the hard way. Because they're going to see the Palestinians, everything going to, right? Because after they finish all that, they're going to see, they want the whole world to see who they really are. See them as savages eating each other. And then they destroy them. Okay? And America, Britain is not, it shows you, they're not going back in there to fight again. See, because they already know, they started with an air armada. All their jet planes, they know their thing, they just bombed the place. And that's when Master Muhammad says, Michael's angels, when the word of the dragon's angels, Master Muhammad intervenes, right? So the Air Force, they send over there, air armada.
Assalamu alaikum. Sulman Rahim here. Welcome. Sulman Rahim, Mission of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, the day of the Lord. Pardon me, brothers and sisters, but for the last couple of days, I've had to revamp my system, get a new laptop, so forth, so on. Ongoing battle. So I got a whole new system here. Working out the bugs. I'm actually going live on 2 channels. Test to see which one comes out the best sound and everything. So bear with me, brothers and sisters. It's not about the entertainment. It's about the truth. And we're getting very little to no truth. We're getting very little to no truth these days. And we haven't received any truth since we've been here. Excuse me, let me correct this. Absolute technical bugs here, brothers, so bear with me. Bear with me. Okay, I think that'll do it. Yeah, we have a couple of technical bugs as we go along. Working them out, like I said, a whole new system here. Had to get a new laptop and so forth, and get one repaired, and just challenging. Let me say something about that. You know, brothers and sisters, there's 2 things about life that makes life interesting, right? Because you can go through life just wandering around, walking around circles. Or you can go through life with a mission. Okay? A mission. Some people have a mission. So, okay, no? I'd like you to do this, I'd like you to do that, right? But that's not the same thing as having an objective. Same thing, because mission, you okay, just go here, go there. Right, go to the store. Right. But objective is like, you have a purpose. See, you have a purpose in life. So you want to achieve this, you want to achieve that. See, mission like, okay, I want to go to New York. Yeah, that's a mission in basic terms. See, objective is, I want to be the mayor of New York. Right? I want to be this, I want to do this, I want to accomplish this, accomplish that. And most people go through life, some not even having a mission, just going through, doing day by day, this and that, But then they get a mission, like going in the military, to give you missions, right? Or to do this, do that, missions. But to get a purpose, that's not giving life meaning. A purpose. And we as a nation had a purpose, we weren't aware of it, was to go to the Holocaust and then come out the other end, get the best part of planet Earth and rule. That was our objective, that was our purpose, but that knowledge of the purpose was taken away from us. That was the purpose of the nation. See? That was a divine purpose, a meaningful purpose, powerful purpose, because it required great sacrifice and human sacrifice, more, above anything you can think of. That was our purpose, and we have achieved much of it, to discernment, to dismay of our enemies. But most of us don't realize that, and we're going to be lost because of lack of knowledge. But if you're given a mission and a purpose, and given the tools to accomplish that purpose, that's a meaningful thing, brothers and sisters. We all will have that when we get home, but in this society, that's very rare. Nobody just wander around, copying other people. You see people set styles, and everybody's following, like people wear baseball cap bag. We don't know what they're doing because everybody's doing it. So there's no purpose, no mission to it. It's stupid, but that's what they do it. What I'm trying to say here, brothers and sisters, that most people don't understand. Like I said, when we go out, we leave out here, we leave out with great wealth. Now, how can we leave out with great wealth if we don't have great wealth? It didn't say we'll get wealth after we got out of here. So we go out with great wealth. So that means we have it now. You just don't realize it. Because they're going 24/7 to keep you from understanding who you are and what you have, because they control your wealth. I keep explaining to you, they control your wealth. They control the quality, right, of your energy, of your blessings. It's like you know, if you went to praying, right, and say you pray for $1,000, $10,000, right? But $10,000 got to come through your boss's hands. So you got to decide how you're going to give you that $10,000. We're going to give you a car, $10,000 car, $10,000 part. He's going to decide what you do with that $10,000. See, that wasn't what you was planning, but that's what happened. And that's what's happening right now, brothers and sisters, because you're being blessed with great wealth right now. But the master is controlling it. He's controlling the ways you don't understand. Like Farrakhan, he's part of that deal. That's why I don't want you to get out of here. Then you realize your wealth and your power once you're out of here. Because once you're not working a job anymore, the money comes direct to you, then you understand how much money you're getting. Because you don't know how much. Your boss will say, hey man, I got some money for you. You don't know how much he got. Right? It's your money, but he's controlling it. The devil's been controlling our energy since we've been here. So now we're wealthy, but you don't realize your wealth. You only not realize till you get out of here. And why is Farrakhan, all these other clowns so busy trying to tell you you're not going anywhere? And when they openly read the covenant, the contract, and don't read the part, they read the part of suffering, and the contract is a give and take. Somebody gives something, somebody takes something. You give this, you get something in return. That's what contracts work. But he only tell you about the part where you're giving, where you suffered. And then he tell you where you suffered because you were so sinful. That's not what the contract says. He doesn't read the part. It's right there in the next sentence where we go home, return. Why does he leave that part? He's supposed to be a man of God. What God we talked about? But he leaves that part out. And it's right there. Where you going? He says, Abraham the covenant. 40 years you've been enslaved and oppressed in a land that's not yours, but he says the land is ours. It says right there it's not. It says you were sojourn, that means temporary. But he says we ain't going nowhere. And he's reading it. So you have to ask yourself, if the people reading they can't read, are they totally stupid? Or they agents? Or they demons? Or what's their issue? Because if they read that, they see he's not reading what it says there. He's going contrary to everything it says and contrary to everything that Elijah Muhammad taught him. What Elijah Muhammad tried to teach him.
So to be given a purpose, bro, says that's what life is, a purpose. Without purpose, there's really no life there. You're just existing. And there's some people who have been given a mission and a purpose and admonition more than any prophet or minister in history. You got 2 prophets on the scene. They give them all that, and plus direct teaching from the 25th scientist himself. That is awesome. That is more than awesome. People don't understand the gifts they've been given, so tend to be ungrateful because they don't understand the nature of the gift they've been given. Because to do that, that means somebody 16,000 years ago knew them personally, and made sure they had those gifts. Was the greatest gift you can give anybody. Mission, a purpose, right? The tools, the ammunition, to accomplish that, right? And to be given taught, right? Being taught, given superior knowledge, supreme knowledge, directly, face to face. That's precious. There's no amount of gold or silver that could match that. I had a mission. I had somewhat of a purpose in my life, but it wasn't pretty clearly defined until I ran across the angel. Boy, that was a shock. You know, the purpose much bigger than I ever thought. When I think about it, I say, man, that kind of purpose. You got 2 prophets being given a purpose more than any in history. And the greatest purpose ever. Almost equivalent to the purpose of the first God. Because they're on the other side of the creation, they're part of the process of bringing a new creation. It was just one being in the beginning. Now, it's the God. It's the Son of Man, High Priest. It's 2 prophets. It's the angels. And plus, the prophets got 2 prophetess to support them. Anybody understand that? So anybody, a wise person would kill to be in that position. All the prophets in the past looked ahead and wished that they could be here to see this day. Because they never seen anything like it. They never seen anything like it. They said, it's only one prophet at a time. You got 2 prophets. You got the God. You got the Son of Man, the High Priest. And you got the angels. And then you got the ammunition that you have. The tools, the weapons. You never seen anything like it. You never seen anything like it. You know the maker, they said it was wondrous in our sight. Elijah Muhammad said they used to pray where they would be here to witness this themselves. Because it's beautiful on paper, but actually be here to see it in action. Do you understand it? I'm trying to make you understand what's going on, brothers. And some of you still don't get it, but eventually you will. So I'm going to talk about a few concepts and try to get you, on board. See? So first I want to talk about the sisters for a minute. See, well, let me just stay away on the same subject. The Sunnis, in the Quran says that a man is 1 degree above a woman. Now, their understanding of that is totally incorrect. But
If we go to understand it, think about it. See, we need thinkers. Think about it. Okay, how many degrees are there in a circle? 360. So, if a man is 1 degree above a woman, that means divide 360 and a half, that's 180, right? So he obviously have 181, and she'd have 179. But still, that means there's 179 degrees that he don't have. So how does that give that 1 degree him the right to oppress her, tell her what she should do, how she should dress and everything? How that 1 degree, if you got, I got $181 and you got $179, I would say I got $1 more than you, so I'm going to tell you what to do? I'm going to control you because I got $1 more than you? You understand what I'm saying? Makes no sense. That's why that's the wrong interpretation. Really, the interpretation here is just to tell, like it says, no one understands these books, but Allah knows firmly rooted in knowledge. Because understanding is that the Quran was revealed, right? Just a slightly degree off from perfection. See, you don't see it that way. Slight degree off from perfection, because perfection is 180 degrees for the male, 180 degrees for the female, because the original being was both. See, they got all kinds of explanations. Well, he came and then he pulled a woman out and stuff, all this stuff. Well, tell me how he did that, and tell me what his physiology was. If there was no woman, what was his physiology before he somehow miraculously pulled his woman out of himself? What's the physiology? He has the physiology of a man. Why do men have breasts? They don't need them. So you can't answer these questions. The fact that men have hair is really a female thing. I don't go into detail about it, but I'm going to say this much. Man, I say everything that you see out there came out of us. There was just that one being. The Quran tells you that. The birds, the tree, everything came out of us. The devils, everything came out of us. But there was a time before you had trees and all that kind of stuff, right? So the material that you had to make clothing for yourself was your hair. Did that tell you all you need? Cut your hair. That's where you weave that. Now you made your clothing for yourself. Okay. That one being, that's what he did. But now he's separated, just like we have breasts, don't use them anymore. We have hair, but not like they have it, not like the females have it. But some of us, I don't know. Just a little pointer. So, but let me move on. I just want to point that out, right? But the original being had 360 degrees of wisdom, because he had both. It was just one being. He had 360 degrees, but when he divided into two parts, 180 degrees perspective and another 180 degrees perspective, because the males don't have the same perspective as the female have. The female doesn't have the same perspective as the male, but together they form the full perspective. But because of the inequality that Suleiman is correcting, only the male perspective prevailed. That's why you got all this confusion, a lot in the world, everything else, because you don't have the balance. The males want to tell everybody what to do, and then they want to ignore the female aspect of it. Even though the females may be more deadly than the males, because that's what's in the animal kingdom. Right? The females, that right? That's the gangster. See? Usually they make a movie a long time ago. Be deadlier than the male, because the females can be more deadly than you. But see, the thing is, use your strength. But they use their cunning, which makes them wiser than you. You don't realize it. A lot of them don't let you know how wise they are. So, and they're smart, because once you see they smarter than you, now so you want to knock teeth out. You want to get brain damage. Some of you think that way. See? But we're going to correct all of that. So then we had, so if you, because I know it's difficult, as a male, I know it's difficult, especially in hard times. Because you focus, and you don't listen to any other advice because you just go out and do your thing. That's part of the reason why children are messed up now, because they know everything. But the point is that you're not getting a balanced view of the universe. You're not getting it. I know you don't like the females, and I don't like the females' perspective either. In a lot of cases, not nowadays, because they've corrupted the females so much that they're working against themselves and don't realize it. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. So it's hard to listen. But the point is, that holds true for the male also. I hardly want to listen to anybody, not just females, because everybody's perspective all messed up, especially once you got into the angel, understand the angel. Because the first time I heard anything that made any sense was with Elijah Muhammad. My whole life, I heard nothing made any sense until I met that man, and then all of a sudden, heavens open up, angels start descending. Literally. You have to understand that, brothers and sisters. But as long as you're in the heart zone, you ain't gonna never get it. Because that emotional factor keeps coming up. And emotional, you combine motion with strength. You got an animal. That's why most you act like animals. You combine emotion with strength, and you get animal, beast. Because that's where the devils are. See? They're mostly on the heart zone. 90%. Because their mind's not strong enough to control the heart. That's what you see what's going on in the world today. Right? That's one of the problems. See? Because they're being crushed. Because their minds are not strong enough to control the hearts, the emotions. And it's getting worse and worse every day. That's unrighteousness. And so therefore that's what we're talking about there. And so you see they're getting more and more emotional. They're doing things that don't make any sense. But the emotional mind, nothing has to make sense. It just has to feel good. What drives the emotional mind is feelings. If it feels good, then it's okay. If it doesn't feel good, that's why they go to drugs. I mean, you can put this stuff together, but it's easy to see it. That's why you see what's going on right there now. Drug abuse, right? They're all confused about their emotions, their physiology, right? Their sensuality. So now you got transgenderism, gender confusion, all that stuff because their mind, they don't have the discipline. That's what discipline is, when your mind has control over your heart. That's discipline. And they don't have it. They lost it. There's nothing they could do about it because they was only designed to last. They came in with expiration date. They could only handle so much pressure. So now the pressure overwhelming. So now they're totally in the heart zone, which is very dangerous because now you're around beasts. It's like you have a lot of dogs. You have a lot of dogs around you. Not that dog. Right? And they're all wild animals. But as long as you feed them, they're fine. They happy, wagging their tail. But let them go hungry. What will happen? You'll be eaten. Just like that. There was a story about 10, 15 years ago. This woman, she had a whole house full of cats. They said like 30, 40 cats in there. And she messed around and got sick, couldn't get out of bed for a week. They came in, her cats ate her up. There was even on the way, came in there. Cats. Should I spell everything out for you, brothers and sisters? Some things that's kind of like, because I got very careful what I say because I'm talking to you, I'm talking to. So let's get into the main, like I said what I had to say about the females. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. But when we get home, that situation is going to be corrected. I'm on my way to make sure you understand it. Because I don't want you to trip up and mess around and lose your position on this side and never get to the other side because you're abusing our sisters out of ignorance. Somebody doing it intentionally. Like Farrakhan, hook to, what was he doing? What's that for? Imagine when doing stuff like that. Hook to, he was teaching how to take care of the family and stuff, not to go out and kick somebody's ass. Whose ass they gonna kick? What's all that about? Little segue, Elijah Muhammad went to prison, jail, everything, to protect you from what he saw was coming. Because he knows there's going to be this great war. They're going to want to draft you into this war, throw you into the river, those you talking about. And so because of the case with Muhammad Ali, you was exempt. If you was a Muslim nation of Islam, you was exempt. Just like the Mormons and the Jehovah's, you was exempt from being called to any kind of, in their wars, whatever. Until Farrakhan came along. Oh no, we'll fight for America and everything else. He got a lot of followers. So, because he did that, you're not exempt anymore. Because some of you go in and everything else, and they can say, oh, well, it's not a real exemption. Like half the Mormons say, oh, we must start going to war. And all of a sudden, it's not exemption anymore. See? You don't understand what he's doing to you. Boy, he is screwing you royally. And some of you like it. I know all his tricks. Well, you got to look at this analogy of putting that frog in the water and slowly turn up the heat. So he learned from Wallace. Wallace threw the frog right into hot water, the frog jumped out. See, Farrakhan is slow. So now he got you in Scientology, he got you sleep worshiping with these Sunnis, and just watch these Sunnis. When they come over here, they don't have anything to do with you. I see them all the time. They were white Christians. They buy more their house, they eat women, everything else. They'd rather be with them than to be with you. Period. And you know it's true. But you're do your 5 prayers and all that's with them. And they wish the hell you wouldn't. They laugh at you. They laugh at you. They don't respect you. They tell you in Exodus that you'll be a laughing stock. So if they're laughing from your family, laughing behind your back. It says, Scripture, Farrakhan made you a laughing stock. You bunch of clowns over there. Nobody's take you serious. Farrakhan's made you a laughing stock. When you was feared and respected, now he's made you a laughing stock. Everybody laughing. Look at them fools over there. Because everything he says is stupid. Nothing he says makes any sense. So they say, well, damn, don't people believe that dumb shit? He made your fools out of you. That's why I don't waste time arguing with you, all that kind of stuff, because it's just waste time. Because you over there, you're either a demon, an agent, a viper, or just told, stone cold idiot. Got scissors, hook, 2, 3, 4, hook. So they can draft their ass now. Some of them will be out there. Anyway, brothers and sisters, the day of the Lord. So I'm just going to talk through things like I said. I haven't really set up because I've been all day just trying to put together. So I said I wanted to say something today. So I'm just, like I said, I'm just going to talk about a few things. Right? I said what I want to say about the females. I can say a lot more. See? I made a couple of notes here. Let me see if I can follow them. Okay. Let's deal with one. Truth. What is truth? You're going to see, some of you are going to catch up with me in a few minutes. So we're going to catch up in a few minutes. Because many things I tell you, brothers and sisters, it's just like, someone sends you to the store, you learn to add and subtract, right? And they send you to the store with some money and tell you to buy certain things which you can buy with the money. But they don't expect to be standing with a calculator telling you how to calculate everything, because now you got it. Now you're supposed to figure it out. You know how to add, subtract now, multiply. So some things I say, right, you should be able to just put two and two together. Because that's the way it's going to be taught here. Nobody's going to talk to you. You see, all the scriptures, they will come out, very seldom come out direct and say, hey, 1 plus 3 is 5. Or 1 plus 3 is 4. They'll say 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, or 8 divided by 2 or something. And then you have to figure out, But the thing is, if I say to you that the pressure's our reality, it's all mathematics, and I say mass times acceleration equals 4, the consequences of fundamental principle. Every action has an opposite but equal reaction. Some people want to say opposite reaction. That's not the same thing. You got to say it right. Don't say it all. When you do mathematics, you got to say it right. You got to say, 5 plus 3, I think, is 7. No. And you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't want to go to the store and have God tell me, I think I gave you the right change either. Though some of us used to go to that. So I tell you, every consequence is fundamental principle. Then you should be able to figure out, hey, we talking about pressure there. But I wouldn't told you that's where there's pressure. And say, Thor is pressure. Everything is pressure, right? Then Thor is pressure. Some of these things just fall out once you study them. That's why when I go to the scripture, I point out things people never saw before. I say, did you read it carefully? Did you put 2 and 2 together and see how can you get this result? So, that's a consequence of the most fundamental point, right? It's the most fundamental consequence of the 5 pillars. Everything is pressure. Then it's obvious truth must be pressure. Truth is pressure against high pressure against low pressure. Because that's why they say truth. Now, why just speaking the truth would stop falling? Why just talking it would do it? Why would truth knock out falsehood? I mean, it's like, was he standing with a bat? And, how's it happening? See? That's why you get these people telling this spooky stuff and trying to explain it. How does it happen? How can truth prevail against falsehood? Why? Who knows truth or not? Why wouldn't it prevail against the other? Why does one person come with the truth, right, and prevail over a whole nation, a whole empire? Because that's what truth is, pressure. And falsehood is lower pressure. And greater pressure always destroys lower pressure, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no exceptions to that rule. That's what truth is. High pressure versus low pressure. So when you think of it when you understand that, then the point is, how powerful, how much pressure do you have? How much, another way of putting it is, right, there's pressure. How much pressure, how great the pressure of your thoughts. See? Because if it is, that means you're dispelling other people's thoughts. That has weaker thoughts than yours. If your thoughts is greater, you destroy a whole empire. If everybody in his thoughts is less than yours, you destroy a whole empire. It has to happen. That's mathematics. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. That's what happens every time. They said Muhammad, he couldn't even read or write. They said, and they gave him a weapon. He went to work with it, and he brought down empires and lift up an empire. try to get you to understand, brothers and sisters. The angel is it's pressure. It's like a pressure in a balloon. It's locked in a balloon. When you bust the balloon, pressure comes out. That's what it is. It's words. Words is like inert pressure. It's like, right? Like stored up. Doesn't matter, you gotta release it. If you release it, boom, all that pressure is like atomic bombs, I call them. It don't matter whether you're right there or a mile away. It's going to affect you. Depends on how you're going to be affected by it, because the pressure's in the atmosphere now. That's no story. No, I don't want to get too deep in this, brothers and sisters. But the angel is an atomic bomb arsenal. And if you don't know how to ignite atomic bomb, so to speak, right, or pull a trigger on a gun, what good is it? Say you got an atomic bomb, but you cannot ignite it. What you gonna do, throw the bomb at somebody? It ain't gonna blow it. I mean, you might hit him, you might knock him down, and crush him if it's heavy enough. That's what happens. You got an angel and you just reciting it, throwing it around, teach you what other people were saying, what other people was mimicking what other people were saying. You ain't doing anything. You have to have those nuclear codes, like they say, right? Going in, really ignite that bomb. When you ignite it, because I keep telling you, you see, America is getting in every aspect is crushed. But you ask yourself, what's causing it? If you see the trees blowing and the wind, trees and weeds blowing off, you say, well, what's causing it? You know, it's the wind doing it. You're going to see the wind, but you see the effects of it. So something that's against America, remember, something that's against America is causing this because it can't be for America, or it wouldn't be adverse. It would be better climate, better food, no inflation, no war, anything. It's like, there's a force against America that's causing all this trouble. Where's that force? It ain't Farrakhan. I know I'm way ahead of you, brothers and sisters, because like I said, I'm looking back at you. My mind's in the future. I'm looking back. That's what angel does for you. Put your mind in the future, so you're looking back. So everything you're doing right now, I already see. I already see it. That means I'm safe. It's safe in the future because I already seen the path to get there, and I see my path is clear. I'm trying to bring you along. They were called time travelers. That's what prophecy gives you. Now, all prophecy, some prophecy doesn't. It's like long-term prophecy, but the prophecy that we're getting, the angel, that's right now. Some of Prophet Muhammad's prophecies was right then. Talking about his battles and everything right there, but a lot of it was future. Talking about future events in a very general way. But this, 100%, right now, what's happening right now, right now, right now, right now, right now. So powerful. The more you study, the deeper it gets, and so you get your angel put you in the future. So now you're looking back at us, at what's going on right here, because you already escaped. You just bring your body along, but you already escaped. See? So I'm gonna cover a couple of other things, bro. So it's kind of complicated subject. It was nothing in 50,000 years ago. You knew this like the back of your hand. I have trouble trying to explain because this language is so terrible. Then plus you have no reference points because nothing here in this society prepares you where you're going. So let me try this best I can here. I said that We don't create energy and we don't destroy it, but we give form to it. And the form is based on your nature, your wisdom. So you get money. If you're a fool, right, you ain't gonna do anything. If you're smart, then you might build a house. In other words, right, the form has to come out of you. It's like an apple tree, right? It produces apples. So it has to come out. It come out of you because you can't. Like I keep telling you, I'm not giving you anything. I'm bringing it out. I'm cultivating you. Right? So, we were in energy deprivation because we lost control of the ability to give form to energy. That's why he brought Adam along. She gave form. That means he had control of us. He gave form to it. This is the form he gave. Not what we see right now, right? But the form he gave was, we saw what was in him. The Holocaust. He was told to discipline himself, don't go. But he's, they knew what he was going to do. They told him anyway, warned him, because he can't say he wasn't warned. So a little bit 100 years ago, like the 1860s, the process started being reversed. We started getting energy, positive energy. Energy started returning to us because the universe is contracting now. Every 50 years, approximately every 50 years, you get a wave. So I'm trying to make it as simple as possible, brothers and sisters. Say for instance, you was locked in a cage. And that cage was tested, right? If you had less than 100 pounds of pressure per square inch, that much force, that much muscle, you couldn't break out. Because, those things are tested, right? Elephant couldn't, they say, okay, you had to have this much strength to break it, so they make it sure that you don't have enough strength to that's how they keep you in there. Because, it can't be broken, there's metal. But they make sure they build it to test to the strength that they figure you ain't gonna ever be able to overcome it. But if you look at that like, this is very too simplistic, but I'm gonna go with it anyway. So they tested to 10 pounds per square inch of force. So you wake up one morning, right, and you got 15 pounds per square inch, right, and bam, then, right, you just in the bars and go walk right out. They can't hold you. But because your pressure became greater and your strength became greater than the bills they had to restrain you. That's on the physical stage, right? But look how about the mental stage. Now all those guards and everything, the war and everything, they got their take. They have thoughts, right? And so when they pick those people, they make sure they pick people that are smarter than you. Because they don't want guys that's dumber than you, because you want to take over to prison. And you want to take over the war and everybody else. They got to make sure they're smarter than anybody in the prison. And the real smart people, they don't even send those prisons. They're smart people, they send special prisons. Believe me. Because then what you are smarter than the guards. So you go in there and say you're studying. They don't know you're studying, right? You're studying. So now you figure out the layout of the prison and everything else, right? So now your brain, your knowledge is greater than their knowledge. So they can't contain you anymore. Because you change the nature of things. That's a simplistic way of saying it. What I'm getting at, brothers and sisters, is that's on a mental level. Now, I've talked about this before. I'm going to try to go a little more detail here. For 6,000 years, Cavey was horse and buggy person. Horse and buggy and knives. Swords, right? For 6,000 years. That's what it was. None of this technology, no electricity, no cars, no gas, no cell phones, no guns, none of that stuff. None of it. For 6,000 years, for 5,500 years. Then suddenly it brings us over here, things change. They change right away. But when did basically the changes would start coming? When it went to the Industrial Revolution. Now the point is, remember we just got just energy burst. So now we got more energy, because remember, we lost control because we have enough energy. We lost control of our civilization, everything else, and so we lost control of ourselves. So they was like leeches all over us. Well, like they were leeches. So now we got bursts of energy, so they can't hold us down as much as they did before. So maybe another way of looking at it is, say somebody's hold you down in a hole, right? And they got 100 pounds per square inch of pressure on you. Right? And that's all what you can handle. They got they can push you down that far. It was like 100 pounds of pressure, right? 100 pounds per square inch. See, so at maybe 100 feet under, right? They can push 100 feet under with that much pressure. 100 pounds per square inch, they can keep you down 100 feet under the ground. But what if you gain some pressure? Say you gain 100 pounds of pressure. That means now you can push up. You can push up. Then 50 years later, you get another. They can't hold you down as much. Because then you put added more pressure. The point is that you're stronger. You apply more pressure against them. So eventually, you'll come out the hole if you keep on doing that. So I'm trying to explain this in a very simple way, but it's very complex. Because when we received that first energy burst, right? That increased our thoughts. Because emotions are thoughtful people anyway. I keep telling people, we're the creators, right? Spatially thinkers, by definition. Not by definition, but by nature. Well, before I say it, let me say it a different way. I mentioned this before. I said, if you have enough energy to go a mile an hour, then you walk a mile an hour every day, right? Now say you got enough energy to go 2 miles an hour. See? Now you're running. Then you have energy to go 4 miles an hour. Well, you can't run 4 miles an hour on a regular basis. You can't do it physically. But if you're in a pressure field, that's how fast you'll be moving. Because as energy increases, like we turn on heat, we turn on the fire in the stove, right? The molecules start moving faster, temperatures start moving faster. None are going to stop that. They're going to move faster because temperatures up, they're going to cause everything to move faster. And Daniel says knowledge will be increased, they give you a little hit there. It'll move faster. So now, the temperature is raised enough, you got to move 4 miles an hour, but you can't run 4 miles an hour. But you got to go 4 miles an hour. Because that's where your mind works. Your mind's going to create the means for you to go 4 miles an hour. Bicycle. Because it's not going to be instant. It's like you're going to take this 1 second, you're going 2 miles, then 4. No. The energy started increasing. Like we get to 50, this energy every 50 years, right? But we don't get all at once. The Earth absorb it, and that's given to us. Every day we get a little more and more energy for 50 years until it's all used up.
That's no straw together. Might be careful population anyway. So now you start thinking. Somebody start thinking, because remember, you understand. The Quran tells you that the devils, they are one nation. They said it's one single nation. So mankind is one single nation because we're all a body. You look at each other like independent, we're not. One body. So the body starts, right? Because you're going 2 miles an hour, but then you go 2 miles, 0.4 an hour, right? Each day. So it means your mind is moving, and so then you come to the bicycle. So by the time you get to the football, you got a bicycle. Everybody's driving bicycles, right? Then you go to 8. Whoa, right? Horse and buggies. You know what I'm saying? Your mind's going to, because you got to move. You got to do that because that's what the energy says. That's how fast you got to be moving. Because it's a pressure field. So everybody move faster. So your mind will come to the means for that to happen. If ands or buts about it, your mind's will come to the means to do it. So if you understand that, we got the first spiritual energy, see, our minds create the means, right, where we will be under control of them as much as it was before. So we came to the means, the beginning industrial revolution, because they didn't need us on the farm anymore. So that level of oppression wasn't necessary for them, because remember, they was living off of us. So now they can still live, but they didn't have to use that level of oppression anymore. Give it one because our minds came up with this another way. Because 5,000 years, they never thought of it. But soon they got us. And that happened all of a sudden thing. And now it keeps changing. It keeps changing every 50 years to get more advanced. Because we're doing it. Only problem is they have control of it. You understand? We're doing this. All the technology, everything, we're doing this, coming out of our minds, but they have control of it. That's why we got to get away from them. And that's when we reach where they want us to get away from them, because they will not have the ability to do it, and all of a sudden this thing will collapse. And they will sit around and say all other European nations, because no invention or anything came out of all other European nations. Why is it just here? I mean, they're stupid. Why is it just here? Television, cell phones, cars, planes, you name it, here. Because you're doing it. Because you're making the means, right? See? Because you change reality to be in your favor. See, so we're doing it on our way out of here. That's it. We need our great wealth. This is our journey out of here. Because we're doing it. We're creating the path. Remember I said, you have to create your hereafter. We're creating the path to our hereafter. This is just like going through grade school, first grade, second, so say just like second grade right here. Out of this technology, out of our minds. See, we're going to a PhD, we're going way beyond this. Because our minds be going so fast, right, that we're going to be moving. See, that's why they can't go in, because them, right, they can't go so fast because at some speed, they get crushed. If you got steel balls and porcelain balls and they're all banging against each other in the pressure, the porcelain balls will crack and break. They're not able to withstand all that collision in the pressure field. But steel balls, they might keep going like might be a scratch. And we're steel balls and they're porcelain. I hope you understand that, brother. I don't know if I'm making that clear enough. We're doing this. You don't understand what we're doing, how much power we have. There was so much trying to tell you. In places at night, all these atomic bombs that's blowing them away, right? But it's enriching you. Because whether you know it or not, right, this is good for you. Because pressure is good for you. Pressure is beautiful for you. Pressure makes you into diamonds, even if you don't like it right now. Just like putting the gold in the furnace. You don't like being that furnace, but it loves the outcome. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters. We're doing this. This technology, everything, did not come from them. It's coming from us. But they're controlling it. All this wealth you see, they think they have, that's ours. All the wealth. Remember it says, what it said? It says we leave, we get the gold and silver, and that would plunder. It says the gold and silver leaving, plundered Egypt. That's how rich you are. Keep us the fire coming because they're living off you. Because they're not going. So they're living off of your wealth and your power. They're controlling, they're deceiving you about. Having yourself in self-imposed energy deprivation. The simple answer is get the hell out of here. We're doing this, but they're controlling it. And then if you leave, like it says, the gold and silver left, and that plundered Egypt. Egypt was plundered, it was broke. Why? If they're so great, they're so wise, so intelligent, then why are they there? They should be better off after we leave, wouldn't they? They say, "C'est la vie, hasta la vista, hasta luego," whatever. No. See, there's a whole lot of stuff going on, bro. You know, I'm trying to give you all. There's so much going on that you get lost in the weeds. That's why I read that stuff carefully and connect the dots. All this coming out of your mind. America got rich off of you. They still getting rich off of you. Just like a leech. A leech only lives off of you. He has to find a rich host. It's got a lot of blood. If the host dies, it dies. If the host leaves, it dies. But they don't want you to know that. So one other thing I'm going to talk about, Bill. So I had a lot of things, but like I said, I've been all day and I really need to get, right? I said I want to do something today. It took me all day just to get my, I still have my system totally set up. Right? I'm still trying to figure out how to get my sound, whole sound coming through. So that's why I'm broadcasting on live on 2 channels. See if how I can improve my sound. Okay. Oh. Anyway. I said earlier, right? About those cats, those dogs. Now, America's going down, it's going down fast, in a free fall. It said to be like a woman have a labor, right? The planes come quick, more quicker. It's going so fast now, and you get it's boggling their minds because right now you hear many of them talk about World War III. I mean, they're not talking about it small. They're talking about major circles. They're talking about nuclear war. See, because they lost control. See, that's why you see women walk around naked. They can't control their sexuality. That's what happened. That's why they walk around with no clothes and stuff. I've been telling sisters, you know what you're doing? Or maybe you're a demon. They lost control of their sexuality because the hearts on their mind can't control it. So their sensuality is, they go on naked. They don't know. They can't determine their sex is. Everything's about sex, because the mind is gone. It's in the heart zone now. So everything is sensuality. Everything is sensuality. That's all you hear: sensuality. Like that's the most important thing in the world. LGBT, whatever they call it, right? What they call those drag queens in schools and teaching your children. Why is that so important? Because to them it's very important because that's level they're on right now because they're being crushed. That's why you see in the scripture they keep telling you every time a nation did that, it was destroyed. Because that's the beginning of their destruction. I tell you right now, they're being crushed out of existence. So it's just a few steps later, they're gone. That's what I tell you is a sign to see that they're being crushed. Because that's one of the major signs right there. They lost control of their sexuality. They're not in the mind zone anymore. And we're talking about nuclear war and that kind of stuff. That's insane. It's not going to happen. America will be nuclear, but it's not going to be a nuclear war. So the point I'm trying to make here, brothers and sisters, is that the women held those cats. This time unprecedented trouble. These are trouble like never been before, ever. Unprecedented means. Now the scriptures tell you clearly, and you can always see it right now, they don't have a problem with their agriculture,
They don't talk in ways you understand because your mind's on NBA, NFL. They tell you, well, they getting fertilizer from Russia. Why do you need fertilizer if you got topsoil? I mean, you mean back in 20 years ago when they had bondage and before there was even a really Russia, I mean, they was getting fertilizer from Russia then? No. They use up all the topsoil. They don't want to come and say it like that. Because they want you to think that, because they still holding out, hoping that you be stupid enough to sell your birthright for some six states that's barren, wouldn't produce nothing. They give you a story about that, what happens if you sell your birthright, what happened to Esau and Jacob. They did the story, don't story anything for nothing. They're going to try to get you to sell your birthright. And what happened? God honors contracts. I keep telling you that. So Jacob might have been unhanded about it, but Esau signed the contract, so God honored it. If we sign their reparations, God will honor it. And you be sitting around here, in here, on your land that will produce anything. God help us. God say, fuck it. Dumbass, eat dirt. That's what he told Esau, didn't he? He cursed Esau. You sell your inheritance for a bowl of soup? He cursed him. Even Jacob was unhanded about it, but he blessed Jacob because at least Jacob cared about his inheritance. He cared about what God had. He cared about what God was there for. Esau despised it. I mean, I don't care about that, man. Just give me a bowl of soup. And so you saying, I don't care about the land that God promised me. I don't care about the promised land. I want these 6 days on here with the devil. And God will let you, if you sign that damn contract, you fools go there, He let you have it, and then He'll shit on you. Because you won't hear from Him anymore. That Esau don't hear from God anymore. Look at the scripture. You see Him in God anymore. God will talk to Jacob. Never talk to Esau anymore, ever. Never saw him anymore. Never talked to him anymore. Yet he was the one that's supposed to inherit it. That's what the story is about. You got the promised land, you got the land there, and everything is scripture right there. It's totally, Master Muhammad came here to explain it to you. Like Muhammad spent 40 years dressing it, special covenants here, and you said, oh man, I was 6 days, I was a stupid ass Farrakhan. I was 6 weapons, I was there. Even though these devils ever kept a promise with the Indians, and remember, they got reparations too, right? They got the reservations. You want to be on those reservations? They made promises to everybody. Which one did he ever keep? But yeah, I want to reparate. I want some states. Well, you got a whole promise. God promised you the promised land. Honey, he said, also the best part player. He said, I want this 6 states over here. Listen to the damn Farrakhan. He's deceiving you so he gets you to sell. Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you to sell out your inheritance. So God will spit on you. Because that's what he did to Esau, that's what he did to you. Okay, I came here, I got all this for you, I prepare everything for you, we prepared a dinner, everything for you. And you spit on it? F you? Anyway, brothers and sisters, I'm going to get to my point here. See, it's difficult for me to get to this point because the problem is that there's so many things going on and I don't want to confuse people. Because they got this plan, I said I'm not going to deal with if that happens anymore because it's confusing. But this is not an if. This country, I'm going to get right to it. This country will be in starvation pretty soon. They tell you certain kind of ways because if you go check out the bread basket, all the bread basket places in bread basket means, right, those are places where they produce food and everything. Like in California and South Florida and stuff, places being flooded, being burned out and whatever. Then somebody's going around burning out all the warehouses. I've been trying to come at different ways, right? Anyway, it says it's going to break. America's going to be starving. Literally starving for more days. Won't bring any food. No food of any kind. Okay. Now, some of you think that if that happens, I don't know what you think really, because it happens, first of all, it happened and nobody did anything to you, that means you're going to starve to death.
If it just happens, there's no food for, let's say, 3 months, you're just going to starve to death. Right? That's the best case, right? Just horrible death. Starve to death, watch your children starve to death and everything else, right? It's like those cats, right? Okay, hey, Big Mom, man, she's in the bed, she can't get up, man. We just sit here and starve. We sit here and starve, no food. Or maybe they start eating each other. Maybe they start doing that. Maybe they start doing that. That could happen, right? I mean, just think this logically. I mean, are they going to sit, the cats going to sit there and starve? Maybe they start eating each other. Or maybe they say, wait a minute, why are we eating each other? Let's eat her. They've already give you warnings. The Japanese Americans, they were American citizens born here in America. See what happened to them during World War II. Now, Muhammad said, Farrakhan ain't telling you about that. He said that war breaks out in Europe, Armageddon. He said they go over by thousands and come back by tens. He said when they come back, see, he gave a big hint there. I used to think about that. He said when they come back, when they come back, right? You're going to look at the people that have been kicking their ass over there. They're going to attack you. Yes, he said that. Yes, he said that. I'm saying, wait a minute, hold it. In Europe? Every time in Europe? We're talking about the Middle East. And he dropped a lot of hints. But he couldn't be talking about Europe, that one. Bottom line, you put, like I say less, I should say stop right there. If a family comes to America, which is coming, it's on the way. Like I tell you, you won't realize it all of a sudden because the supply chain breaks down, then what you're eating is what's in the warehouse. And the warehouse has 6 months worth of food in it, then you're doing good 6 months. You won't know until 6 months run out, and then there's nobody's replenishing it. All of a sudden, the store's empty overnight. Well, the warehouse is empty. Why is it empty? How did you tell anybody? Oh, we thought we was going to get a refill, or we didn't want to pack it, whatever. Yeah, they told you what we was going to do. So here you go. So you ask yourself, what would happen in that situation? If you be truthful about it, you'd be wanting to get your ass out of here. If you're truthful about it, and you're a reasonable person. Because if there's no food, eat for a month, somebody's going to be on the menu. Somebody's going to be on the menu. And what's it, majority rules? You're the minority. Okay? You're the minority. Plus, you're only 3/5 human. It's in the Constitution. So that means you're not human. And anything that's not human can be eaten. You don't understand, bro, this is about to happen to you. Some of you are going to get it, going to get out of here. But some of you ain't going to get it, you have to go through it. You have no idea. It's unprecedented. I'm trying to tell you, I see it as clear as day. You don't want to be here, brothers and sisters. So it tells you, said, flee. Flee. Don't you go back and get your bail and just flee. That's how bad it's going to be. Flee for what? Why are they telling you to flee? I mean, if everybody's the same, then why you need to flee? That means everybody won't flee. If everybody's fleeing, nobody needs to flee, right? You're fleeing from somebody. That means something different between you and them. And only reason I got to flee because you wait till the last minute. And then where you going to flee to in America? Where you going to flee to? Because they all over the place. That's why Master Muhammad has to take you out of here. You have to take your plea out of here. Farrakhan said, no, we're going to stay here and fight whatever. No, you have to take it out of here. Now, the demons going to stay here and fight because we're not going to take them with us. Leave them behind. But they're fighting for a couple of reasons. Take over America, one. Another one is to keep them being eaten. Because when they catch you, you're going to be eaten. What do you think they would do if they catch you and they haven't eaten 2 or 3 days? What do you think they're going to do? Ask yourself your question. Look at that scenario. Just ask yourself, If there's a famine in America, a real live famine where there's no food, the Bible says there'll be no food. I can show you here, the quote. It says there'll be no food, no birds, no fish, nothing. So what you gonna do then? Remember that thing in Peru about 20 years ago? They crash landed. It was like a mile away from the village. They didn't realize it. And the dead people that died in the crash, they start eating them cold. They had nothing to warm the place up. They start stripping their skin, eating it cold, raw. I told you, brothers and sisters, as I get closer and closer to them, it'll be more clear to you because I can't. Something I can't tell you. I'm getting closer and closer and closer, telling you as much as I can. But this is a whole lot right here. That's the plan. Adam and Eve, don't eat of the tree of life. Eat. That's a big hint right there. It says, the day you do it, you will die. That's their plan, to eat you. That's why it's in the Constitution. Easy for them to pass the law. Just go to the Supreme Court and says, the Constitution, we follow the Constitution. The Constitution says 3/5 human. That means it's not human. Remember, if you're any percent less than human, you're not human. Because gorillas and apes, right, they have a lot of the same DNA you have. So that means that makes them 1/4 human or 3/5 human, whatever. But don't make them human because they have lead. They don't have. You have to be human. You're supposed to have 100% of the DNA that a human has. So they tell us we're only 3/5. Because the ape, I think, is like 1/2 or something like that there. And they can eat apes. They might not do it, but they can eat them. Some people do. You are going to be on the menu. That was one of the contingency plans, brothers and sisters. They know you're under judgment. I'm not going into those details about that. They know you're under judgment. And if food fails, that's another reason why they don't let you go, because you're going to be on the menu. And it's okay, because they're going to pass a law. So that means it's going to make it acceptable to everybody. And nobody's going to argue anyway, because now all of a sudden their stomachs is growling, and these people cannot go an hour without eating. You tell them to go a day, 2 days? Only thing they're going to hear is food, where's food? Okay, there's your food. They're going to have no objection to that whatsoever. None. Zero. None. And it's going to be okay because everybody's doing it. It's the law. It's in the Constitution. See? They was just our pets anyway. See, we're trying to be, they're not human because that's what evolution. This whole thing's been prepared, brothers and sisters. These devils, but they ain't stupid. They've been psychologically preparing you for ever since you've been here. When this evolution stuff come about? When evolution says you're not human. But you understand that because your head's up in NBA and all that. So evolution says you're not human. Hi, Assalamu alaikum. Sulman Rahim here. Welcome. Sulman Rahim, Message of the Covenant, Breaker of the Seven Seals. Brothers and sisters, the day of the Lord. Pardon me, brothers and sisters, but for the last couple of days, I've had to revamp my system, get a new laptop, so forth, so on. Ongoing battle. So I got a whole new system here. Working out the bugs. I'm actually going live on 2 channels. Test to see which one comes out the best sound and everything. So bear with me, brothers and sisters. It's not about the entertainment. It's about the truth. And we're getting very little to no truth. We're getting very little to no truth these days. And we haven't received any truth since we've been here. Excuse me, let me correct this. Absolute technical bugs here, brothers, so bear with me. Bear with me. Okay, I think that'll do it. Yeah, we have a couple of technical bugs as we go along. Working them out. Like I said, a whole new system here. Had to get a new laptop and so forth, and get one repaired, and just challenging. Let me say something about that. You know, brothers and sisters, there's 2 things about life that makes life interesting, right? Because you can go through life just wandering around, walking around circles. Or you can go through life with a mission. Okay? A mission. Some people have a mission. So, okay, no? I like you do this, I like you do that, right? But that's not the same thing as having an objective. Same thing, because the mission, okay, just go here, go there. All right, go to the store. Right. An objective is like, you have a purpose. See, you have a purpose in life. So you want to achieve this, you want to achieve that. See, mission like, okay, I want to go to New York. Yeah, that's a mission. In basic terms. See, objective is, I want to be the mayor of New York. Right? I want to be this, I want to do this, I want to accomplish this, comes that. Assalamu alaikum. Sulman Rahim here. Message of the Covenant, Breaker of the Seven Seals. Brothers and sisters, the day of the Lord, the day of the death, starvation, nation. Brothers and sisters, we're making it plain for you. Holocaust, you're going to see it very vividly pretty soon. Some of you are going to be very upfront and personal, very intimate. Unless you're fortunate enough not to be of those who are lost because of lack of knowledge. The Holocaust. Everything I'm talking about is result, the consequence, 90% of it is a consequence of the Holocaust. 90%. Because everything that Gog and Magog has done, America and Britain, since they came out of the abyss approximately 500 years ago, that's chapter 20 of what you call Revelations, they've reaped what death, theft, and destruction upon the entire planet, and especially, particularly, upon us. So let's proceed here, brothers and sisters. Remember, the Holocaust. The day of the Lord. Where's the day of the Lord? It says will come as thief in the night. It's going to come suddenly. Day of terror. It's a time of unprecedented trouble. Unprecedented. Unprecedented. So I'm going to walk through a couple of things here. The Lord's Day. You find that in chapter 1 of Revelations, which some call apocalypse. Right? You have to understand the Injil key to understand it, so we're not going to go there. Okay? Because I want to get right into the meat of the matter here. Let's proceed until C. So I'm going to skip through a few things here, brothers and sisters. Get you right to where I want you. Okay. So it's telling you, this is a sealed Bible now, and it's clear enough. So you have no excuse. Only situation only thing you have to think about here is who is this referring to? The great day of the Lord is near. Near. That means the timeless revelation. It wasn't something that happened 4,000 years ago. They're telling you that was all the things that you read is 4,000 years old or 2,000 years old. Now this is talking about something that's happening now, recently, because these things have happened in the past. So by the time this is revealed to you clearly, the day of the Lord is near. That means those scriptures wasn't talking about things that happened 4,000 years ago. That's why it's saying the great day of the Lord is near and coming very quickly. 4,000 years is not quickly. 2,000 years is not quickly. See? The day of the Lord is the warrior cries out. In it, the warrior cries out bitterly. In other words, they're so-called strong men. They're SEALs. They're Rangers. Right? They're special forces and so on and so on. Special ops. They will cry out bitterly. It's going to be so bad. So if they're crying out, what would a normal person do? Yeah. If this describes what day of the Lord will be like, that day is a day of anger, a day of trouble and distress, a day of destruction and desolation, a day of darkness and gloom, a day of clouds and thick darkness. That's what it'll be like. And this is a 1 year period. 1 year period talking about. Not 1 day. 1 year. That's the fall of Babylon. So all her plagues will come 1 day. In 1 year. A day of trumpet and battle cry against the fortified cities and the high corner walls. That means no matter how fortified you are, like America, when they're talking about specifically America's, because America's fortified, they're separated by oceans. See, they're protected on all sides. See, that's not going to help them. That's not going to, that's going to be meaningless. Will bring distress on mankind. Mankind, that means not man, kind of man. So they will walk like those who are blind, blinded, confused, because they have sinned against the Lord. Their blood will be poured out like dust. Their blood will be poured out like dust, and their flesh like dung. Like dung. Neither their silver nor gold will be able to save them on the day of the Lord's anger. Another place it says that they will throw it into the streets because it will not fill their stomachs. So they can't eat it. See? You'll see why in a second. And all the earth will be devoured by the fire of his jealousy. All the earth, they're talking about the European nations now, specifically America. For he will make a complete end. Indeed, it's going to be a horrifying end. Horrifying. Remember, this is the consequence of the Holocaust. There was an abject, total, complete horror for over 40 years. When Abraham, our forefathers, saw a vision, he saw a vision of horror. So now this is the recompense for what they did to us. All the horror they imposed upon us for over nearly 5 years has been imposed on them, all of it, in 1 year. And he, a horrified one of all the inhabitants of the earth. Inhabitants of the earth. Who inhabits the earth? European countries and those that reside there, right? That's still there on the day of the Lord. If you're there, it's be horror. If you're there, because remember, Daniel, those in the last book of life, they're taken out. Time of unprecedented trouble. I will completely remove all things from the face of the earth, declares the Lord. Okay? And this is what we're going to get into. The main point here. I will remove human and animal life. When I say mankind, when I say human, what are humans? What are you referring to? They're removed. Right? And animal life. I remove the birds of the sky and the fish of the sea and the ruins along with the wicked. And I will eliminate mankind. Mankind, see, from the face of the earth. See, human and man, see, they make a distinction there. See, because we're going to be removed. We're going to be removed. See, from the face of the earth declares the Lord. Okay, let's stop there. Let's walk through some things. Okay, what should you expect here? What should we expect here? Sorry. If we've been paying attention to the news, we see that in the Middle East, Iran has 100,000 warriors on the coast, on the borders of Israel. So they're preparing for war there. And we know France was preparing for war against Iran. We know war is about to break out there. Also, we see war is already going on in Russia and Ukraine, and that's about to blow up into a nuclear war. That's what they're threatening there, a nuclear war. And then China. China's trying to take Taiwan any day. They're doing drills, flyovers. Those are 3 hotspots I've been telling you about for 30 years. And those being 3 hotspots, and that's exactly where the trouble is right now. You didn't even see this a year ago. A year ago, you still didn't see it. Even though I was telling you, and the presentations are out on YouTube to prove it. Even a year ago, 5 years ago, I was telling you about this specific scenario. Iran, Russia, and China. But Iran is going first. See, they can't figure it out. They think Russia is first. No, Iran is first. Some think China is first. No, Iran is first. Which will trigger Russia. Then which will trigger, because when trigger Russia, that's Armageddon. And then trigger China, that's the goat. Death in Hades. I'm going to do some scenarios here. The war is going to break out in the Middle East within the next 60 days, guaranteed. Much earlier than that. So I'm just going to give you a general picture. But if I say 60 days, that's close enough, ain't it? Because you're going to be in a well of hell, a well of trouble at that time. That war is going to break out. The next 60 days could be the next 6 minutes. But within the next 60 days, no doubt. Guaranteed. So that war breaks out. You will have Iran and Syria on one side. That's Michael and his angels. Master Muhammad going to be defending them from the air, because they're going to try to attack initially from the air. And Master Muhammad is going to take out all their planes. That's going to be an initial attack. Neutralize their, nuclear weapons. And we'll turn into a ground war. Michael's angels against the dragon. Its angels. Who are the dragon? Do the dragon is House of Saud. I told you 30 years ago that Saudi Arabia, House of Saud, be allied with false Israel when the war comes. And now you see it. So-called Abraham Accords. You got the Arabs, the Sunnis allying with false Israel. They're going to be on the side of false Israel and America and Britain when they go to war with Iran. Russia's going to be on the side of Iran. I have a clip I'm not going to show here. They're talking about that they're trying to use Russia's diversion in Ukraine, hoping that will restrain them from assisting Iran when they attack Iran. But you're going to be Syria and Iran is going to be on one side. They'll have some help from Russia. The Master from Muhammad will be their guardian from the sky, their air armada that they plan to attack with. And then you have the Sunni Arabs. See? And false Israel, America, and Britain, Gog and Magog. That's a dragon and its angels. They're going to go to war. And the dragon, House of Saud, America and Britain, and false Israel will be defeated. America and Britain will be thrown out of the Middle East. Thrown out completely. Leaving false Israel isolated and denuclearized. Surrounded by 10 to 1. At least 10 to 1. Shia, along with the Palestinians, where they've been oppressing for over 70 years. And they were put on the siege. No food will go in and go out. Their food will run out quickly. They will not be able to escape. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, there's destruction. This is a clear prophecy. This tells you, anyone reads that, know that false Israel is the one that's going to be destroyed. And if they was a true seed of Abraham, they would not be destroyed. It says it right there. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, who's in control of Jerusalem? Who lives in Jerusalem? When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, notice destruction is near. That's a clear prophecy. That's a clear verse there. But they ignore it. Because they can't conceive, right, in their minds that we could be a true seed of Abraham, because what would that make them? See? And those that can understand it, they don't want their people to know and their children to know who they are, what they are. They want to find out. But this is the point. The scriptures talks about the false Israel goes under siege and there's no food. Quickly, in a heartbeat, they're going to start eating anyone that's not Jewish that's left there in their borders. Remember, they're under siege. They can't escape. Right? They're locked in. No food coming out. They will eat everyone. There'll be no food. Once food is gone, right? They'll eat anything that's not Jewish. They declare, go golem, and then start eating each other, the sons and daughters. So the sons will eat their fathers and the fathers will eat their sons. This will be happening there. And then they'll be taken down. They will be taken down. Now I want you to think about that for a minute. Because take that and juxtapose that with men's hearts will be failing, right? For fear of those things are coming upon the earth, because powers of the heavens will be shaken. Now, you want to go and think that somewhere, some moon star way beyond Jupiter, well, how would they know those powers are shaken if they're way beyond their perception? Anyway, not waste time here. Heaven represents the Middle East. Okay? So it says, men's hearts will be failing for fear of those things coming upon the earth. And I told you, earth represents European countries, specifically America in this case. Men's hearts will be failing for fear of those things coming upon the earth, because the powers of heavens be shaken. Now, prior to now, and it always amazed me sometimes when nobody asked me to explain that in detail, because I never said what was coming upon the earth. I just said their hearts were failing for fear of those things coming upon the earth. And I would say, and they fear in anticipation, what would they fear? Well, if their hearts were failing in anticipation, what would they do when they actually see it? When they realize it? But what are those things that they fear coming upon the earth? What they fear coming upon the earth, right, is what's coming upon their idol, false Israel. Because they're under siege. And America is going to be under siege. And it's going to be eating its people. It's going to be eating people. Just like they said, because that's going to be a model for them. That's what they see coming here. It's going to be like, a preview. Because that's what it's saying. It says, men's hearts be filled for fear of those things coming upon the earth, because the powers of heaven be shaken. So fear, a preview, because they see a preview of what's about to happen here. And if that's causing their hearts to fail, that means it's horrific. If there's powers of heaven be broken, who has power in the heavens and Middle East now? America being the false Israel is broken. That power is broken, and now it's in a preview, a result of the power being broken, because it says, men's hearts be filled for fear of those things coming upon the earth. Not talking about the powers being broken, that's second. Men's hearts be filled for fear of those things coming upon the earth. That's what's happening. False Israel will be taken down, right, and under siege, because the powers of heavens will be broken. So that thing we see is a result of the powers of heaven being broken. We isolate these things and break it down, brothers and sisters, right? Men's hearts will be failing for fear of those things coming upon the earth. They get a preview, because the powers of heaven be broken. That means this preview is a result of the powers of heaven be broken. Not the powers of heaven be broken. That's not what they're fearing. They're fearing the result of the powers of heaven being broken. And that's false Israel under siege. Destruction. And it tells you that when they're under siege, the scriptures tell you, when they're siege, they're going to eat the father, eating the son, some eating the fathers. So if they're eating each other, what will they do to foreigners that's in there? What do you do to them? Because there'll be no food there. None, zero. And so we're going to see, and the whole world is going to see this. It's going to be televised all over the world. Because they're going to see, and they're going to lay siege to them, and they're going to do it purposely to cause them to show the world, see who they really are before they destroy them. And it's going to be publicized all over the world. We're all going to see this. They see the cannibalism. They want to see it. They have drones flying all over, showing what the people are doing. Like those apocalypse movies. Those, I'm talking about what they'll call those things, zombies and apocalypse and all that kind of stuff. And like I was sort of previewed by some people recently, see, that's another thing. See, they tell you, they said, they always prepare the people for these things by giving them movies and things like that. They prepare them so when it happens, they're already psychologically prepared for it. And all of a sudden, you get all these movies of people eating people, zombies and stuff. You bombarded with them. I mean, like, I remember the first one came out like in 69, I think it was. The Night of the Living Dead. And then a few more. And now, man, like one come out almost every day, seem like. To prepare people. Why? Because they know, the wise ones know what's coming. Because remember, these people, they're wise people. They says, men's hearts be failing for fear of those things coming upon the earth, because the powers, they know, they're wise enough to know this is what happened to them. They understand the scripture. They know this is going to happen to them. See, these are not the stupid ones, these are the wise ones. If you just break that down, I tell you everything, you break those verses down, you'd be surprised how much, right, energy is in those verses, how much knowledge in it. Because it says, these are the wise ones. Because, remember, they see it. It hasn't happened here yet. They anticipate it, but they know what's going to happen because they know the scripture. They know right now they're in judgment. They know that right now. The wise ones know it. Men's hearts were failing for fear of those things coming upon the earth. That means it hasn't happened yet. They anticipate it. They're not just anticipating it. They have thorough knowledge that it's coming, because that's why their hearts are failing. They're not guessing it's coming. They know it's coming. Because they know the scripture. How do they know? They have a crystal ball. They know the scriptures. They know it's coming. Because they recognize the sign. Okay, so if you understand that, let's move a step further. Now, once that happens, that triggers Armageddon, the war in Europe. For many reasons, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, but the war in Europe is already, right, simmering. Because they're technically at war now. Just has spread like, he has no idea what he's talking about. See, it's going to be triggered by the war in heaven or the Middle East. Remember I said Russia's going to be on this, because Russia is semi-allied with Iran. But they don't have to explain to American people how they was defeated in the Middle East by Iran. How his Air Force, right, Air Armada was destroyed. How did that happen? And so Russia, they blame everything on Russia these days, right? So Russia's going to be the culprit. They're going to be the scapegoat. And so that's going to trigger Armageddon. And so Armageddon is a war, it's a European war. See? Now I'm be very careful what I say, because you may not pay attention, but they're paying attention, because remember it says they know. Why do they know? The prophecy. See? Because they're listening. You may not be listening, they're listening. And they know, because it says this truth to be spoken all in the world, then it will come. See? I haven't got that part. I don't know if you get that part today or not, but they want to know. See? So right now you got an oil crisis. You also have a food crisis. I tried to explain it the other day, but you don't know it yet. Because a lot of food you get is coming out of warehouses, but it's not being replenished by the farms and the what they call the manufacturers, right? The processors. So if they got a 5-month supply of food in the warehouses, and they're not being supplied, you won't know you have a famine until you got 5 months later, until warehouses run out. And then you find out all of a sudden there's no food, right? Because they're not being replenished, but they don't tell you. And you don't realize that until it's gone. And you're in that situation now, you just don't realize it. Because you're eating out what's in the warehouses, primarily. Because all these floods and this weather and drought and all these things happening, and the fact that I get a fertilizer from me, well, I'm not going into all the details, is that's destroying the source that supply the warehouses. And the high price of oil, that means the processors have to raise, that's why the food prices are being higher and higher, And at some point, they can't make a profit, so they close out. And then on top of that, you got someone running around. They don't know who it is yet. They haven't identified them. Setting fire to the warehouses. They said daily. That's a fact. Go, you can Google that one. See, most you have to pay attention to these things because your hair's all up. NFL, NBA stuff, your hair's up there, so keep it up there. It's going to be pretty dry in a minute. Anyway, famine's going to hit suddenly because it tells you when Babylon falls, one day, famine's going to be one of the first things that hit. It's going to hit suddenly. See? When you realize it, it's sudden. Say there was no food. Say there'd be no food. All of a sudden, you see, where's that already? Food shortage and things like that, but you don't understand what they mean at this point. You will in a minute. So at that point, you get in a fight with Russia. But now, Europe is in trouble. EU, right? So-called American allies, NATO. See? They cut off from oil. Only oil supply they can possibly get from Russia at that point. Because right now they're trying to make it seem like I got to be very careful here, brothers and sisters. Something big is about to happen, and I definitely don't want to spill the beans on that. Because I said that Russia would be a major supplier, then they went and blew up Russia's pipeline. See, so Russia couldn't supply them. But they still be able to supply them over land. They supply them quicker than America can, because at that point, the only supplier will be America and the Middle East. I gotta be very careful here, brothers and sisters. But there's cut off their supply of the Middle East because now Iran, Syria has total control of the oil in the Middle East. Arabia, because they have control of the whole region. Remember, they just defeated South Assad has ran back to India, where they initially came from, because they're Indians pretend to be Arabs. That the British put on the throne to protect that oil, keep that oil supply going. You didn't know that, but that's a fact. The angel or Revelation revealed that. They took everything they could and run back to India. Now the whole Middle East is in the hands of the Shia. Entire Middle East. Okay? And remember, EU allied with America, and America and Britain was attacking, so their oil supply is cut off. And they're totally dependent upon the oil from the Middle East and from Russia. So now they cut off from the Middle East, only supplies Russia, but now they broke the pipeline, right? And so America's supposed to be shipping oil to them. They're not going to be able to do that because they have to ship by sea and they can't ship by air. And Russia is not going to allow that to happen. They blow up any boat that can't anywhere near. And plus, it takes a long time anyway. They cannot supply the needs of Europeans. And with that demand that's going to be present at the time, they cannot supply it in any real time, any meaningful time. So the best supply they're going to have is Russia, but it's going to be cold. See, it's getting cold now here in America, and it's going to be really cold there. Okay? So I'm going to be very careful with this one. The bottom line is that the only possible source of oil they will have is Russia, and they're going to blame America for this because America's adventurism is when it caused this situation to begin with, and so they're going to turn on America, and America is going to be in between Russia and the EU, which is East and Western Europe. The love is going to turn against them. the NATO was going to turn against them. So America be in desperation in a war. Armageddon overseas. Again, they got to transport troops over there. But the Europeans and Russians have troops there already. They have their material, they have arms and everything. America's got to transport it over there. And they'll be whooped. They'll be slaughtered. And they're going to demand, see, they claim that you're free here, Negroes, Negro butts. So if you're free, why can they demand that you, why can they draft you? Why can they force you to fight in the wars if you're free? So that's what they're going to do. And how long are you going to go? That's what it means by throwing in the river. If you understand the Injil key, you know what that means, right? Throw you in the river. So you're going to throw in that war, and you're never going to return. That's one way they plan on getting rid of you, by throwing many of you in the war. See? They're going to lose. Okay, you got that scenario. You got the war in heaven broke out. They were defeated. Now they're life and death struggle in Europe. And now you hear them talk. I've been telling you. I said the first one to go will be UK, Britain, totally destroyed. And now they talk about that. They talk about Russia's going to totally. They're going to turn Britain into a Mars desert. They say to totally destroy it. Now people talk about totally destroying. I've been talking about for a year. I said they're going to be the first, according to the unsealed Bible, right? They're the firstborn. In the sealed Bible, the firstborn is the elderly. That's COVID. 1619 to 2019, 40 years. The first judgment, where a plague that would kill the firstborn and pass over us. See? But in the unsealed Bible, right, they're the firstborn because they're firstborn before America, right? And they're going to be destroyed, but and you understand the Injil key, the nation of Islam is right under them, so it's going to pass over them, but it's going to destroy them. I'm not going into that kind of detail here, but I'm just trying to show you. The sealed Bible, unsealed Bible, both of them reveal information. See? So the sealed Bible, I mean, they don't even understand the sealed Bible, so you know they will not understand the unsealed one. But bring me the first to go. I'm not going into all the details there, but bring me the first to go. Now, during this time, remember, false Israel's under siege and their wholesale cannibalism. Wholesale. Under siege. So now America's at war, full-scale war, not nuclear, near nuclear, full-scale war, right? A losing war in a vice in Europe, betrayed by their friends, NATO, EU, being destroyed. This is going on. At the same time it's going on, then and remember, because at this point, these are Europeans fighting against Europeans, so they're destroying their power because they're fighting each other. It's like if you got a household fighting each other, they make themselves vulnerable to their enemies because now they fight each other, become weakened. So at this time, that elevates China and India, because that's what it says in chapter 13. It says that the dragon, who has 7 heads and 10 horns and crowns upon his heads, gave his authority and power to the beast, who also has 7 heads and 10 horns, but his crowns upon his horn. They will transfer of power from the heads to the horns to China and India. And they become world powers as Europeans destroying themselves. Same time, false Israel was under siege. Wholesale cannibalism. Men's hearts failing for fear of those days coming upon earth, because the powers of heaven be shaken. What's coming upon earth? That calendar was going on for, it's right, it's like showing previews, constant previews over and over and over again for their eyes. They're witnessing it. The whole world is witnessing it. And it's about to hit the earth. Hit America. Now, during this time, right, that's when food runs out. And where the food is available, the military is going to declare martial law and take that food because they need it to feed their soldiers who's being slaughtered over in Europe. The bread basket, right? The bread broken. The staff broken. Staff of bread is broken. No more food. So in short, twinkle of an eye, all the birds, the fish, everything is constantly, because no food. They're going to get rid of that in a blink of an eye. See? Because they ain't no food in the store, so they're going to turn on whatever wildlife there is. Fish, the birds, shooting them out of the sky, squirrels, everything. And blink of an eye, blink or two, they're all gone. And blink of an eye, now there's nothing. No food at all. No food at all, right? No food anywhere to be found. See? And now false Israel is about to be taken down altogether. That time, the people told to flee. Why are you told to flee? Who are they telling to flee? Who's been, see, they said flee. Well, you may be fleeing from somebody. You're not fleeing from animals. You're fleeing from other people. So why would you have to flee from other people? What makes you different from them that you have to flee? Because they tell everybody to flee because everybody fleeing. What's the point? If everybody's fleeing, if all the white folks and black folks are fleeing, who are they fleeing from? So something different about you, but of course you have to flee somebody else is different from you. Calm down, Sister Hill. There's something that distinguishes your mark that makes you different. Because you flee from somebody else who's different. Something identifies you. Because if you're just like everybody else, then everybody's fleeing. So who's fleeing? See? There's no food. False Israel, it's true. Honestly, it's not, at this point, they're actually being destroyed. Because, see, the hope is at the last minute, this false Jesus that have or whatever they made up is going to come and save false Israel at the last minute. And now, that's evident that's not going to happen. See? So now you know that false Israel is false. And know that you are a true seed of Abraham. And at the same time, there's no food. And they tell you to flee. See? So there's two motivations going on there. One, you identify, because the word's going to go out, it's clear that you're the true seed of Abraham. And the other word is, there's no food. Two things simultaneously hit their brain at the same time. Same time. See? And people want food. That's all they think about. They think about one food more than anything else. But still, that's still going to be on their mind. But food is going to be premier. See? At that time when there's no food, the government has to feed the people because the government's going to be in trouble. They have to come with a solution. How are we going to feed these people? Because they're going to be eating if they don't. No time. Immediately, someone's going to make a bill, a point. This is going to happen overnight. Right? We got to follow the Constitution. What does the Constitution say? Those niggers, if they ain't white, they 3/5 human, that means not really human. Because if you're 3/5 human, that means you're not human, you're animal. Because remember, they say gorillas has similar DNA, whereas the gorillas has half as much DNA as if you compare DNA is similar, ultimately by half. See? So it's similar. So they're saying we 3/5 because we have 3/5 of our DNA is similar to theirs, but the other 2/5 is not. That means if you're not 100% human, that means you're animal. You understand? That's the percentage. See, you don't understand because your hair's up in the ass and NFL. You don't understand what the science, everything's going on. You're human if you're 100% human. apes are a percentage human. Monkeys are a percentage human. Because they have similar DNA. They have some of the same DNA we have. Technically, people that we used to call retarded are not human because they have extra chromosome, which takes them out of the human spectrum. But they won't go there. But that's a fact. Called Down syndrome. Because they don't have the same chromosome makeup that qualifies you to be a human. Follow the Constitution. It's in the Constitution. We 3/5 human. That means the Constitution says we animal. Now, when they make that bill, nobody's going to oppose it. Because when they make that bill, that means it's authorized by law that anybody that's not human can be eaten because they're animal. That will pass that law unanimously, quickly. That's going to solve the food problem. Because by law, anyone that's not 100% Caucasian is animal. They're 3/5 human. They can be eaten. That solves it. And I say flee, because you're not just fleeing from death, you flee from being eaten. They will kill you to eat you. If you don't believe it, just you better go read that Bible again. It says, because Baptist Church is going, everything, there's no being food at all. They tell you that they will eat their own children. If they eat their own children, will eat you before they eat their own children. And you, by law, considered not human. It's in the Constitution. That's why they never took it out. You say, why don't, well, Obama was there. How come they never took 3/5 of human out of the Constitution? Because the Constitution said you're not human. And it's done by founding fathers. So then they know better, because they're not going to have an argument for that against that. Because if you're hungry, that's going to sound good in your ears. You're going to have an opposition to that. Because now you got food. You got plenty of food. All you got to do is catch it. And it's by law, so there's no problem. There's no stigma to it. So like so-called, what they call slavery, is in Holocaust back in the South. There's no stigma to it because everybody was doing it. It's by law. So raping and all that kind of stuff was just like they said you was the animal. But if they was raping you, that means bestiality. That means you raping. That bestiality means you sleep with animals. But by law, I was, so there was no stigma to it because that was the law of the land. And the Democrats, so-called, they love you. They didn't stop. They didn't change that law. They didn't change 3/5 human. They didn't change any of that. Because now they're going to make it legal to eat you. Remember, all this happened at the same time. That's a flee. Flee. Don't go back to anything. You got time to go back in the house and get anything. Just flee. Because everybody's going to be against you to eat you. Because you're going to be legally food. Legally food when there's no food anywhere. There's plenty of food. There's plenty of food. Let me take a little segue here. I haven't taught this for a long time. I think maybe years. I had to go back a long time. And I started about it because let me see if I can put my thoughts together with this one. I was talking about in Europe, when they came out of Europe, right, they had nothing. They left Europe because Europe was a basket case. They had ripped it off. They had destroyed the topsoil and everything. It was poor. They didn't come out and save the world. They came out and destroyed the world. They took everything from everybody. It took America. It took Canada. It took Australia. It took, they took us. But I'm going to just say this in general, because I'm not going into particular, but I think if I have time, I'll probably dig that presentation up and present it again. But I was saying, like, everybody has equal amount of energy, right? So say everybody gets 1,000 units of energy a day. So you have 100 white people, Caucasians, you got 100 brown people, you got 100 black people, put it like that, right? Just simple. Okay, now this includes the animals too. I don't want to go because I really need to presentate this explain the whole thing. Because every living thing that's in the pressure gets the same amount of energy. But you don't see the Quran talks about that. See, but you don't understand how I was saying it. So they're similar to us, but and I'm not going to do it. So let's look at this problem here. Okay, say you got 1,000 gorillas, right? You got 1,000 pigs, right? 1,000 blacks, 1,000 whites, put it like that. And 1,000 dogs, right? Or okay, say dogs. So you got gorillas, pigs, and dogs, right? So you got it's got 5,000 altogether. So everybody gets 1,000 a day, right? Okay. But what if one of these groups, say the whites, can have the power to take the energy from the pigs? Now you have 2,000 units a day because they classify the pigs as the animals, right? But classify them, right, as belonging to them. And they become more powerful. Now they got 2,000 a day because now they can take what the pigs have. And let's say they do that to the apes. Now you got 3,000 a day. See that power they become? By classifying the other ones as not deserving of their power. So the bottom line, like I said, I'm not doing a good job at it because I really need to actually I explained it very clearly. I'm trying to reconstruct it. If I hadn't thought about that, wow, in that way. But I have been talking about it in terms of energy quality, right? So the bottom line is, when we was going to, see, before 5,000, 50,000 years ago, we did not eat animals. We're vegetarians, we didn't eat animals. See? But in order to get more energy, we classify the animals as edible. So we took their energy. It affected us, took the energy. So it caused negative outcomes, but we still had that to eat. Earth was not producing enough food, right? Energy deprivation, that means Earth wasn't producing as much food as it was before. That's energy deprivation, because Earth produces food, but it has to have the energy to do it, and if energy decreases, there's less food. That's why here I have to say, overflow of milk and honey, because they have more food, more energy, so Earth can produce much more. So we produce less and less. So we overcame that by classifying the animals as edible. So it took the energy power from them and affected us negatively, but we still did that. The point I'm trying to make now is that if you don't have enough energy, you can classify those that have energy as usable, edible. You see what I'm getting at? So they classify you as animals, which they have officially already done it in the Constitution. So now that solves their food crisis. Because remember, this is going to go on for 1 year. They cannot fast for 1 day. So how are they continue to fight and everything else if there's no food? They all be dead in a week. Then about a month, they all be totally dead. So they still fighting. So there's no food. What are they using to fight with? Where are they getting energy from? Because now you're their food. So So, there are many of you over there get slaughtered in their war, and back home, right, they gather you up. Just like they herd cattle and everything else, because you're going to be a food source by law. By law. That's why I said flee. And while all blacks flee together, because all blacks in the Constitution, all blacks, all non-whites are 3/5, they're not human. That's why all blacks come together. Flee. If you haven't fled, you got caught, you got eaten. Eat the food. And there's no stigma to it because that's what the Constitution said. You wouldn't begin with. They would just be nice to you like a pet. Because many of you are treated worse than their pets. You know that. I'm trying to make it clear as possible. I told you I'll make it clear as we get to the end. I get clearer than this, but this is very clear. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi, they're going to declare you as animal legally, and Supreme Court will hold up because it says in the Constitution. They can't deny it. It's right there in the Constitution. This will pass immediately, unanimously. And all those demons up there in Congress, they ain't going to be able to stop it. They're going to have to run for their lives. Because they're going to see it passing like so it's going to pass in one day. They step in trying to stop it, they're going to be eaten. They'll be fleeing too. So all blacks come together. But we don't want them. We reject them. They'll be fighting for their lives. That's why they had a demon war. And they want us to help them. They want to say, it's 17 million of them, it's 17 million of us. They want us to side with them in this war, to take America and also keep them being eaten. Because they're going to be at war. It's not rioting, it's a war. A demon war, the locust war. What is locust all about? Eating up everything. They give all kinds of hints. Right? So we get in a fight with them and we kick them out. Mark, right, in the Bible. They kicked out. So now they're at war with their daddies, their devil daddies. Right? Because devil daddies are trying to get them to eat them. And they're battling for their lives, and we don't want them. See? But it's a race war, but it's also a race war for food. It's a race war at that time, but it's a war for food also. So America's been defeated. China, India is on the rise. They're on the way here. They're mobilizing, coming across the Pacific Ocean, approaching. This will be a 5-month period. This war will take 5-month period. Locust war. Any blacks caught, they'll be eaten. Many have already been caught and they're already in concentration camps. And just going like you herd cattle, herd sheep, you're hungry, pick that one, pick this one. That's what's going to be happening here. See? Those non-concentration camps, they're fighting. They're fighting. They're trying to take America and also fighting to keep them being eaten. So flee. See? So then you got tribulation now. This tribulation. A time of unprecedented trouble where Master Muhammad takes out those in the land. They won't have that problem. They be takes that my people eat when your people go hungry. So you still have starving people in America now. Those who are out there, right? They're out there out in the bayou where there ain't no black folks. They be eating each other. But they ain't no black people that eat them. So in cities and things like that, there, black folks will be crowded up in concentration camps and eaten. So you still have starvation here. But you can catch a black person, you can eat them. You got this war going on. You got China and India approaching from the west coast. You got demons fight for their lives, and we're gone. And now you got those left behind, and Daniel says, they slept in the dust, they didn't wake up. I'm trying to talk to, didn't wake up in time. They got caught up here. They got to go through tribulation. Only thing they have, they're being taught. And I'm not sure if that's going to be that possibly fulfilled, because I really have a lot of reservations about telling them anything. But according to prophecy, Suleiman will teach them the 5 pillars of Islam how to protect themselves. Through tribulation, that's the NOI, and the rest of the blacks that was left behind didn't wake up in time, that didn't get included in the Lamb's Book of Life. Go to tribulation. That's a war, and they could be fighting to get to the west coast where they'll be delivered. But that'll be a 5-month trek. Remember, this war with the Jews is going to take 5 months. 5 months. Now what happens? During these 5 months, the tribulation will last the whole year, but during the 5 months, the demons are fighting. There's civil war in America, demons against the devils. The elect are gone. That's why Muhammad's delivered them. And you got those left behind, the NOI, like Muhammad's Levite army, that was stupid enough to be deceived by Farrakhan, the saints. They taught the 5 fundamental pillars of Islam, but that's not going to get them home in 5 months. They can't go on a 5-month fast. So what they going to do? They going to eat people too? I mentioned that before, but I said I gave a little hint, but I said I'm going to leave it alone. I talked about that about a month or so ago. But it tells you in Exodus, they're going to be fed. Manna from heaven. Matter of fact, Muhammad will drop food upon them daily, once a day. But they're going to be army, fighting their way. You see, in Exodus, they was running from Pharaoh's army, trying to get to the Red Sea. Who's the Red Sea? If you understand the Injil Key and everything, that's talking about that beast, China, India, with the third beast, the African beast with them. They invade. See? And so when they get to the coast, it's going to be between the river, the Red Sea, and the Pharaoh's army. But then the Red Sea can open up. Because it tells you that they're being inspired. That's these 10 kings that's being inspired by Master Prophet Muhammad. Because he said he put in their spirit to take down the whore, the harlot. He inspired them to do it. He's the one guiding them to do it. So they do it at his command. So when the NOI gets there, Elijah Muhammad's redeemed Levite army, redeemed as a result of the tribulation. That's a purification period, because it's like being incubated. They didn't make the first cut, so they had to be put back in. So that's what said the Red Sea opened up. Those are the 4 winds. Said the wind blew on the sea. You have to understand the angel key to understand all this. Said the wind blew on the sea, and the sea opened up, right? And they was able to walk through. They allowed through. But then the sea closed on Pharaoh's army. As China and India, they let them through, but then they closed in on Pharaoh's army. They closed in on the army that's chasing them. Because you're going to have, remember, they're not at war with America. They're trying to escape America, but America's at war with them. They want to eat them, get them either fight or be eaten. At the same time, they're at war with the demons. That's how much conflict is going on here. And you got hunger like you can't believe going on, except for those who can get hands on black people, right? The animals, 3/5 humans, they're eating. But if you're down in the Bible, way out wherever, you eat yourself, you eat your children. They escape. And then that's when, that 5-month period, at that point, when they escape, that same time, after this 5 months now in, that's when the demon army is destroyed. The devil finally was able to trap them, right? Corner them, trap them, and destroy them. And eat what's left over. They destroyed the 5 months. See? The NOI, they escaped. That's the ones, it says, at that time Michael would deliver those in the book, and then those that woke up too late, some everlasting life, some everlasting shame and appallment. But what happened to those shame and appallment? These are not demons. The demons, they was at war. But these are the vipers, the liars, Eric, Farrakhan, not Farrakhan, he's a demon. He's gone. Size, all these guys, that turn on the people, sellouts, using the people, living off people. See? Got a lot of them. He says they're going to join on to the NOI. They say, like Daniel said with blandishment, say, yeah, we with you, brother. We was with you all the time, man. They got all kinds of excuses. See, so they got time to argue with them, so they're going to sit with them, so that's how they're going to eat. That's how they're going to eat too. See? So they're going to escape with them. When they go to the Red Sea, they're going to escape too. But see, if you read the scriptures carefully, there could be a judgment once they get home. When those get, there's a second judgment. And that's when those vipers and stuff be filtered out. And those ones going to everlasting shame and appallment. It's filtered out, identified, filtered out. And the rest of the saints, everlasting life. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters. And then, that's when the siege of America takes place. Now we're only 5 months in. They got 7 months left. That's the siege that their hearts were forever full of, because now America's under siege. They got rid of the demons. All the saints, vipers, they're gone. No bad folks left in America. No live ones. He said, I'm going to remove all humans and whatever. There's not going to be anything, no food at all. All humans gone, all the food is gone. All your food sources are all gone. And now, that's it. Horror. They already proved themselves to be cannibals, and now they have nothing. Because, first of all, they've been eating other people's food for the last 5 years, so now they got to eat nothing. Eat other people's food. This is not their food. This is not their country. And those who survived the siege, that 7-month siege, right? Those survived it, right? If they youthful at all, ain't had any strength, right? They'd be taken into captivity, and then the country would be burned down. This whole hemisphere would be burned down. So the war, they fight back. It lasts pretty much just 5 months when they fight the demons. But then Pharaoh's army is destroyed. Right? When that river closed in on them, destroyed, then the army is destroyed. So they're not fighting back anymore. They're starving. They're on the sea. They're starving. Am I making it clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? The army is destroyed. So they can't fight back. And don't tell me, because that 5 months, they're going to be moving into they're going to be moving into Mexico and South, because you think America is going to sit here and starve, and Mexico got food, and Panama got food, and Central America got food. So no, they're going to go and take those countries and take their food. This whole hemisphere is going to be under fire. That whole hemisphere is going to be burned down. After that 5 months, there's no food. I would say remove everything, all the animals, the humans, everything. All is going to be gone. All is going to be gone. And now, the real famine kicks in full speed. There's no animals eat. That means no fish humans eat anymore. It's just their children and themselves. That's what sort of happened in false Israel. That's what it was afraid was coming upon the earth. Men's hearts fell for fear of those things coming upon the earth, because the powers of heaven be shaken. So now what they feared is present. And this heart was failing for anticipation. What do hearts do once they realize it? Got 7 months, no food, under siege. Under siege. China and I call them the beasts. That's the African, non-Islamic African, led by this one called the beast. All together. So he was alongside. So he has 7 horns and 10. He has 7 heads and 10 horns. He had no crowns either, because he was with the beast that has 7 horns and 10 horns and 7 heads, right? And crowns upon his horns. He was with them alongside. They had the same structure. They didn't have any crowns. That's what you can expect, brothers and sisters. That is what's going to happen in a few days. Not years anymore. You're going to get to impact this in a few days. Then for the years out, I say within the next 6 days, absolutely for sure, no doubt in my mind about it. I go so far as to say within the next couple of weeks, but I'm not going to say that because Master Muhammad has to pull that trigger. So I kind of outlined it. I talked very slowly, very carefully. I'm trying to work on it. I'm trying to work on it, I'm working on it because I want you to understand clearly what is about to happen. And if you're here, you're going to be in trouble. See? So those who are left behind, they'll be taught, and these scriptures say they'll be taught the 5 fundamental mathematical principles of Islam. That'll be the protection. That's my job to do. I'm not sure I'm going to do it because I really have I have a bone to pick with those Levites after what they did with Elijah Muhammad. But this, given that it is done, that's how they eat. It says that there be manna from heaven. See? Master Muhammad will have dropped food on them once a day. As they travel in a group, they can travel in a great army. Millions of them. Men, women, and children who didn't wake up in time. Go to tribulation. It says those who know their God will do exploits. How do they do exploits? They're hungry. You say they're going to eat each other? They're not. That's not going to happen. So where are you getting the food from? It tells you. It says you get manna from heaven. Exodus tells you everything you need to know if you study it, pay attention to it. And that's why the vipers and things, they're going to grab onto them. And, oh yeah, we with you, brothers, with you all the time. They're lying, but they want that food. They're going to pretend they're with you so you can benefit from that. And then they're going to get out of here too. But they get out of here to what? Everlasting shame and atonement. If they destroyed here, there's no everlasting shame and atonement, is there? They have to leave out with the others. But then they're separated out once they get home. They're separated out and given over to a tyrant. Everlasting shame and atonement. But the saints, they clean it up, says these will wash their robes in tribulation. But they got to go through tribulation. Okay? How do they know who their God is? Because Master Muhammad is feeding them. 1 meal a day, a manna from heaven. And get them through that 5-month period. And demons fight for their lives. But they lose after 5 months. We don't want them. But that's their meal. That's the devil's meal for 5 months. I say flee. Flee, flee, flee. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I think I think about as clear as I possibly can. I think I taught about as clear as I possibly can. You know, it's not nothing new, brothers and sisters. I've never been able to talk clearly all my life. So I mean, my thoughts are clear. Just I'm not articulate. It seems to be something about that, because it seems like the people that come to raise nations are people that you least suspect. Prophet Muhammad couldn't even read or write, but yet he praised the Quran. Elijah Muhammad could barely talk. Third grade, I think it was, or whatever, right? You see, I don't know if I talk as bad as he did. Right? Now, if it tells you to talk quick, fast, sometimes I think fast, and then that's a problem too, because sometimes I, like a machine gun, that's not good. But yet still, I got to present a word. That's how I'm fighting it's like, I'm fighting in the thought zone. Right? It's like I'm in a gunfight. And I got blanks, almost. No, I wouldn't say blanks. Right? Well, I can't shoot straight, put it that way. Because it seems to me you should be very articulate to get this message across. Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals. Welcome. Brothers and sisters, you're standing at the edge of a cliff right now, at the edge of hell, and some of you are going to fall into it. The Holocaust. We've been telling you about the Holocaust, but if you understand anything we've been talking about the Holocaust, know for surety that days ahead be far worse. Far worse. This year coming up for 1 year be far worse than the Holocaust. It'd be the Holocaust times 500. How bad it's going to be. It'll compress 500 years into 1 year. That's a judgment. The judgment started in 2020. The first judgment, the plague. God said he would judge that nation. The Abrahamic covenant says Your seed will be in a land not theirs, enslaved and persecuted, afflicted for 40 years, 1619, CRT's 1619 project, okay, they call it what they want to call it. 1619 or 2019 marks 40 years. 2020 came in with a plague right on time, the beginning of the judgment. The first plague, you got 9 more coming. The 9 that's coming, that's Armageddon. Right on time. Now, they know, so-called elite, they know they're in the judgment. They don't want you to know. And we're going to pull some more covers, unveil a few more things today that's right before your eyes. But I'm doing it this way because I want you to show how blind you are. Because we're going to save a lot of you. We'll save at least 144,000, but there's 17 million. And many of you are going through the tribulation, right? That's it. Holocaust on steroids. Holocaust on steroids. That's a tribulation. That's why it says unprecedented. If it's unprecedented, that means it's worse than the 5 years we went through. If it's unprecedented, it means it's worse than the 5 years we went through. Because it's all compressed into 1 year. All compressed into 1 year. And you can hear the hounds of hell approaching. You hear the hooves banging the ground. You hear them howling. Yet, it's like, you're deaf. You hear nothing. You see nothing. You see them coming over the horizon. Galloping, pounding, boom, boom. Okay? Howling. You hear nothing, you see nothing, you feel nothing. It's not something coming, brothers and sisters. The day of the Lord. The day of the Lord. It's a terrible day. So we're going to talk about that a little more, and I'll add some things to it. Like I said, a lot of things I have to be very careful about saying, because I'm saying to them also. But some things I can say more clearly as we get closer and closer, because in a few more days I won't say anything, because we're upon you. It will be in the jaws of the dogs, the wolves howling. Some of you. The day of the Lord. The book of Revelation is called the angel tells you when the day of the Lord will be. What it will look like. But you don't understand the angel because you're not paying attention, because that's their purpose. You have people like Farrakhan, he's the head demon, the chief demon. He's working with them to pull us off their plan. And I'm going to reveal more of their plan. It's going to be shocking to some of you. It says their skirt will be pulled up above their head and necklace will be shown. Because all their plans are going to be exposed. What they plan for you. Who's going to expose it? Farrakhan? He's Johnny come lately. Now he's trying to talk about things now and try to cover his ass because everything I've been saying is coming closer and closer. He can't deny it. So he can still take and put dirt on it, try to turn it into mud. See, we get pure water, he's throwing dirt on it. Like reciting Abraham a covenant, but only recite the first part. How can they do that? You got a contract, but you only talk about the first part of it. Why not talk about the other part? Why is he so interested in keeping you here? Why is Farrakhan so interested in keeping you here? And then he says, they're all evil, but a few exceptions. That means they're not all evil then. A few exceptions. So So they ain't all devils, but they ain't devils no more according to him. Right? Why? Why is he saying things that are totally against his life? I mean, it's more open now than ever before. Because we showed a presentation, recent video of Elijah Muhammad talking, and he makes it clear. He says it for America, but he makes it clear. They says the purpose of God is to destroy this whole country, burn up, ignite atoms in the atmosphere to burn up the whole place, and it's going to burn for 390 years. Then how the hell, if Farrakhan tell you you're not going anywhere? Well, he's not lying about that because he's not going anywhere. He's going to burn up with him. But why is he pushing that? Why does he keep pushing that? Why is he pushing NASA's program? Because that's the program he's pushing. Go look at on his site. If you got that still cold program, as that's my situation, but I never go in and look at it so I pronounce that properly. Cold pro, whatever they call it. Is it a government's plan, right, to take over the NOI, which they have? He's a puppet. They've taken over. They gave everything. If you go and look at that list, everything that they said they wanted, he gave them. He's the son of perdition, but if you read the son of perdition carefully, he's not in control. There's this horn that he's the mouth of. See, he's the mouth of someone else pulling the string. He got all these old silly philosophy. He's not even smart enough to even come to the stupid philosophies he give you. Somebody gives him those philosophies. They're designed psychologically. That's just like this Scientology thing. To get your mind distracted, confused. Those things are designed. They design those things. Masters, FBI or whoever's handler is, because that's the government's handler, they design these things just to keep you confused. It's tell them this way, tell them that way. So it looks like, that's what falsehood is. Falsehood is not outright lie, because that might be exposed, right? It's a beautiful cake with cyanide in it. See, a shit dipped in honey. That's what falsehood is. Shit dipped in honey. That's what Farrakhan is. Farrakhan is shit dipped in honey. He's all shit, but he's dipped in the honey of Elijah Muhammad. You understand? He's all shit, but he's dipped in the honey of Elijah Muhammad, because all you got to do is go and look at what Elijah Muhammad said, look what he says, and you know he's the shit, Elijah Muhammad's the honey. Because he stinks. He stinks up the place. But he's cutting himself in honey. But he's shit through and through. It follows the devil. What do you think a demon is? A demon's a devil dipped in honey. Skin folk, look what color's honey. That's our color. See? But they're devil underneath. There's shit underneath. Shit dipped in honey. And so you're so attracted with the honey, and you realize you're taking the shit with it. It's like these rap bars and everything. You say, sister, man, you better call me no B.I. Don't call me a biatch. Not call me no B.I. You know what I'm saying, right? Call me no biatch. And then the guy come out a song. Hey, man, the biatch, be up here. And man, she jumping. Ooh. I thought you wanted to call you biatch. Oh, man, I'm with that. I'm down with the beat, man. You see what I'm saying? All you got to do is dip in the honey. It's okay. Same thing they did with shitlings. They couldn't give you, nobody would buy shitlings. And devils wouldn't even buy with dipped in honey, because they know what it is. So they dipped in honey, call it chitlins, and now you really can't sell out fast enough. And you still falling for it. Like the man said, if people buy shit, why not sell it? And they sell you shit 24/7. They sell you shit, they give you shit, symbiotic relationship, right? You produce the gold, right? And you give it to them, and they give me shit. The same process was in the fields. He was working my butt off, turning their shit into gold, right? And they was turning gold into shit, getting back to you. That's symbiotic relationship. See? You was getting shit part of the deal. But you was producing the gold. They produced the shit. And you got the shit part of it. And it's still going on now. That's how they got our black children. We come up as Muslims. That's how they got them eating pork. There was averse to black folks actually normally naturally averse to eating pork anyway. You don't have to tell us not because it's averse to eating it. And the way they did it was, they took, if y'all so-called, Southerners, right? You know what soft pork is? I'm not sure what they call it, salt pork or soft pork. I believe they call it salt pork. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. That white, and they dipped it in honey, dipped in molasses. And then they put it on a stick. They still sell it. The candy bars now, I think they still sell it, you just call it Sugar Daddy. That's where it came from. A lot of things you understand with chips, cow chips, they fed you cow chips. That's what stuff comes from. You don't know the origin of this stuff, and so you'd be down with it. So they dipped it in honey, and the child sucked on the molasses, rather, and that's how they got them used to eating salt pork. That's one of the main tricks they use, and that's what demons all about. The devil's dipped in honey, so they walk around. Look, man. Look how Magic's doing, man. Look how Oprah's doing, man. Look how Diesel's doing, man. And so you attract to the honey. And it's just shit coated with honey. Because that's what's underneath. But they coat honey to attract you. To keep you here. See, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go into this. I got a lot of things to do, but since I'm be very busy lady, so I'm getting information ready for you, getting prepared because we're in it now. So you understand when war starts, it doesn't start people fighting, shooting. Just like a fight. How many fights you ever seen two people start jumping, fighting each other? They start arguing, fussing, pushing, and then bam, then the blows come. The fight already started once they start arguing. And just who make the first move. And same thing. It was always started that we don't start with. Remember the so-called Gulf War? How they prepared you for that? It went a whole year preparing you. Saddam Hussein doing this, he burned up children, which it was always a lie. And then they tell you about all the children dying. Like I said, they killed 500,000 children in Iraq. And when they asked Madeline Goldbright, whatever her name was about it, right? She said, yeah, it was worth it. It was worth killing them kids. She said, go Google it. She said, no sweat. See, because you understand how they think about you. And you're going to understand that in a minute, hopefully. If you have any idea of plan, I can tell you they got plans for you. I ain't went into all the detail. Because first of all, I told you years ago, no, I'm telling you now because it has a more dramatic effect. Because we're there. We're there. See? The sun's coming over the horizon. All night long it was dark. And now the sun's coming over the horizon. It's the sun. So I'm going to tell all night long, oh man, the sun never coming up. And we was believing it. And now you see the light. Peeping over the horizon. So all night long to deceive you and bullshit you, and some of you believed it. So for 40-some years, to deceive you and bullshit you, America's ain't nothing happening here, and they ain't gonna invade America, and we're gonna bring brothers in the line, and all this. This is so beautiful idea. He's gonna save Nineveh. See, that's why I give him archives. He painted a rosy colored venue, right? How things going to be, this false vision, how we're going to eventually rise in America, take over America. It's going to be great, and happy and joy and peace in all the world. And we're going to, right, with blacks and blacks going to live together. He said it right there in Donahue. It says right there, you can go out there and Google it. It's right there on YouTube. He said it. That's a glossy picture he's painting for everybody. But now he's trying to get rid of all that shit because it was all a lie to begin with. And now his vision is actually turning into shit right before your eyes. So now he's trying to jump on board with this vision to try to take some of his vision. What he's trying to do is cover up his shit with this vision. See? Because his vision is accurate, saying exactly what's happening. But he's trying to, he's still trying to have his vision, but come up with this. So now, America's going down and all that kind of stuff, right? But still, we ain't going nowhere, and you still got all that stuff still in it. He didn't change that. And now he's putting honey on it. See? Because this message has been clear on point. for 30 years. See? Because this message tells you exactly what's happening before it happened in detail. So now he sees things happening. So now he's, oh yeah, just like COVID, right? He didn't see any of that coming. None of it. And then 7 months later in July, okay, he knows all about it. And he's gonna put some honey on it, like he knew about it all the time. You better get understand that concept, brothers and sisters. They've been doing it to us. Finally, putting honey on shit, and we're accepting it because we see the honey. Dude, they did some music. Look what they did with so-called hip hop. Hip hop first came out. It was like informative, right? Liberating. Look at it now. See, the music's there, so it got you going to the beat. But look at the lyrics. Listen to the lyrics of it. The lyrics, that's the shit. The music is the honey. So you got you calling yourself biatch and everything else, nigga and all everything else, right? But you bump into it. Hey man, see, put yourself down and everything else. So let's just move into this verse. Just hold on, let me see here. Let me check something here really quick. I have to really nurse my voice because it's almost gone. We're talking about dear Lord, so I'm going to go through this fairly quickly, brothers and sisters. Going to make a couple of points here. It's also called Lord's Day. And it describes what it's going to be like. It's Lord's Day. Now, we're talking about revelations here. Now, I told this other day, so you can go into this and look at more detail and see. I'm not going to go into that detail. I'm going to go into detail, but not go to, the whole thing like I did before. I'm just going to hit a couple points here. So this is the 10th verse of the first chapter. I came to be in the spirit and this is transliteral. That means it's going to sound kind of awkward, but it's the best because they didn't go and try, like King James Version, put their interpretation, try to understand what it means, because that would be incorrect anyway. Because they tell you no one but the Lamb could break the seals. So if they gave the interpretation away, that means it had to be a lie, or they say broke the seals. Because they couldn't give you accurate interpretation, or they say broke the seals. And they can claim that, so you get King James Version, that's what it's called interpretive. Right? That means, right, they take and look at it, a verse and say, okay, I think this is what it means, and that's how they translate it. But transliteral, they don't do it. They don't try to explain the meaning, anything. All they do is go in there and see a word and they translate the word. And so it sounds kind of awkward because it goes one language to another, right? And some things seem going to be awkward, right? So I came to be in spirit and pertain to the Lord day. See, dear Lord, I heard behind me a voice, great trumpet. So this is the first chapter of Revelation called Angel, right? That's 10th verse. And if you understand Angel Key, right, it shows what it looks like. Because when you look at the structure of its churches, right, that's the structure you have right there. And that structure means, right, that America is at war, false Israel is surrounded, Jerusalem's tribal armies, America, Gog and Magog, which is American Britain, been kicked out of the Middle East, and Shia, which is Syria and Iran, has been victorious. That's the war that's coming up. That's what's going to trigger the war in Europe and the war in Asia, right? That's what I'm telling you. I said, you got 3 hot spots in the world. I've been talking about these for years. See, you got a hot spot in Asia with China. That's a big one. Third most powerful nuclear power, second most powerful military in the world. Russia, second most powerful nuclear arsenal, right? Nuclear power. But third, as far as military, right? Because China has a larger military and bigger navy and everything than Russia has. And you got America, the first, right? first, those premier nuclear, actually, I said it backwards. Russia is the premier nuclear power because they have greater, more nuclear weapons than anybody. So they're first, America's second as far as nuclear power. China's third. But when it comes to military, right, they claim America's first. Then comes China, then comes Russia. But there's some question about that. We'll talk about that in a minute. See? Because they got these three hotspots. Well, I talk about two. And then you got Iran, which is fast becoming a nuclear power, which they said they would not let happen. Right? That's Middle East. So you got Asia, and the Middle East, you got Europe. So you got spots that America's dealing with, and they claim, right, they're ready to go to war all these places. They say, if China takes Taiwan, because Taiwan belongs to China, we're going to defend it, right? We're going to defend Ukraine. We're going to defend false Israel, right? And all the Arab countries from Iran. You want to do all that. And you just got your ass kicked a little Afghanistan, and they number sheep farmers. Them sheep farmers over there. They don't make guns. They don't have an industry. And yet you stay in for 20 years and they kick your ass. Sheep farmers. They couldn't even fight all year round because they had to stop to go and tend their sheep. And they whip your ass, kick you, and ran you out of there. You didn't walk out there, you ran out. Just like you ran out of Vietnam. Those were rice farmers. And they kick your ass out of there. You know, you say, God will bless those who bless Israel and curse those who curse Israel. Well, I think you got it backwards. Because we true see Abraham, we true Israel. And you claim false Israel over there, but you've been cursed ever since 1948. You ain't won a battle since 1948. You go to the gym, kicking arms around in your ass over there, but you didn't win a battle in 1948. Who's being cursed? Who's being blessed? Since you put false Israel up there, you haven't won a battle at all. You got your ass kicked in Korea, that's North Korea. You had to file for a stalemate there. You went up against China, you went against North Korea, and when Chinese came across the border, they stump your ass and they stop you right. That's why you have the division between North and South Korea. Because they knock off a sue for peace. Because they about to get his ass kicked. Oh no, that's not really sue for peace. Because when they didn't sue for peace, they was going to take the whole damn island. The whole damn country. So you got your ass kicked through it, and then you went right back, turn around, you got your ass wiped in Vietnam. How many years were you there? And there was rice farmers, and they kicked your ass. They didn't make guns and stuff over there either. They didn't have no tanks and planes. Neither did the North Koreans. They stump your ass. And then you go to Afghanistan. And those are sheep herders. They stump your ass. Ran your ass out of there. Every one of those cases ran your ass out of there. Every time you go up against Chinese, you got your ass kicked. You know those people. But you're going to stop China from taking Taiwan, and you're going to stop Russia from taking its territories back that you tricked them out of, and you're going to stop Iran from making nuclear weapons. It's their business what they want to make. You got false, they got nuclear weapons. Come on, nuclear weapons destabilize. It will destabilize the Middle East. It destabilize false Israel's building of all the nations over there. But you're going to do all of that. And Farrakhan is preparing his stupid ass, dumb ass people to help you with that nonsense because they're going to get you wiped out. He's going to get them wiped out. He's getting them sis over there. For what? Because getting that same dumb ass so they can get me, because that's what happened. You have full call up. Just drop me to the river. You understand what that means, brothers and sisters? We're going to talk about that. Because they got plans for you. And demons have taken control of Elijah Muhammad's army. You had demons control all over the place. Honey all over the place. Honey covering all this shit. And now people just living up on the honey. Don't realize pretty soon they're going to start tasting that shit. And they ain't going to like it. They're not going to like it. They suck up on the honey. Pretty soon they're going to taste the shit. So you keep sucking on, oh man, this honey is good. Until you pass the honey to the shit. And then maybe it's too damn late then. So here's the situation. This is what it look like. And this is what's about to happen. See? Because at this time, when false Israel surround the armies, that's when the resurrection takes place. It tells you that. It's about flee. We're going to talk about that too. Resurrection, origination comes together, and the demons all come together, right? Children surround the armies as desolation, palm of desolation, right? All these things. That's what it look like. That's what's about to happen. Because Iran and America and Iran's getting ready to go to war. They say, Alex, I'm not going to take a lot of time with this, but it's not that time thing. But I got so many things on the back burner I'm trying to get out, right, as much as I can. I'm like going overtime. Everybody tell me I need rest, and I can't. Go to take a rest. I said, oh man, I got to talk about this, talk this. I got this, because I'm by myself. There's two prophets out there. They got their mission. They got their scripture. And my hands are off on them. Right? Once they get their mission, right? You don't see nobody sitting around. Gabriel stood around to see what Prophet Muhammad was going to do. Right? They're going to raise up Easter Jesus around, right? And that's why I'm going to stick around and see what Elijah's going to do once they got their mission. It's up to them if they can feel it or not. They get some training. And it's up to them. But they got a lot of benefits because they never had anything like this before. You got the God on the scene, got the high priest on the scene, Suleiman. See, when I say Suleiman, but Suleiman, it just means son of man. That's where the word comes from. Suleiman, son of man. Latin for son, soul. Oh, man, son of man. That's where the word comes from. See? That's where they call him Suleiman. So he'd be a son, he'd be the father of David. Suleiman was a son of David. I'm not going to go into that kind of detail, brothers and sisters. But anyway, that's what's going on, see? So they have their, they be giving their, it depends how you look at it. That's a glorious thing. You're giving that mission, if you can handle it. Because what that means? That means the scientists 16,000 years ago saw you. They saw you just as well as I see you right now. And so everything that we're doing right now, they saw it better than we see it right now. They saw it from every perspective why they could write the scripture. Say exactly what's happening because they could see it, actually see it. So they saw those two people. They prepared scripture for them. And what they do with it, that's up to them. So, our hands off. Don't interfere with what I'm doing. Interfere with what I'm doing. Prophets have been slain. Because they don't take care of business, that's up to them. But no prophet ever been slain that took care of business. It's up to them. Okay? They give them their, you got, this is awesome. You got the God on the scene. You got Suleiman on the scene. You got Elijah that preceded him. You got two prophets. Then you got the angels, the witnesses. Damn. Nothing like this. You send one person in. Elijah had the witnesses. Whether he recognized them or not, he had the witnesses. Stupid ass Elijah and Farrakhan's witnesses. That's so much bullshit. And Farrakhan, he comes on. He was anointed by Allah. No, he wasn't. You better read that again. He was picked by Elijah. He was not wanted by Farad. Farad actually told Elijah, you don't need him. And he got angry at Elijah for even mentioning him. Because he knew what he was dealing with, but Elijah assisted. He's cursed. Anyway, that's what the time is. That's where it is right now. So you got all that coming down. And the reason I'm saying all this, because we mean business. We ain't just saying one prophet after your ass. We saying a God. We saying Son of Man. We saying angels, prophets after your ass. That should tell you something. A time of unprecedented trouble. So it's saying all these after you. And the angels getting ready to kick your ass. You see it? It says Michael's angels. How clear can it be? Michael and his angels. They're about to kick your ass. Let's go kick it off, start off. Superman's already kicking your ass in the atmosphere. He's got your hook in your jaw. Drawing you into your destruction, and you can't help it. It's like a horse, right? He's running, and you see him run. You see he's running off. There's a cliff over there. He's running, heart pounding, and the ride is pushing him. The horse, he can't stop because the ride is pushing him, and he runs right off that cliff. Even if he can see it, right? Got a hook in his jaw. And I got a hook in your jaw, and you run towards war, you run towards nuclear war. What does that mean? Nuclear war means there's no destruction. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If there's nuclear war, that's your destruction. Yeah, you're talking about like it's a garden party. Why? Because we got you thinking that way. Because you never even thought to think that way a year ago, 2 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years. You never thought to think that way. But you ain't no talk of nuclear war. None whatsoever. It's for a boating or something. Top you didn't talk. Now I talking about like it's nothing, man. Hey, yeah, why? Because I got a hook in your jaw. See, flying your ass to destruction because you don't understand. Whooping your ass in the atmosphere. And that's from Muhammad, whooping your ass in the atmosphere. See. I mean, every sphere you're in, them Hades will whoop your ass, right? On the oceans and on land. Because we ain't playing. That's dead Lord. And this starts right here, because that's why we say a structure. If you understand angel, that's the dead Lord. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. It's going to be bad in a couple more days. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, that's going to be the structure, because that means, well, prior to that, you're going to see a war break out. Michael's angels is going to take out Dragon's angels. That's the structure you're going to see right there. Then that's when you're going to see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. That's the day of the Lord. You're the day of the Lord then. Because when that war breaks out, that's the beginning of the day of the Lord. And the day of the Lord is a 1 year period. 1 year period. And we're on it. On the verge of right now. See? See? That's Armageddon. European war. Everybody's taking out each other. I'm not going to explain all this, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I'm just going to specific points I'm going to make here. Anyway, these are things that happen. 4 winds blow, resurrection, all that. That's part of the Lord. Tribulation. The demons cast out, and so forth. All that. What happened in the day of the Lord. See? Now, here we go. Let's talk about this a little bit. The great day of the Lord is near and coming very quickly. Well, I'm telling you now, because that's what it's talking. It meant to be revealed right now, because that's what it is. Because if it was revealed 4,000 years ago, how can you say it's coming quickly? If it was 2,000 years ago, how you gonna say it's coming quickly? Because it's revealed now, because that's revealed. That's what I'm saying. A lot of times they tell you, brothers, because some of these things was meant to reveal at a certain time, and the day of the Lord is near and coming very quickly. Listen, the day of the Lord, in it, the warriors cry out boldly. That means they're so-called SEALs, and they're Rangers, and they're Green Berets, Special Forces. They be crying, Billy, because they get the ass torn to pieces. Because you think they're glory, oh man, they're doing this. They go over the Middle East and want to knock out the whole country, right? And then they got a female, she go over there and she knocks out 200 jihadis. she only weigh 60 pounds, right? And you do that shit. They ain't gonna believe it. It says they'll be in the alleyways, right? Cutting their groins like a woman having a baby. A woman in labor. Scared to death. Men's hearts failing for fear of those things coming upon the earth. Earth represents European countries, because the powers of heaven I just showed you, that's Middle East, but broken. Who has power in the Middle East right now? America, Britain, as far as Israel, is broken. And just because of that war, their hearts will be failing for fear of what's coming upon the earth, what's about to come. So their hearts failing about in anticipation of what's about to come. What will they be doing once it gets here? Every heart is failing in this anticipation. What will it be like when it gets here? Because it says things might be coming. It says men's hearts will be failing for fear of those things coming upon them. He knows they're coming. Why? How do you know they're coming? How do you know? See? For those, they're coming upon the earth. Because the powers of heaven be shaken. Because once they lose that water, it's like dominoes. Beginning and end. Actually, beginning and started in 2020. Right? So let's work through this. That day is a day of anger, day of trouble, and distress, a day of destruction and desolation. Abomination, desolation. Day of darkness and gloom, day of clouds and thick darkness. That's enough for Europe. Yes. See, I'm gonna make a real powerful plan in just a minute, but you might not, you ain't gonna like it. Some of you, it's gonna be very horrific when I make it. The day of trumpet and battle cry against the fortified cities and the high corner towers. That's America, the great fortified cities. They've been touched, because war never came to America except in 1812. War never came there. And so those people been casting gore, kicking everybody's ass over the planet. Right? Running around sowing mass destruction and genocide, murder, death, all over the planet. And now all of a sudden it comes here. In spades. All at once. See, before it was just video games, stuff you saw on TV. And it comes here all at once, all together. You see? You're only days away from these bones. It's just match for a moment, just about to pull the trigger. You're going to ignite it, and that's it. Will bring distress on mankind, kind of a man. So you think that's just, no, mankind doesn't include us. We're not mankind. We're not kind of a man. So that they will walk, will walk like those who are blind, stumbling around. Because we're being division. So they're confused. Because they was powerful for the last 5 years. Because they misunderstood. See, Dr. Yakub gave them luck. He didn't give them wisdom, but they misinterpret luck, right, for wisdom. Like someone goes to Las Vegas, right, casino, ain't lucky, man. He went all over the place. They start thinking, man, I got look at this. I got a powerful system here. Treat things as a system. So he made some more crazy system, and he got it with luck and it worked. So he thinks it's the system that's doing it. He don't realize it's luck. And all of a sudden, his luck wears out, and the system just don't work no more. He keeps going, says, damn, it worked before, how come it ain't working now? He's just stressed, lose everything. That's America. See, all these battles, and they got all these strategies, all the kind of stuff they was doing all over the world, doing all this stuff, the people conquested us, taking the people country, battle, defeating everybody and everything else. All of a sudden, all that shit don't work no more. They come out with their best strategies, best plans, it just don't work. Keep being defeated. Oh man, that maneuver, that's a powerful maneuver there, man. How can you lose that one? And lose. We see signs that in Vietnam, they went there, you know, they had powerful maneuvers and powerful generals and everything. They were still Westmoreland and all these people. And still. But they're going to be like spades this time. Because they their best plans, they're their best generals and everything else, computers and all this kind of stuff. Man, I know it's got to work. Because right now, that's what they think they got to worry by the ball, see? They think they got to worry by the ass. That's what they think right now. They've got all these plans. They think, man, ain't no way we can lose this. Because we got this to convince you. And none of them is going to work. None of them are going to work. Because it was luck that was given. And now luck has run out. The luck is over. It's run out. It ran out 2020. See? Because they have sinned against the Lord, and their blood will be poured out like dust, and their flesh like dung. Oh, man. Their blood will be poured out like dust. That's what's going to happen here in America. And then extend into Europe. See? And all America's, all the Queen, and all her satellites, right? Colonies, Canada, and Australia, and New Zealand, and all of them, they're going to be here. Their country's going to be wiped out, but their military's going to be here. They're going to make the last thing here in America. That whole, not just North America, the whole hemisphere, South America too. So the whole place will be burned up. Elijah Muhammad just said America, but the whole continent is going to be burned. This whole continent is going to be on fire, right? Blood will pour out like dust, and the flesh like dung, like shit. Man, that's the day of the Lord. That's what it looks like, that 1 year period. See? I mean, I can go and show you more detailed stuff because I'm just showing you this one. This is out of Ezekiel. But you get Jeremiah and Isaiah, but ooh, they get deep, right? Neither the silver nor the gold will be able to save them on the day of Lord's anger. The Lord's anger. See, now she's been angry. Now he says, there the wrath has come. So why are you angry? Yeah, because somebody did something to you. Did something to his people. What Lord are they talking about? And the 6 seals, 2 of them. The Lamb and the God. There's silver nor gold, because I'm going to talk about it in a minute, because they won't have any food. See? It says, because gold and silver will not be able to fill their stomachs. So they're going to throw it in the streets. They're going to throw the gold and silver, open up, go throw all that stuff in the street, because it'll be no good. Because what good is it if they can't have any food? They have any food. We'll talk about that in a minute. See? Neither the silver nor the gold will be able to save them on the day of Lord's anger. There's also this insinuation about the demons and so forth. I'm not going into that. And all the earth will be devoured by the fire of his jealousy. When he's talking about earth, talking about European countries, it's not the whole continent, this is the planet. Be devoured by his jealousy. For he will make a complete end, indeed a horrifying one. No matter Holocaust, a horrifying one. Of all the heavens, a horrifying one. It will be horrifying. Horrifying. See? But that year is also the year of tribulation. That's the year of tribulation. So we talk about that, brothers and sisters. See? So we keep listening to Farrakhan and Size and those people. Keep listening to them. See? So, according to him, he said it's going to never happen. According to him. So what are they talking about here? When is it supposed to happen? I told you it's supposed to happen. They ain't talking about it like they are. They want to save Nineveh and all that kind of stuff, right? I will completely remove all things from the face of the earth, declares the Lord. Remove all things from the face of the earth. Don't take everybody with me. That's so you're also going to take. We're going to take us out of here, right? We're also going to take them into captivity. It's not going to be anybody living here. See? I'm going to get to my main point in a minute. Here we go. I think I'm bringing it right here. I remove human and animal life. Human and animal life. I will remove the birds of the sky and fish of the sea and the winds along with the wicked. I will eliminate mankind from the face of the earth, declares the Lord. See, when the flood, so it wasn't talking about everybody, this is talking about everybody. So that means the flood only got rid of the people that weren't in the ark. So sure, he's not getting rid of everybody. He's getting rid of the devils. But I'm going to take this one up, I'm going to put my point in. You read between lines here, there's not going to be any fear here. No fear here at all. And these devils know that. They already know they're in judgment. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. They know they're in judgment. Remember, Pharaoh, he knew he was in judgment. He's just hardened. But they knew they're in judgment. Especially so-called false Israel, because they live off of this. They claim Exodus is their history, which is not. And right where the one holidays right now is a Passover. That just happened to us. COVID passed over us. That was the whole thing about. It would get the elderly, which is the firstborn, which is elderly, but it would pass over us, and what you did. It didn't take out, but they said, oh, well, kill black folks like flies. Maybe they stopped doing it after a while, especially after I started exposing them on that one, because they found out the World Health Organization found out that it wasn't affecting Africa, it wasn't affecting Haiti. Any place where black folks make, so why wasn't it affecting them? But false Israel was tearing them apart. It still is. It's still raging in a lot of parts of Europe and everything. But they don't want to talk about it anymore because they don't want to give credence to what I'm talking about, because COVID's still out there. Just like HIV is still out there too. And it's still an epidemic. Right? There's no epidemic for black folks, so we don't talk about it anymore. So there's no food here. Okay? No food. So I want you to just focus on that for a minute. On this one, I remove human and animal life. I remove birds of the sea, fish of the sea, and the fish of the sea. And it could be the fish in the lakes and how do you do that? What are you talking about here? See? Just hold on for a second, bro. I'm going to think about it for a minute. I'm going to check something, and I'm going to get to my main point. Okay, brothers and sisters, have we thought that over, kick that around for a minute? Because now we get to the main point here. It's not being food. When we see a place where it says, it'd be so bad, they either children, right? It said it'd be so bad that a woman, the dainty woman, that they would word they use, right? So proper everything else, right? Says 65 pounds, right? So property says she will give birth in silence, away from her husband and everybody else, in silence, because they don't know she's giving birth. So she can eat the child that she gave birth to. How she's not going to cook it, because Because she don't want to share with them. That's what I'm saying. So she's not going to cook it if they're there. Eat it raw. Now, if that's not desperation, what is it? Now, knowing these Europeans, I mean, some of them will eat their pet for eat their children for their pet. But I don't think in this situation, I don't think that's the case. I think the pet's gone. The point I want to make here, brothers and sisters, is if you're here, at that time they know that the reason, because at that time the Pharaoh knew that the reason all this was happening to him because of us. Right? Consequence, the judgment. See, the abomination of desolation is taking place. They know this is because of us. And you're here. And she's so desperate to do that. And there's no food, because there's no food, that's why he's doing that. Okay? What do you think bring the menu? What do you think of bringing the menu? They rather eat you or eat the children? Or you think, oh, he's just bullshitting, he's just talking out of his behind. You think so? You better be Adam and Eve again. Right? See, it's all before your face. But I said, some things I can't say exactly as it is, but it's right there. You got to treat to consume it. They went and ate at a tree. That's us that are talking about. We understand the angel, angel key. Because you're going to be their meal. Elijah Muhammad says in so many ways, because he says they're going to use you as hostage when God comes after them. You're going to be their meal. If they eat their children, they eat you. That's why I won't let you go. Because you're going to be a meal in time of trouble, in time of present trouble. So they could have some meat, because this could be their last stand here, and you're going to be on the menu. That's why Master Muhammad has to snatch us out of here. So they will go hungry. They will be starving. Eating on children. Now I asked my wife, I asked other people, is it possible for a woman to give birth in silence, and not in the hospital, at home, when nobody's watching? Some kids like, man, I don't say it's possible. Well, that's what the Bible says will happen. That means they're desperate. There's no food. It just told you, there's going to be no food. I mean, all the birds, the fish, everything. There's not going to be any food. That's what, read between lines there. You're going to be the food. You're going to be the food if you're still here. That's the tribulation. Because you got to read all this stuff, brothers and sisters. Like I said, that's spelled out for you? I already read a scenario. It says, I already told you before that that's what it meant, that they was consumed. You take out, because this would consume somebody to tell you exactly, because it's right there. Something I couldn't tell you until now anyway. You're going to be the food that they need to eat while they're trying to fight their last battle. Because remember, if there's no food, brothers and sisters, how are they fighting? There's going to be a demon war. There's a demon war, there's going to be no food. So how do you fight them if there's only 5 months without food? Part of the demon war is because that's the demon fighting back. Because they're trying to turn the demon into food. That's part of the reason, because we don't want them. I use the terms like the swine, the swine was over there, his swine daddies. But it says, they're not eating a tree, so because anyway. See, I said consume, I ain't going to tell you specific details, and it says right there. Do the math. If you got at least 5, remember, this is going to take place a whole year. But if there's no food, how are they going to survive the whole year? How are they going to survive the whole year? It tells you there's no food here. I remove the human. See? we're gone. Those Jews going to be removed, we're gone. But you got a year of tribulation, and there's no food. So where do they get the food from? They always say they're eating their children. So where are you getting the food from? You. You're going to be the food. See? If you go to tribulation, because matter of fact, I'm just going to pull 24,000 out of here. There's the Lamb's Book of Life. You're going to pull them out of here. And snatch them out of here. If we ain't running, we're going to snatch them out of here. Because that time, remember, he says it's a time of just before unprecedented trouble. We leave out here at a time of unprecedented trouble. That means they're going to be starving the time we leave out here. That means they're going to be wanting something to eat. Who are they going to be eating? Who are they going to be eating? They're going to gather you up like cattle. Put the concentration camps. When they did the Japanese, and they were American citizens. And they sure hate you more than hate them. And when they went to war, that was an economic war, basically World War II. And they ground them up and put them in concentration camps. And what they think they'll do to you, they ground you up, put you in concentration camps too. Those of you that can't sense a war, help them fight a losing war over in Europe. Round you up, and you're going to be their food source. The ones they can catch. Because those Elijah's army that was deceived by Lion Farrakhan, they're going through tribulation. It says they don't have to fight through all of that. Famine, war, all that. Keep them being eaten. Why I say flee? See, I don't want to scare your brothers and sisters. Why I say flee? They're not coming just to kill you, they're coming to eat you. Because they already got food shortages right now. I tried to build you up for this. I tried to build you up for this, brothers and sisters, because I gave you a presentation all day. I tried to show you the supply chain. See, I don't just try to drop stuff on your code. I try to build you up to it. Supply chain is already being interrupted. They're already having food shortages. You know, I went to Walmart today, and man, I looked around, I couldn't find almost anything. I went to the dollar store, and almost nothing there. And you don't realize that a lot of stuff, these are all these fires and floods and things, it's destroying their farmland, it's destroying the bread basket, so-called bread basket. That means you most likely you have a famine already, it's just you what's in the food warehouses. When that runs out, then you're going to realize you're in a famine. They said, you're going to go hungry like you've never seen before. Because you put hunger on us for 400 years, 500 years. You made us work for hardly no food, and the food you gave us was shit. Cow chips, it says right in the Bible. And human shit too, and shitlings. So now you're going to go hungry. And you know, these folks, they can't fast a whole day. I don't know if they had this plane crash in Peru about 30 years ago. And they were only a mile away from civilization, didn't realize it. After one day, they was eating the dead. After one day, they was eating the dead cold. Slicing them up, eating them cold. They have any electricity. They have any of that. It's going to be cold. They have any food. And his heart's failing for fear those things come upon earth, because the powers of heaven be shaken. Now they realize all this hell is coming on them. And one of the biggest hell for these people is no food. It says in the Quran too. It says they beg for food. Allah gave it to them. It says, yeah, but if you don't beg now, I'm going to chastise you great. Now chastise your nation with food. don't say a specific food, but you get the idea. You got to be in the menu, brothers and sisters. It says, at that time, those in the book, Lamb's book will be delivered. And then those didn't wake up in time. And there's two groups. You didn't wake up in time. Right? Then you got to go to tribulation. Some everlasting life and some everlasting shame upon them. Ain't talking about demons here. Because demons just get wiped out. That's kind of mercy for them in a way. Because there's some everlasting life. That means those that make the tribulation. They finally got their act together during tribulation. Because as Suleiman went and taught them how to survive the tribulation by teaching them the 5 pillars of Islam, what they rejecting now. 5 mathematical pillars. Helped them get through the tribulation. And that's when they get their mind back. But they got to go through that. Being tracked down and be eaten. And they get in battle and they lose during the menu. Then you got those everlasting shame and appallment. That means forever, right? They're going to be appalled. People are going to be appalled at them. Shame for them. That gets back to the tyrant. I'm not going into that kind of detail, brothers and sisters. But I pretty much make my point here. It says unprecedented trouble, brothers and sisters, and you hearing it, and they tell you it's not going to be any food. Yeah, they tell you right now you're going to have food. They tell you right now, but they can't tell you directly, but they tell you the supply chain is a problem. They had a potential strike on the railroads the other day. Remember, they said, man, that would break the supply chain. Food costs is skyrocketing, right? They say they need fertilizer. Why do you need fertilizer from Russia if you got topsoil? They don't have any more. So they're not even getting that. It says, you don't have to, I need to say, Celeste, if I'm telling you that it's so bad that a woman will give birth in silence, since either a baby was born, that should tell you everything you need to know. I mean, there's no food. You don't have to look at this. There's no food. And that's desperate. And she don't want her husband, anybody else to know, and she gonna eat it cold, raw, because she can't cook it if their husband around. She don't want them to even know it. And she's doing it. And she must gonna eat the baby right there because once she come around them, right, they're gonna see she don't have the baby, where the baby at. And you hear in that whole situation, we're trying to, so my people are lost for lack of knowledge because of Farrakhan and Silas and Eric and all these clowns. They give us high rosy idea, oh man, this crazy vision now. We ain't going nowhere, we're gonna we America and all this stuff, America belongs to us. Okay. When you find yourself on the menu, bro, says with apple in your mouth. Laying down like a little puppy on the table, right? And babe coming towards you. Then you know you was told. Because they're going to eat you. That's all about. It tells you, that's what it says. You understand? Eat a tree. It told don't eat that tree. And they ate it. They'll eat you. You're going to be the food. They'll crowd you like animals. The ones they get, the ones that they can't get, to go fighting over there. And you're gonna be that brother's a blessing for you because you just get killed and die over there. But those in here, you're gonna be the food. There's no food around. They're gonna crowd you up and concentration camp, whatever you want to call them, and you're gonna be the food. You're going to be the food. That's why demons are going to be fighting. Because we don't want you behind. We don't want them. And the devil dies, they don't use the food. They're desperate. Hope that I'm kind of leaving there, brothers and sisters. I think if you haven't got the point by now, then you're not going to get it. Let's see what else we got here, and then we're going to close out. So I stretched out my hand against Judah. Now, you know where Jew come from? See, Jew come from Judah because they claim, see, that was a top tribe. See, according to their Bible idea, there was 12 tribes. If this is, I forgot this guy's name, World Tomorrow, they teach this stuff, right? That the Europeans, they were of 11 tribes, right, that turned away from God, right? But Judah stayed with God, right? So, and short for Judah is a Jew. That's why I call them the Jews, the tribe of Judah, right? Which is a bull. Anyway, and other European tribes represents the other 11 tribes of so-called Israel. See, so that's what we understand that. And so we're talking about, I will stretch out my hand against Judah, talking about the Jews, and against the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Who's inhabiting Jerusalem now? Who's in control of Jerusalem? So see, you put two together, you come up with the same thing. And I will eliminate the remnant of Baal from this place, and then as adulterous priests along with other priests. Because once they're doing, if you go over the falsehood, LGBT, right? Pork, all that stuff over there. And you say, well, I thought y'all was supposed to know. All that stuff going over there, gambling and everything else. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. Is that it? Is that all? Let's see, let's finish it up and I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. And those who bow down on the housetops, heaven lights, those who bow down and swear the Lord, but also swear by Milcom, those who return back from following the Lord, those who have not sought the Lord, nor required of him. See? Well, that's a little off pace here. I don't like to, I'm just, well, actually, I didn't quote the whole chapter, right? I just trapped this part, I just put the parts that was what I was talking about. So you read the whole thing in itself. It's in Ezekiel. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it there because this is what I was talking about, the food chain, right? So I talked about another previous. I'm not going to here. My previous presentation, food chain, how it could be, how it's dependent upon oil. See, transportation. So the inflation, how all this facts in, what's going on in Russia, what's going on in China, what's going on in Iran affects this. Anti-Russia could break the whole chain. So I explain all that. See, how you won't find out about it until the last minute, because all what you're eating now and buying now is what's in the warehouses. But the warehouses be replenished. Now, your question is, are they being replenished? Because if not, then you won't find out until the warehouse run out, and then you find out, hey, there's nothing else. Well, because the farmers, when they produce the food, give it to them, the transportation wasn't, they couldn't afford to get it because the oil price was too much or whatever, for whatever reason. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. We're going to leave it there. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's their plan for you. They know scripture. Even the sealed Bible, they know they're going to have no food, because I just told you, I read from the school Bible. You don't need to keep the figure. See how there's not be no food. They're going to starve to death. That's when I'll let you go, because you're going to be the food. Because they're going to be fighting for their lives, the last battle. And you're going to be the food. It says right there. Adam and Eve, they ate that tree, and that was the end. The day you do it, what's this? The day you do it, the day you'll die. And I said one day, miss that year. Don't eat that tree. They won't eat you. I don't know how many ways to say it, brothers and sisters. If there has no food, and they eat their own children, that you'll be gray-headed because children can't stay home because they realize that they're being eaten by parents. So they can't stay home. That's why children be gray-headed. And it'll be cold, no heat and everything else. They go on the streets in little street gangs. But then, when the gang can't find anybody to eat, they'll start eating the weakest ones in the gang. A time of unprecedented. So you don't understand when they say unprecedented, that's what it means. There's going to be a time, it tells you how it's going to be, how bad it's going to be. There's not going to be any food, no birds, no fish, no anything to eat. So they're going to eat their own. A woman's, she's going to think she's lucky if she's pregnant and she's about to have a baby because maybe I can eat that. All the pets are gone, eating their children. And the choice between their children and you. I saw many brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of the 7 seals. Welcome. Sisters and brothers, we're going to talk about the day of the Lord. Day of the Lord. Fast approaching. They're talking about World War III. It's on everyone's lips now, all over the news. What is this all about? The Holocaust. Justice. Justice, justice, justice. That's what their law is about. Justice. Perfect justice. So what perfect? What do you mean perfect justice? Well, I explain that when I talk about perfect balance. You have balance, of perfect balance. Because those of you understand how balance works, the fulcrum shifts as the universe expands and contracts. It shifts. So justice changes according to where the fulcrum is, because the balance has to be based on that fulcrum. See, but when the fulcrum is perfectly in the middle, then you have perfect justice. Because what's on one side of the equation is on the other side of the equation. It's perfect justice. But as the fulcrum shifts left or right, the balance shifts. See, and that's justice relative to the fulcrum. That's justice relative to the fulcrum. That fulcrum is what you balance on. Like you have a balancing thing, you have something in the middle, and you put a board on it, and it has to be right in the middle. Both sides are equal. It has to be right in the middle. If you shift it, then you're going to get a slant. It's not going to be equal anymore. See? So you got to put some weight on the other side to balance it. Now it's just, but you got more weight on one side, have another side. But that's justice, because that's where the fulcrum. Justice is based on where the fulcrum is. I'm not going to that kind of detail here. Maybe I'll further elaborate on that. I actually didn't say no particular words in my presentation, but the fulcrum is the basis of justice. It's the standard for justice at that particular time. So only 2 times in our history where the fulcrum is exactly in the middle. That's in the beginning of the expansion and the beginning of the contraction. Or the beginning of the expansion and maximum expansion and beginning of the contraction and maximum contraction. Those are 2 points where it's perfect balance, perfect justice. And that's where we are right now. We're in a time of perfect justice. Perfect justice. And the Holocaust, that's the consequence of what they did to us that was unjust. The Quran says, do not touch that tree, lest be unjust. They was just as long as it was just make mission shed blood, as long as it's just enslavement. As long as it's just enslavement, it was just. Because we were supposed to submit to that. But when they went beyond that into the Holocaust, oppression, rape, murder, hanging, when they went beyond that, that was unjust, and that's what the Holocaust is all about. The injustice. The injustice. Right? Injustice. That's what that's all about. Now they got to pay, because consequence cannot be denied. God is not mocked. It says they have no fear of God before their eyes. It means they have no fear of consequence. That means these Gentiles, the Bible called Chaldeans, right? See, Chaldeans is their word for Europeans. They went out unjustly. They went out and took over the whole planet. It says they would come out, Gog and Magog, and they caused mischief, shed blood, but they went beyond that. They caused all the destruction seen on the planet. They say, oh, they didn't save the planet, they destroyed the planet. And we're going to talk about that in some detail. But this is a time of perfect justice. See, perfection. See, absolute perfection. And there's no mercy in perfection by definition. There's no mercy in perfection by definition. Because mercy means you have a tolerance. There's no tolerance in perfection by definition. It says it's going to be a perfect kingdom, 144,000, we're perfect. But it's like, well, you said you're going to give deference to the females. There's no imperfection in that. Giving deference to them is justice. It's perfect justice because they went overboard when we was down and out. They went over beyond what was expected of them to save our nation. So the corrective force, that is what they deserve. They deserve that extra hand, extra help, because they earned it. That's perfection. That's part of the perfection. Because they did more, they put their lives and everything on the line more than they had to, because they didn't have to all they did. But they went beyond what was expected of them. So that means they earned the extra consideration. That's why I say what I say. They earned extra consideration. So that's not unjust. That's perfection. Because perfection means everything is straight up and down the middle, straight, 100%. Male and female equal. Not no degree above and all this kind of stuff. See, that's justice when the fulcrum moves. So that we bring the fulcrum right in the center, so it'll be perfect justice. What's on one side, but on the other side. The female is one side, the male is on the other side. There's no be no slanted, perfect balance. There was a time when the balance was off, right? It took 4 females to balance 1 male. Think about that. See, some things I should even talk about. That story blows as soon as away, because you got this Quran that at the time the Quran was revealed, that was justice. That's not justice now. I can't get that point across to you. Abraham had scripture. Where is Abraham's scripture? If Abraham had scripture from God, he had to have a scripture. Where is it? If it's a perfect scripture, we should definitely have Abraham's scripture, shouldn't we? If scripture is perfect, and for all times, we should most definitely have Abraham's scripture. Why don't we? Because it was from another time. It's not relevant today. The justice changes as you move through time. Perfect justice only occurs 2 times in history. That's why you see Suleiman only appears 2 times in history. He only manifests 2 times in history because he's the only one who can bring perfect justice. You don't hear anybody saying perfect justice. If Farrakhan, with his years of bullshit, if he was to get his 676, where he talked about everything, and he was to get control of it, he'd be doing the same thing Sunni's doing. 41, all this kind of stuff. Okay? So that was the knowledge, that was the wisdom for that time. It's not the wisdom for now. So that's what it is. That's why scientists come. When they come, to get everybody to understand the justice for that time was just for that time. Because otherwise they'll be unjust. That means they'll be what they call disbelievers, but they'll fail. They will not be successful because what they're doing is not consistent. Is not in sync with the time, not sync with the universe. Because that was good for another time, but it's not good for now. So it can fail. Because if one time, if you take and invest $10 at one time and get $10 back, and then another time it's 20 to 1, like you gotta hold your investment, you gotta understand, so you understand what the nature of the universe is, so you stay just with it. See, the wisdom of the winter is different than the wisdom of the spring. So the fulcrum changes, shifts. And those shifts are signs. That's why they write those books. They write one book and it covers the whole 25,000 years. They write a book for each period of time as the fulcrum changes. So it is, okay, this is the knowledge you need to be successful during this period of time because the fulcrum has changed. So it means this is justice now. Justice during the Holocaust was our enslavement. That was justice. But the persecution and everything that went with it, that was not justice. That's why I told them, they told Adam, you go near that tree, he's going to be unjust. Because he knew if Adam went towards that tree, he's going to be unjust. That's why it says, at least you be unjust. Because he knew he'd be unjust. He would go beyond. But he was, see, remember, you got to put things together. He was, first of all, he was given rulership over us. Right? And his rulership, nature's rulership was make mission shed blood. So he was, and we're supposed to submit to that. That was justice. If the God tells you to do it, that's justice. If this, I ain't gonna do it, but that was justice. See? But he says, you be careful, that tree right there needs to be unjust. That means go beyond the limits prescribed. And that's what it did. They took it from enslavement to the Holocaust. So now they're reaping the benefits of that. The reward, the consequences of it. So now the fulcrum is shift to perfect sinner. That happened in 1948. That's why you got that division. It tells you Christ and Antichrist. That means they're equal. That's you have negative and positive. That means both sides are equal. Christ and Antichrist. At that time, the universe was equal. Right? Just perfect justice, perfect line. And that's why, right, at that point in time. So during this point in time right now, perfect justice. One for one. That's why Elijah was told, right? Now that Sunni stuff, that 4 wives and all that kind of stuff, right? And we're going to be sure, man, we should, no. Because he was given wisdom from the mighty one, the Lord of Dawn, Master Farah Muhammad. But even he didn't take the responsibility to do that. That responsibility was given to Ancient of Days, the messenger of the covenant, to clean up everything, set everything right, correct, balance it out. Set the balance, to fine tune everything, and then pass on to him. That's why those things are written like that, brothers and sisters. See, they're the Lord. Look at this day of the Lord. See, when is the day of the Lord? So we're going to try to bring these things together. See? I want you to understand. There's no mercy. You understand mercy? There's no mercy in perfection, by definition. Because that means it's not perfect. You leaves of tolerance. So if you're for mercy, you're not going to find it. Not here. Because things have been made perfect. That's someone's job to make everything perfect. Now, your idea of perfect is probably wrong. Because your idea of perfect is somebody walk around, right, and they don't get dirty, they don't use the bathroom, and yeah, that's perfect, right? No, that's not balance. you gotta, positive comes in, negative goes out. Gotta be balanced. When you see Suleiman, he be balanced. Like where our children say, hey, he's real. You see, I'm so holy. I'm shit, right? And I'm pissed, and I don't say things like that. See, I shouldn't. I'm immature, right? And I got this testicle fortitude, and so that's bullshit. He ain't balanced. He's trying to pretend like they try to get straight about Jesus. He walk on water. Didn't have a father. I mean, how does that happen? You got to start from the sperm. See? So they put that story, but once you learn biology, that's possible. See? But they give you this idea of divinity does not balance. They just want to give you the positive side. That's why they make all their gods on the positive side. They're in balance. They're all on the positive side. They don't do any negative stuff. They don't lie, they don't steal, they don't kill, you understand? There's hope. Jesus hope, he don't kill nothing. But then still he's going to put all his enemies in hell. See, and listen to that story, man, he's like, holy roller, man. So perfection is, right? I said, well, why can't God lie? He can lie if he wants to. He created everything, he created lies, why can't he lie? You got lies waiting to crime. There's a situation in the crime where it says something about I think there's a battle or something. I need to get the verse right. And so a revelation was given to him, and then found revelation says, "Well, I only gave you that to inspire you." Well, that means I didn't tell you the truth. I gave something to inspire. I mean, I didn't tell you the truth. I gave something to inspire you. I only told you that to inspire you. Not that God's a liar, he's not a liar. But when you say he can't lie, you put restrictions. Then you confuse the people, so they know what to expect. You got a person in here, and Jesus, when he goes after false Israel, hey, no, your father's the devil. You ain't no seed Abraham. If you see Abraham, you do works of him. And then right after that, where he says, I know you see Abraham. Now, is that a bad translation? Or Jesus lying? Or what? Because he definitely said you ain't, and then he says you are. We got to be real, brothers and sisters. That's the balance. You see, all creation, balance. And they got you out of balance. Got you looking for some God that did all these great things, right? And that you look for something that is impossible, that doesn't exist. You don't see balance. So you see somebody balance, oh man, something wrong with that person because that's, see, they say, well, he's just a man. But I mean, he says this, he talk like that. You hang with that if you want to. Perfect balance. They're perfect balance, right? You eat, but you don't eliminate waste. How does that work? Like I said, when somebody says you're full of shit, they're not telling a lie. Because all you're working on right now, we all got waste inside of us. Until you go eliminate, then we got more. So you work around with it inside us all day long. You won't touch it, but it's inside of your body. Come on. That's why Master Muhammad told you guys, Muhammad says, what's holy? He said, a possum's holy. I remember like Muhammad stood back on that one. Because a possum is like a pig hog. It's worse. In some ways it's worse. Because all of those dead things. But that's what Master Muhammad told me was holy. Okay? Be real. Mathematics. Real. Okay? Going through the Holocaust. Look at going through the Holocaust. What's holy about that? But it was holy, but you don't understand it. Because the process that turns into something better. They didn't understand that. Anyway, brothers and sisters, I'm gonna move on. See, if your mind's trapped in this nonsense, it says God will lift you up, but you cling to earth. He will break that. He will destroy that what you clinging to. He will talk like that out, and you get your mind back, brothers and sisters. Like children say on the street, man, he's real. Why do they say he's real? They talking about Farrakhan. Who ain't talking about him? They talking about the brother and said, that's real. That relate. And he putting on airs, trying to be something he's not. Right? Talking now 25 syllable words and all that kind of stuff. Just real. And that's what have to bring you back to reality. Why is reality says real in it? It starts out real. Bring back to reality. Because your mind's going out to some place. You're going to go to heaven and you're going to be wings and you're going to live forever, right? And you're never going to go to the bathroom and nothing like that there and all that kind of stuff. They can't you all this weird mind all messed up because you have the wrong idea of what's real. You're real. But your mind is unreal. I got to get back to you. Look around in the world. You make people think that children come here from a stork. What you got to do? You got to take your clothes off, right? You got to get down. Got to move around and stuff. I mean, give me a break with this bullshit. Look at that process of being what you be. The process of what you hear. Where'd you come out of? You come out of a spaceship? Do you know what you came out of? You know what goes in there? But let me move on there. I tell you, you gotta get your mind back, brothers. You got the old holy warrior sister, right? See? And somehow she think, right, that somehow she gonna have this baby, but she got to take her clothes off, and she got nothing no man, right? And something, because that's what they tell the story of Mary, right? She didn't take clothes off, probably had to go to bed or anything. See? And then when the baby comes, how does it come? It's coming out of a mouth. You ever seen that process? So that's why I said, someone had to come and get your mind straight, get you back real. You have to be real people. No longer wings and singing holy, holy, holy all day long and worshiping some disregard somewhere. Somebody didn't come to be worshipped. He tell you that. He don't be worshiped. He don't want you worshiping and what you talking about. He's the arm of this and arm of that. That's all that crap. Real. That's why Muhammad called you brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. He didn't come here on a cloud. He used the bathroom. He didn't say he was bringing out a father. He just went so far as said he got a sister. And he said his father, slept with this woman, his mother, and his first child was a baby. He said, oops. If it was a girl, he said, oops, because he wanted a boy. Master Muhammad was about as real as you can be. And he talks about, I'm going to tell you about, he was real as you can be. But you got this way idea about, oh man, you can, and they tell you, if you talk to old timers, I'm not I'm an old timer now, but I wasn't an old timer back to the time when Master Muhammad was around, because I met some of those people, and they tell you the language they used back then, you would be totally offended with today. Time shifts, so they changed the type of language they was using. That mean they stopped calling devils. That's their lessons. Those are real people. Elijah Muhammad is real. It's real. It is real. It is real. It is real. Right there in the cross, that's who you really are. It is real. Why do you think that man come up trying to tell you that? It is real. Who is real? Who is giving man Israel? Jacob. Where is Jacob? Mischievous. He gone out and ripped his brother off, deceived his brother, took his brother. And his man Israel, he's the one getting the covenant. He's the one getting the reward. And you say, man, that guy, look at him. He was lying and stealing and all kinds of stuff. But God chose him. Because he was real. Not saying you have to be a liar, no. But he had his mind on the prize, his mind on the main thing. And he was willing to do anything it took to get it. And that's the kind of spirit God wants you to be. He wants you to do everything that you can do to get your hereafter and get your hereafter, no matter what it takes. You was like, man, well, I didn't have time. I had to say my prayers. I had to say my prayers. And then people, their lives are lost. That's why it says, right, it says, when you fight with the lie, that's one of the greatest. Right? That's better than prayer. If you actually fight with the lie. I remember when I was foreman at Muhammad Street newspaper. I was night shift foreman, right? And these brothers probably FY, right? And they were always trying to get around stuff. I mean, I had trouble trying to get them to do the ways, but I couldn't understand that. I was younger than them. I was like about 23 at the time, right? I'm trying to get them to do the work we were doing, right? So they come to this thing, they throw it over. Then when I said, oh man, well look, we got to stop. Because you couldn't stop the press. You stopped the press, you lost a lot of waste and stuff, right? We got to say prayers. And that's their brilliant idea. They want to stop to say prayers. I mean, how can you fight with that one? How can I say no on that one? But I did say no, and got backed up by the messenger too. You know that? Because the messenger sent word back and said, we ain't paying you to pray. We're paying you to work. Yes, bullshit Farrakhan, that's not had nothing to do with Master Muhammad, has nothing to do with Elijah Muhammad. Because they real. I'm real. See? And my job is to get you home. And if anybody like me saying shit and that kind of stuff, good. Stay away. Go back to your little world and pray to your Buddha or Shiva or your fake Jesus or whatever, and do your prayers, right? And walk on water. Right, and all the things you do, right? And make sure you cook your pork really done, right? And pray over it, do all that stuff. But get the F away from me. Because we're going home, and my people are going to be real. Real people, not plastic people walking around. Oh, so holy. Hey, bro, how you doing, bro? Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, sister. What's happening? Our children got better sense than most of the adults do. Family. So there's only one tribe. Not many tribes anymore. Family. See? We're happy with each other. What's going on, brother? What's going on, sister? I'm from America. You know? Now, I'm fasting today. Don't touch me, man, because I've been saying my prayers. You know, let's move on, brothers and sisters. You'll get it. You're going to get it. You know, I mean, the birthing process should tell you about everything you know about being real. Look at Animal Kingdom, right? See, eat each other. But the only thing is that some have to go through tribulation to get the message. Because we don't have no fake people in the hereafter. We don't have no fake imitation, right? Parrots. We don't have that. That's this side. We don't want that. Real people. Real life. No, I'm bigger than, see, you got all that America, right? I'm a billionaire, so I'm bigger than you. I'm your boss. Yeah, our bullshit is going. You tell your hand tell your foot, I'm the boss, you better listen to me. You love them all, you love all parts of it, you treat them all with respect. Right? That's what you should do if you got any sense. Ain't gonna be that, I'm bigger than you, I got more money than you, all that stuff is gonna end all here. Everybody be real. So let's move on, brothers and sisters. I got adjustment here. Hold on a second. Then we just move on into our presentation here, brothers and sisters. Okay. That should do it. No. Okay. Got a little issue here. Why is that problem? Oh, I see. Okay, that should be better. Okay, that's better. Oops. Okay, let's move into presentation, brothers and sisters. The day of the Lord. Now, when's the day of the Lord? You're talking about the day of the Lord. When is it? The Lord's day. When is that? Well, the angel tells you the very first chapter. When is it? What will it be like? The Lord's day. Day of the Lord, the Lord's day. Same thing, right? Where is it? What will it be like? See? What is it? What will it be like? The Lord's day. Let's look. Let's take a look. Now this is in the 10th verse, first chapter of what you call Revelations. Right? I came to be in the spirit pertaining to the Lord's day. Heard behind me voice great as a trumpet. Now I'm going to all the details of this. Hold on. Oops. Get back up here for a second, brothers and sisters. Kind of like got ahead of myself here. The Lord's day. Okay? Okay. I got 2 sessions going here, brothers and sisters, so I got kind of out of sync. And this 10th verse, I came in spirit and pertaining to the day, the Lord, pertaining to the Lord's day. So, and it's going to tell you when the Lord's day is. So it's going to come as a thief, going to come as a surprise. It's going to be a surprise. See? Surprise to them, not to you, if you're paying attention. Okay? So here it is. Now, without going into all the details about chapter, you're studying yourself, right? This one is in there, it says, you like the Son of Man. So they tell you that's Jesus, that's how even Farrakhan tell you that. It's not Jesus there. It says one who like the Son of Man. That means he's not. You know, you want to go with that, fine. It says he's like. They say he's like, that means he's not. Something similar. Maybe a fake, maybe a real thing, maybe a fake or imitator or whatever, right? But it's not it. So here you go. He says, you see those 7 lampstands? Well, that's it. Then they say the golden. The reason why I say golden there, because remember, the golden represents, is more of our complexion. So all the blacks look black, right? But underneath, there's something else. Like Farrakhan, he's a devil. His father's a devil. He's a devil. He just got black skin, devil and black skin, which we call demons. The script's called demons. And then he sees this one like someone walking on the churches. I'm not going into that kind of detail. But he had devil haters in here. This is what I was talking about. So you want to study it right. And said, John. He was an island between waters. See, that's what John was. He's between waters. And he turned, right? He says he turned. He saw the lampstand, so that's where he had a position. But he says, what you're looking at, so he's looking at the one that's like the Son of Man, right? And these 7 churches there. And I got the churches named, right? See? So when you go and look at the church, because when you understand the angel king and look at the foremost church, you know their Lord, because he says this is their Lord. This is what the world will look like as their Lord. That means these nations all come together, right? That's the resurrection, right? That's America being thrown out of the Middle East. False Israel that is under siege. That's what the day of the Lord. That's what the day of the Lord will happen. That means it's going to happen any day now. Because this war is going to happen any day now. So it's telling you that war, where American Britain is trying to Middle East and false Israel under siege, that's their Lord. That's their Lord. And it's a 1 year period. 1 year period. So it's right there. It says, I was there in the spirit pertains to the Lord's day. That's where Lord's Day start. That's where Lord's Day starts, right there. When you see that situation. And they get ready to go to war in the Middle East any day now. And America's a big war in Europe. See, Russia sizes Russia. Lacedia, right? That's Eastern Europe or Western Europe. Russia's Eastern Europe. The two ladies of the Roman Empire, which you see in Daniel. America's will be in right in the middle of them. And America's will be with both of them. I keep telling you, Europe is going to betray America. They're all going to be fighting, Russia and Western Europe is going to fight, Eastern and Western Europe are going to be fighting against America. Called Philadelphia. That's their Lord. And those who've been studying, you know, that's their way. Could be their way, could be ours way. Anyway, I'm not going into details, but we know it's close. Because they tell you. They say Iran is that close from a nuclear weapon. They say somebody may have it. He's got tons of enriched uranium at 60%. And they say they're fast moving towards 90%, which is what you need, right, to guarantee an explosion. 80% will get an explosion, but 90% you need to guarantee explosion, nuclear explosion. And they say they're only days. Some people say weeks away, some people say days away. Nobody's talking months away anymore. As far as Israel says, they have to take them out. They have to take them out before it happens. America's told them, if you will come back JCPOA, I told 3.5 years ago they would not do it. I said, I'm not going back. They said, if you don't go back, plan B. What's plan B? They tell you, that's military, you have to attack them. They have to do it before they develop it. So you do the math. Add up, brothers and sisters, do the math. And false Israel is not bluffing. They can't. Because that's excellent strip to them. Because Iran has nuclear weapons that neutralizes false Israel's advantage. Because that's why they're able to live over the Middle East, because they got nuclear weapons, everybody's backing off. But once Iran has it, then they have neutralized theirs, because Iran says, well, if you use yours, I'll use mine on you. So false Israel would not dare use their nuclear weapons, and once that happens, that means the whole power shift in the Middle East changes. That means it moved from a nuclear threat, nuclear blackmail, which false Israel was doing to other Arab countries, to a conventional war, which they outnumber like 100 to 1. Iran has about 60 million people there, right? And false Israel have about 6 million. So that's 10 to 1 right there. Forget about Turkey and Iraq and Syria. Syria got maybe what? They outnumber them also. So they could not win a ground war. But that's what happened. So that means they cannot, unless they can get out of town. And we still have to do that. Anyway, that's the day of the Lord, brothers. That's what it looks like. And that's what you're going to see in a few more days. Dear Lord, you're going to come and correct everything. That's what he's going to judge. It says, I will judge that nation that afflicted you for 400 years. Abrahamic covenant, afflicted. Enslavement and afflicted. Slavery was allowed, and affliction was not. I will judge the nation. What happened? And one of the first plagues will be, I will kill the firstborn, but I'll pass over you. Firstborn is the elderly. 1619, 2019. 400 years, 2019, it came in with the plague, and round time, killing the elderly, and passing over us. And they're lying to you, it might be killing the demons, not killing us. Right? Okay. So here it is. That's what their Lord looks like. So these things will be happening, dear Lord. Founding Pharisees was taken down. Right? See? So we famine. We'll talk about that. The four winds blows. Right? That's just the foot of the ones walking amongst the churches. So that's the beginning of their Lord. And that's a year process of unprecedented trouble. See, all blacks come together, and demons are cast out, and with the time of Jacob's trouble, Jacob delivered out of it. Understand, brothers and sisters. So here, now let's see what some of the things that will happen, dear Lord. What it says, the great day of the Lord is near and coming very quickly, and that is absolutely true. Coming very quickly, because probably this time, not in the past, because that would be quickly if it's 2,000 years ago. Listen, the day of the Lord, it is the warrior, in it, the warrior cries out boldly. I mean, it's so bad that the army is going to cry out boldly. It's going to be so distressing to them. It's going to be wiped out. Remember, America is going to be throwing troops into Europe by tens of thousands, and like a lot of them say, they'll come back out of tens. Be total slaughter. And they don't get a lot of these demons to go in with them. They're going to get some of the foolish black folks, bring the people into it too. They'll be throwing them like hotcakes by tens of thousands, coming by tens. They're going to be slaughterhouse over in Europe. That's Armageddon. That's the remaining 9 plagues. The slaughterhouse over in Europe. So they're going to be caught in the vice between their old friends, EU, NATO, and Russia. See? And it'll be obliterated. It's going to be a slaughterhouse over there. Slaughter field. That's just over there. See? In the meantime, India and China is encroaching on the West Coast. That's the goat. Talking about Daniel. He's up on the West Coast. And while in America, they got a full-blown civil war going with the demons. Farrakhan, these demons think they can take America, 17 million. Dear Lord, 1 year period, total disaster. And the time of Jacob's trouble, Jacob will be moved out of it. See, that's 140,000, they're going out. They're taken out. See? That day is a day of anger. Not mercy. Day of anger. Day of trouble and distress. A day of destruction and desolation. A day of darkness and gloom. A day of clouds and thick darkness. As did the Lord. Oh, since I'm making something, my voice is failing again. Everybody keeps telling me I need to rest. I can't rest, brothers and sisters. Because we're close. And rest. I'll rest when time comes. I think I'll be okay. That's the day of the Lord. See, let's keep on going with it. A day of trumpet and battle cry against the fortified cities and the high corner towers. Who's the fortified cities and the high corner towers? That's America. Heard of Twin Towers? That's America that Macy talking about. Talking about Britain too. Britain's going to be the first one to go. China's going to take out Britons like that in a heartbeat. They're going to be totally devastated. They said they outcry because they're the firstborn in the unsealed Bible, in the sealed Bible, and unsealed Bible. See? So the cry going to be so great in America because America looks at Britain as their husband. I mean, like they blood. Because they always defended Britain, but Britain's going to be totally devastated. When their children, everything is totally wiped out, ground to dust. China's not going to have any mercy on those people. China and North Korea have no mercy on them. They're going to totally destroy them. And they're going to, what remains, their armies and stuff, they're going to rush over here. Because this is where they're going to make their last stand in this hemisphere. Canada, New Zealand, Australia, all of them. What remains are there because they're going to take out Australia too. They're going to come over here to make their last stand. A day of trumpet, battle cry against the fortified cities. To the European cities, primarily America, but European cities, they're the fortified cities, and high corner towers. Well, high rise building, all that kind of stuff. And what their Lord's going to be like. And you're in it now, bro, since the beginning of it. You don't know. Nope, I'm going to wake up Lazarus. I've been putting the work in. We bring distress on mankind so they will walk like those who are blind. They talk about Europeans. Mankind, kind of a man. Because they have sinned against the Lord, and their blood will pour out like dust, and their flesh like dung, like shit. Whoa! That's what's coming on you, America. Land of the brave, home of the free. Brave. What's so brave about enslaving women and children, raping them? Women and children, little girls. And free. How the hell was we free? We were free. But we weren't free. Hypocrites. See? It's the land of death, destruction, stealing, theft. They went to steal, kill, destroy, genocide, murder, rape, sodomy. And look at right now, gender confusion. That's what America really is. There's a warrant out for your arrest. Because those things are not, what they call it, statute of limitation, murder, rape, kidnapping, all kind of stuff. So you say nobody's above the law, America. So what's your issue? Nobody's above the law, so now there's a warrant out for your arrest. And we got the evidence. You stand on the evidence. It's like a person steal a car, right, and the cops catch him in the car. I don't know about it. The evidence right there, you said in the evidence. You said in the evidence, they got your ass. So America's sitting in the evidence. Whose land is this? How'd you get it? Uh-oh. What happened to the people that was here? Uh-oh. How you black folks get here? Uh-oh. You right here, evidence. The evidence is right here. You call it, whatever you want to call it, you sit on the evidence. And God's going to judge your ass. And you're going to pay every penny. That's what this that day of the Lord's about. Let's keep going, brothers and sisters. Neither silver nor the gold be able to save them on their Lord's anger. Now they're going to throw silver and gold in the streets. Because they hear all that now, oh man, I got all silver and gold. But when there's no food, because famines come, I'm going to tell you in the end later. But when there's no food, then how you going to get satisfaction covering that gold and silver when you guys no food? Ain't no food coming. You realize the food is coming, you waiting for it, it ain't not coming. You realize no food is coming. So therefore that gold and silver is going to burn you. Because you realize that's why you catching us hell, because there is no love for gold and silver. That brought this about, because your gold, love for gold and silver, that caused you to slave us and do like maximum profit, minimum overhead. It's all about capitalism. Capitalism didn't free the world, it enslaved the world. So you don't realize that gold and silver that you was in love with meant nothing. Because now you're paying consequences, and that silver and gold cannot help you. You cannot fill your stomach, as the scripture says. So you're going to throw it in the street. Neither their silver nor gold be able to save them. They're also talking about spirits, they're talking about us. Right? So we're the gold and the Levites are the silver. Right? Neither the silver nor gold will be able to save them on the day of the Lord's anger. And all earth will be devoured by the fire of his jealousy. Talking about European countries, be devoured by the fire of his jealousy. You're talking about somebody coming with a rose bud. Hey man, we on about peace, man. Let's know everybody's give our mercy. That what sound like? This is the Lord. It says, quickly approaching. Right? So he will make a complete end, totally destroy them. Indeed, a hard fighting one. Hard fighting end. Remember the Holocaust? As you have done, so be done to you. They inflicted hard cost on us, so now we're going to inflict a hard cost on them, every bit of it, and we're going to compress it all into 1 year. But every bit is going to be in there. It'll be, for he will make a complete and be a horrifying one on all the habits of all European countries. A horrifying one. Why use the word horrifying? Like when you read the proper translation, Abraham, when he had a vision of us going into captivity, he says, it was a vision of horror. A vision of horror. Because that's what inflicted us, horror. So I'm not, I got a little space in between. So when you go read it, right, it's not in the order I'm getting it. And also, I only showing it the parts that's per to what I'm talking about. So we don't jump around and, make sure said one say. I'm just letting you know that what's in the middle there, I didn't speak on that. So you can go look at it, read it. See? So go and read it if you think there's something that's going to obfuscate what I just said. Right? So actually this part is before the part I just told you. Because it's verse 1 and 2. I will completely remove all things from the face of the earth. Same thing just said. Declared the Lord, I will completely remove all things, wipe it clean, total destruction. There's no mercy, bro. Says it's perfection. No mercy. He said, wipe it totally. I will completely means all, total. I will remove human and animal life. So none will live here. And it's mostly talking about this hemisphere. This hemisphere is totally wiped out. I will remove the birds of the sky and the fish of the sea and the rivers among the wicked. And you can be nothing to eat. That's not what I tell you. There's nothing to eat, bro. So you're going to be able to go fishing. So there's no food. That's what you're going to tell you. There's no food, bro, sisters. Nothing eating. That's no way of telling you you're going to have nothing to eat but yourself. And that's what you're going to be doing, right? And the rivers along with the wicked. I will eliminate mankind from the face of the earth, declares the Lord. Remember, earth represents European countries. Mankind. The kind of man. See? They had a form of godliness, denying the power thereof. They didn't have the essence of it. They had that form, but not the essence. So I will stretch out my hand against Judah and against all the houses of Jerusalem. Who controls Jerusalem? When they say Judah here, see, the word Jew comes from Judah. It's short for Judah. That's where it comes from. That's where it comes from. Jew comes from the word Judah. Because they claim they was a tribe of Judah. They thought they were the best tribe. So it's short, just call them Jews. You understand what I'm saying? And who controls Jerusalem? See what I'm trying to tell you here? I will stretch out my hand against Judah and all the houses of Jerusalem. I will eliminate the remnants of Baal from this place. See, they worship Baal, but I'm not going into details about Baal. They worship Baal, right? And the names of the adulterous priests along with their other priests. See? To eliminate false Israel. I will stretch my hand against the houses of Jerusalem. I will eliminate the remnants. See? This is their Lord. Dear Lord, and those who bow down on the housetops to the heavenly lights, and those who bow down and swear, Lord, they also swear by Milcom, who Milcom is, those who have turned back from following the Lord, those who have not sought the Lord nor acquired of him. See? Total destruction. Okay, so we're going to move to another. Now, what you want to do, brothers, before I move this, just consider what we just talked about, and then we're going to talk about this other. So consider what we just talked about, brothers and sisters, and we're going to take a few minutes to talk about the supply chain. See, and try to get you to understand it, because you're being affected by it right now. So take a few seconds to do that, brothers and sisters. See if I can get my voice under control here. Okay, brothers and sisters, we're going to go on a little adventure here. And hopefully be illuminated to some of you. So we're going to talk about the supply chain. The word supply chain. See, you understand, this society is based on the mind of the Chaldeans. I told you they represent the Europeans there. So they have this organization after coming out of the Dark Age. And I explained, when you're under pressure, right, you have to transform. When you reach a threshold where the pressure is too great in the form that you're currently in, you have to transform. So you can have a positive transformation or a negative transformation. If you have a positive transformation, it means you can transform into another form that can withstand that pressure, like in the case of a diamond. And if you can't, then you crush to dust. So the 1,000 years of Prophet Muhammad, the pressure he put on them forced Europeans to transform into the form they have today, which was a form strong enough to withstand the forces of Prophet Muhammad, right, and Islam, the force of Islam that he ignited. See, so that's why they have no effect on them now, because, they transform to a form that can withstand that, so that it's not pressure to them anymore. Because, you understand? I hope you understand that. That's why they play with Sunni Islam as a toy. I mean, because remember, they transformed to a point where that pressure wasn't any pressure anymore, because they transform like a diamond. Once it transformed, then it doesn't feel the pressure of the earth on it, right? Because now it's transformed to a form that can handle it, so it's balanced. Same thing with them. But they don't have the power to transform anymore. The pressure increasing, so they have to transform again, because they're telling you all this system, everything is failing. They tell you that if you listen to the news, all this system's failing. The economic system, the political system, the social system, the military, all is failing. Because it's under comprehensive pressure, and they say we need to find a new structure. Defund the police, cover a new type of way of policing. Cover a new economy. Let's do socialism, something else, right? Cover a new military idea, everything, because their systems, right, cannot withstand the pressure they're exposed to. So you got to transfer, but they're not going to be able to. But we have unlimited transformation ability. That's why we're here forever. Anyway, bottom line is we want to deal with one side of this. The distribution chain. So I'm going to point out some things that you might be aware of. Now, this is not the way ours work. We're not going to have anything like this. We're not going to have anything like money. Because in our system, everybody receives the same amount of energy. So we have anything like currency, everybody will get the same much. So if we have a payday every week, so to speak, everybody will get the same amount. I don't care who you are. You're the king, you're the queen, right? You're the toe, you're the eyeball, whatever. Everybody gets the same amount. Because that's the way nature works. And then the difference is what you do with it. So if you're a foot cell, then you're going to think in that terms, that's where you're going to maybe 5 toenail polish. You understand? I'm not flipping here, right? But based on their level, that's what you're going to do with what you have, right? And you're going to make your paradise, because the paradise of a foot cell is not the same paradise of a heart cell. Okay? So we had everybody, wait a minute, I'm more, no. Everybody's equal. So now we have everybody equal. See? But your brain cell has a certain function. Your toenail has another function. But they're equal, because you need both of them. Because if your toe starts hurting, your brain gonna let you know. You say, well, I'm a brain cell, I don't care about my toe. No. You're told you a lot of attention. Anyway, that's another story, bro, since we'll get there sooner. Because what I'm talking about, you're going to realize there's no way in the world America will be around by the end of next year. Unless there's some heaviness. Ooh, I don't know what that do, but it happened. Okay, So here we go. Here's a food chain here, basic food chain. See, the farmer, right, producer, the food manufacturer, bulk, shipper, processors, retail distributor, food service distributor, international shippers, to-go stores, restaurants, international markets, consumer, and so forth. So in other words, the real point, I got another one, I'll have this is show a different way. But we're going to talk about a few things. See, but right now, and they say anything, but they're lying to you. First, America's topsoil. You need topsoil to grow things. The same thing that creates topsoil is what produces oil. Now, I'm not going to go into details about oil because we gave them to society because we wanted them to get rid of oil. That's another story altogether. Because their whole society is based on oil. But oil is not. Oil doesn't grow like trees. The oil they raise it took billions of years to produce that oil. And when it runs out, this whole society collapses because this whole society is totally dependent upon oil in ways that you can't even imagine. And we knew that. So we knew and they've almost used all of it. They can't tell you that. Because they know they can't go another 50 years on oil because it's going to be all good. I tell you what's climate. No, the real reason is they don't have enough oil. They use it too fast. The population uses it too fast and uses it faster and faster every day. And so therefore, when oil runs out, this whole economy collapses. It's like, if you stop breathing for about 10 minutes, you're going to die. So they stop, if oil cuts off, right, this whole society collapses. That's why he's always concerned about oil now. Russia, they blew up their pipeline, right? So Arabia said, we'll cut back on supplies because they know once oil runs out, all they got is sand, and nobody's buying sand. It's a lot of stories on. The bottom line is, topsoil is the process of making topsoil, same that it makes oil. It's decayed organic matter. Right? When it dies, the earth turns it into either oil or topsoil. So under that sand over in Arabia, you got yards and yards deep of topsoil. But Americans use more of topsoil. They couldn't have lots of topsoil. But see, they left Europe because they're not topsoil. They had blight and nothing grow. They had blight and all kinds of stuff there, especially Ireland, they couldn't grow anything. They couldn't grow anything. So they come to steal these people's land. Right? And so now they was able to produce, because they was hungry and everything, but they couldn't produce anything. So they come over here, because they were surprised with the so-called Thanksgiving, right, they talk about. They were starved, the Indians gave them a banquet, man, they saw so much food they couldn't believe it. Instead of thinking the Indians and say, look, think you can we work with you, they just killed and took the food. Because they know they were devils. You understand? So they ran out. But now they're doing the same thing to America. That's why the focus on Africa now. You don't know that. They ain't telling you. But China's already there. And that's one of the reasons why they got to take out. It's a whole lot of stuff. I'm not going into that kind of detail here. Right? But that's because Africa is very rich. Africa still, even with all the stuff that's going on, Africa still is one of the richest continents on the planet. Arabia is North Africa. Don't forget that. Arabia is part of Africa. So they had so much topsoil when they came over here, you would almost throw a seed on top of the ground, it would grow. But if you use it all up, see? So now they're telling you right now, they say, well, Russia's the greatest producer of some kind of fertilizer that they said they have to use in order to make things grow. Well, hold it. Well, excuse me now. When you came over here, was that Russia then? Or it was Russia, but they weren't exporting topsoil, were they? So why do you need Russian fertilizer now when you need it back then if you got so much topsoil? They tell you got a lot of topsoil. Why? Because they're still trying to sell, hope you buy the idea of selling out your inheritance for some 6 states where they know it's going to be burned and you ain't going to be able to grow anything. Farrakhan. See, you spy this bullshit, you ain't checking out. America does not have topsoils run out. If they give you, if you buy that 6 states, you have them, and then you'll be able to do anything. America belongs to us. There's nothing here anymore. They're ruined the country. Europe doesn't do anything over there. They import almost all their food. Because they ruined the country. They ruined Europe. And now they ruined America because of the way they abuse everything, and you know, they eat 25 times a day and everything else. Right? And I'm not conservative. They call it conservative, right? Conservative. No, they abuse this. No, anyway. They run out of topsoil. That's why those fertilizers come from Russia. They will tell you that. And also against America too, because they're getting these weak-kneed African kings over there or whatever, and they telling them buying the topsoil. They going and taking it, big old thing, schoolball topsoil and saying America, they can straight go over here. And they say, no, you got a famine in Africa. They ain't telling people that. Because the reason they wouldn't have to do that, they had lots of topsoil. They ran out. They don't want you to know that. And like I said, again, I hope that you buy that thing about you going to take America and find you ain't nothing to take. Because you can't be able to do anything. Anyway, keep that in mind. So you need topsoil to plant, right? So now you plant, but now most of the planting, right, with tractors, so you need oil for that, right? Keep in mind, you get oil. You know, if you tractor stuff, but if not, right, you need a mule. You still got, you need a mule, you don't need oil, but you need a mule, right? Got to feed the mule, right? And then once you do that, after you harvest everything, then you go to distributors. So that's the warehouses and stuff. But you got to get there. See? You also got to get, if that fertilizer comes from Russia, you got to get there. You got to use oil to get there. Follow me? Then you got to get oil to transfer it from farms and everything. We're talking about farm. We're talking about the food chain. This works all other kind of industries too, but we're going to focus on this is the simplest one. Then you got to have transportation costs to get it there. Now set up in the warehouses, right? So you place in the warehouses. Then from the warehouses, the grocery stores get it, right? Because somebody has to take and transport it from the warehouse to the grocery stores and the restaurants and so forth. All for that too. So you got, right? Then finally it gets to the consumer. That's the process. Now what's going on in the world today? Now it's telling you America's going to go to famine. It says their Lord comes suddenly. Suddenly. Let's look at part of this. Okay. Say for instance, for some whatever reason, they can't farm. So no food, so there's something happens and they can't farm. So the food is available in the warehouses. Now, how much food is there in the warehouses? Because how much, say America, for instance, how much food is stored in the warehouses? Is enough food for a month, 10 months, 3 months? Says there's enough food for 3 months. Well, you won't know that you ran out of food until 3 months later, because food's still coming. But the warehouses get empty and empty and empty and emptier, so eventually it will be nothing in there. All of a sudden, then you find out, but that you have been in a famine for 3 months, but you don't find out until instantly. Go to the store, there's nothing there. Because they didn't tell you that they're not farming anymore. Because they can't produce. Why? Maybe not farming because they don't have any topsoil. Maybe not getting any fertilizer from Russia. Because now Russia's cutting off the fertilizer because they're at war with Russia. And also, Russia's affected the oil because they control oil from Europe. And now they busted those lines. I mean, that's no still Russian do it. But the thing is that you see oil prices going up. It's going higher and higher and higher. Right? And that's going to affect, right? The cost of the food, because when it gets to the farmer, right? When it gets to the manufacturer, wherever, where they have to process food, whatever, it's going to cost more money. You see? Because they got to pay for the shipping costs. They also get to the warehouse. Inflation. See inflation going up? Well, stuff is costing more. Okay? Plus, oil supply is going up, so it means that costs more. So now you got oil supply going up. Now that's still, and the oil supply, that means food will go up more too. Because now you got to cost more to transform it there. So you see inflation? See, you're going to see all the signs of it, but you don't know how to read the signs. Because you see these things happening right now. Fuel costs going up, food costs going up. But you don't know the reason. I'm trying to show you the reason. All the stuff going in the world, right? In conflict with Russia, all of a sudden, and then you got the weather. What's the breadbasket of America? One of the main breadbaskets is California and southern Florida. The disasters. That means even if they do have fertilizer, they can't grow anything because they got floods and fires and bad weather and everything else. And like in California, got drought. So you need water. And so they can't grow anything out there because they got, so you're living off the warehouse right now. You don't realize it. See? And the warehouse going to charge more money because they realize they're using up what they got there and they don't have no more come in. So they don't get as much money as they can out of you. Inflation again. Raise the prices. I'm trying to get you to understand it real well what's going around you that you ain't paying attention because you think you're going to see it instantly. You think, no, you may find like the sun, if the sun was to go out today, right now, right this second, you can find it 9 minutes later because it takes that long for light to get here from the sun, 9 minutes. So you wouldn't know that you were in a famine until maybe 3 months later. You may be in it right now. You don't know it. And suddenly no food. Why no food? And the warehouse was empty. Why the warehouse was empty? Or because they couldn't afford the fuel to get the food to the warehouse, or they couldn't grow anything, or the weather, or because no fertilizer, or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? These things you're not paying attention to. But signs are there. Famine's hitting America in a few days. Famine's hitting America in a few days. You're already in a famine right now. It's just the warehouses still got food in them. The fuel cost is going up. The food cost is going up because that chain's been broken. Where's it broken? Look at down the line. Where's it broken? It's broken at where they actually went topsoil. They can't get any fertilizer. Or is it they can't get any energy? No fuel. Or the fuel's too much. We're in there. Because remember, once you get to the distributor, then still got to get fuel costs to get to you again. So all that got to be factored into the price. Or maybe you just can't afford it. Food's too much. So go a little further here. So I got some more. Here's one that gives you a total cycle. See? That's why it being real. See? You get a total cycle here. Because what happens is, it gives the whole thing. See, the part you want to notice is when it says it gets to the consumer right there, they won't have it. It says compost. You know what that is? That's your human waste and everything. It goes into a filtering station, and they take it and process and everything else, right? Clean up and go back to the ground, and, right? Because they use it as a fertilizer too. Because you can't just put a seed in the ground and grow. It needs nutrients in the ground to grow with. And nutrients come from human waste and animal waste. Assalamu alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, Breaker of the Seven Seals. Welcome. Small adjustment here. No, that's not right. There you go. Not quite. Welcome, brothers and sisters. Make a small adjustment here. Okay, that's a little better. A little better. Okay. Okay, that's a little better. Brothers and sisters, war. As a topic for presentation today. The Holocaust. What is the Holocaust? 500 years of horror that was inflicted upon us, which they call slavery. Slavery was the economic side of it. But as it says in the Abrahamic Covenant, that you don't hear anything from Lion Farrakhan about, it says enslavement, servitude, and affliction. They don't want to talk about the affliction part, but now they're experiencing the consequence of that affliction. And that's what we're going to talk about, brothers and sisters. That's all we're going to talk about. Because everything I'm talking about now is primarily the basis, the cause of it, the consequence of the Holocaust. Aside from some other things, because they're bringing down the entire impact of all they've been doing for the last 500 years. All the injustice and everything else, but primarily the Holocaust. That's the core of it. But the going around and invading countries and raping the people and taking countries and genocide, all those things incorporated in it. But the Holocaust at the root of it. So what you're going to be experiencing in the next few days, brothers and sisters, some of you are going to experience it very intimately, close up, and personal, is a result of the Holocaust, the consequence, because no one ever escapes consequence. They're giving this false idea, narrative about, if you're Christian, all you got to do is repent and say, I love Jesus, and all of a sudden, all things wiped away. Okay, you hang with that. But you sure will hang with it. We're going to move on, brothers and sisters, to Holocaust. War. Even a blind person can see war is imminent. They're talking about it every day now, all over the internet, everywhere. In the news, even they've been hiding from the American people here in America for the last few months, but they've been talking about it openly over in Europe. Vladimir Putin is actually threatening war. Nuclear war. Right? You have the Pope saying the world is already at war. This is the Pope, right? If we're putting credence on what he's saying. But your lying, anointed Farrakhan is quiet. But he's supposed to be telling all these things. Remember, when Kobe came in, he was here up Kobe's ass. See, he had nothing to say. He spent 3, 4, 5 hours of this so-called Seder Day. Didn't mention it one time. And now he claims, it wasn't a public notice. Yes, it was. I've been talking about it for years. And it was public known in January, but he was on February. End of February, mind you, 2 months in, he still hasn't mentioned it. He waited 7 months later, he knew all about it. He's not talking about this because he doesn't know. One of the reasons why he's not talking about it because he doesn't know. See? There's other reasons too, but one of the primary reasons he doesn't know. Other reason, he doesn't want to alert you to what's going on. That something's going on. See? So he's quiet. He's talking all this BS every week. Clown shows and everything else. And all the stuff that's happening in the world, he's not saying anything. Like I said, primarily because he just doesn't know. he don't want to get out there and say something, you see, and be wrong, because regardless of whether you agree with this or not, you may not listen to me, but they do listen. I'm going to speak about that a little more in depth in a minute. Listen, he don't want to take a chance I might be right, because he got a lot of his people on the fence right now, because he's not getting any food or meat, right? He's supposed to be getting spiritual meat. Future, tell him what's happening. That's what prophets do, and I am in detail. See, so you got to hang on by a thread. So you don't want to say anything because he don't want to prove me to be right. That's one of the reasons why he's not saying anything too, because I'm giving details. He's not giving anything. See, but oxtails, he's giving you that. But he's not giving anything of any substance. I mean, with all this happening in the world, and he's, for the last few weeks, just bullshit. Faith. God's going to, wait a minute, why do you have faith? He's supposed to be telling you what's happening. He's supposed to be preparing you. He's supposed to be preparing you. But now he says, just have faith. Just lock yourself in your secret chambers. Put away some food. If you follow that stupidity, he said, store up some food, and everybody's starving, eating their own children and their animals and everything else, and you sit there and you're unprotected. And you, even if you had some electricity, which you won't have, if you had it or had a way to cook it, you'll be on the menu before nightfall, or before the food gets cooked, because they can smell that food a mile away when everybody's hungry. Like the other thing you tell these sisters, well, somebody raping you, kill him, kill him, kill him. See, that's what he's saying, kill him. Wait a minute, see, and he got him walking around, 2, 3, 4, like they in the army. That's one of the stupidest advice you could ever give a female. Because first of all, if he's raping her, if he got that far, that means she had the power to stop him. Because if she doesn't have the power to stop him, then she wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. So you don't have the power to stop that fool that's doing it. So now she's going to try to kill him. In that situation, she's going to get killed. She's going to get killed. She's trying to do something stupid like that. How's she going to do that? If she got power to do that, she wouldn't be in a situation to be raped to begin with. So if he's in the process of doing it, that means he's overpowered her. So how's she going to kill him in that situation? So you got to think of that stupid stuff. She ended up getting killed. See, this is that fool, and with the same, you get what you reserve if it's a fool, right? Anyway, war. And we're going to talk about that, but I have to be very careful, brothers and sisters. Very careful, because, like I said, if the man knew the hour his house would be broken into, he would not suffer house be broken into. He would do something about it. And I'm telling details. And so I've been very detailed about something I have not said, something I have said. And there's a lot of things going on, bro. Since I'm going to talk about that, just thought atmosphere, because you don't understand. I can't say some things openly. I've been telling you that. But I gave this idea. I said, what would be the cause of? I said they're going to war in Europe, but that's not what's going to trigger the war. So they're going to war in Europe. The war is just going to be triggered by the war in the Middle East. I said they're going to war in Europe, but it's going to be triggered by there. But I said America is going to be betrayed because the European countries are going to turn on them because of that crisis, that situation of fuel. Now, you don't even know what's going to fuel crisis. I've been telling that for years. Go back and look at my previous presentations. What you see right now, I've been talking about in detail, not watch the weather, for years. And you can go out on YouTube. I do not take and delete my archives, and so to speak, like they have. They delete their archives. You can't go back and you see the bullshit they've been talking about, right, about what should be happening now, and it's not. It's not for years. See? So I was talking about the betrayal, and they're going to betray America. The European countries that so alive in America will betray them because there's going to be a fuel shortage. cut off. And they're not going to suffer that pain because of America's adventurism and with Russia and Ukraine. Because I said America and Russia be against each other. I got the presentation out there. I said, explain thing about, I come with division. Mother against daughter, father against son, mother-in-law against daughter-in-law. And I said, mother against daughter is America against Russia. That's the scenario. And we see it. I told the 3 hotspots would be Iran in Middle East, Russia in Europe, and China and Asia. And those are exact 3 things I've been talking about. And then the alliances. I said that the Sunni is going to ally with false Israel. Abraham Accords. And now you got Saudi Arabia, right? So-called Saudi Arabia, right? Opened up diplomatic ties with false Israel. I said this, all these things are out there. See? I said China and India is going to start coming close together. That's exactly what's happening. They're going to join this SOC, what they call it, together. Right? So I call all of them. This is a scenario. And all of them built up against America. I've heard this for years. So here we are now. Now, the thing is that they don't understand. See, in Ezekiel, they got this thing in Ezekiel called, when Ezekiel says, oh God, right? Oh God. Think about that. Oh God. From the land of Magog. Where did I heard it? Son of man, right? Set your face against the land of Gog and from the land of Magog. See, and the way he said it, get all mixed up because we know Gog is America, those you've been studying, and Magog is Britain, and that's where America came from Magog. See, I'm against you, I'm put a hook in your jaw. And all your armies, near them, hooking them or guiding right into their destruction. That's what's happening. Because and you see, I said the Christ is going to be fuel. And I give more detail because I'm not going to that right now, brothers and sisters, because we wanted them to use that fuel because when you get out of the ground, let's not store together. See, we're way ahead of them. We're fighting in the atmosphere, we're way ahead of them. And so, because I told them that, right, that's what we kill, because you think they're not paying attention, but they are paying attention. So they thought, oh man, we better fix it so they won't be dependent on Russia. Because they're going this war, right? And, they didn't want America, they didn't want the Europeans to betray America for the sake of Russia and all, because they're going to be suffering. And they're going to say, hell with this, we're going to suffer because of America's adventurism in Ukraine. And all we got to do is have Russia turn the oil back on, and Russia got a hold on us, right? Because like they can blackmail say, if you don't help me, then you're going to freeze it there because I'm supplying you oil. I said that's one of the scenarios. That's why I said I'm going to stop talking about if this, this happened, that had this contingency plan. Because they wouldn't blow up that pipeline to cut that off so that wouldn't happen. And I'm laughing, you know why? Because I said, I put a hook in your jaw. And God's your instruction. Because when you did that, you actually dug a big hole in yourself. You don't realize it. I'm not even going to say any more about it. Except to say, what's going on in the Middle East right now? See, are these two connected? That situation with Russia, is that connected to the Middle East? Because now they think they'll get oil, right, that they was getting from Russia. They don't get that no more because that's cut off. But who's going to give it to them now? False Israel. Because they got these vast oil reserves they claim they found off their coast. And now they're going to supply them. They think, I'm not going to say any more than that except to say this, right? They knew the oil supplies out there back before they said false Israel. That's one of the reasons I said false Israel. I didn't want to say that. That's one of the reasons the oil supplies were there. And they want the Palestinians and the Lebanese to get that oil. They knew it was there. They knew it was there back then. They made those agreements with so-called House of Assad. The oil was right off that coast there. So that's another reason why I said false Israel up. So they can get that oil. Because a massive oil reserve right off the coast there. That oil belongs to Palestinians. But not for us to say it's ours because God gave us this land. God gave you a goddamn thing. But he's about to give you a lot of hailstorm, a shitstorm coming down. That's what you're going to get from God. See, they got all these plans. I'm not going to continue. All these things they be doing. That's why I set them up. They ain't set them up there and put all that investment in there for nothing. They stabilized the Middle East, one, and all that oil that was there. It's a fast oil reserve right off the coast there. And now Lebanon is, and then they're trying to destabilize. They already destabilized Lebanon, but they couldn't fairly do it because of Hezbollah and Hamas is there, so they couldn't totally destabilize them. That's when they tried it a few years ago, because they wanted to totally control oil. But Lebanon said, "Well, that's in our waters." See? So now that they build their pipeline, say, well, you cannot, so Europeans won't be dependent on Russia now. Now they what? Say, fossil fuels are going to supply it. See? I'm not going to say any more about that. I said, they pay attention to what I'm saying, but we got a hook in your jaw. They actually dug a bigger hole in themselves, hole in the ground than it was in before. They think they made a wise move. Because they said, hey man, see, they was trying to, like it says in the Bible, it says, it'd be like a man on a cold night, 6 foot tall. So he got a 5 foot blanket, and it's cold. So he cut his head, his feet exposed. He cut his feet, his head exposed. So he can't cover himself. So he tried one thing, something else happened. That's what happened right there. It happened. They said that's what it would be for them. They would try to do this thing and expose something else. Try to expose something else. So like, the bear, they run from bear to run to the lion. They barely escape the lion. They run home, and then there's a big old python, gobbles them up. See? It says the Most High, we laugh at them. Who is the Most High? You better look at the angel key, see what the Most High is. That's what it means. It's a geometrical thing. Who is the Most High? Look at the angel key. See, we laugh at them, having derision. How? Because, I'm going to show you in a minute, the thought atmosphere. War. But demons, they're the main target right now. They're quiet. They're quiet because they're in trouble. They're going to fall very soon. As soon as the war breaks out, they fall. As soon as the war breaks out, they fall. Immediately. Son of Perdition, Farrakhan, Legion, Chief Demon, he falls as soon as the war breaks out. And Lazarus raised. See? Oh God, oh Son of Man. See? Say to God. Say to God, right? Oh Son of Man, say to God, right? I'm against you, God, right? From land of Magog. Put a hook in your jaw. You're in your armies. And God gives you your destruction. That's exactly what's happening. So let's move on, brothers and sisters. The Most High be laughing at them, having a derision. War. Anybody, the black folks here, well, we're not talking about the demons, I'm talking about the Negro blacks. They act like nothing even happening. I mean, in this eye of storm of hell raging all around them. But there's because they're protected. Okay? They're really protected. They're protected. You see? Because they're going to realize the dream unless they just don't listen. Like, a lot of believers call lack of knowledge. But there's some benefit in that too. But I prefer that they had knowledge. See, it's already been it's already been an eye of the storm because that's protection. But being ignorant in an eye of the storm, that's not good because the storms don't stay stable. They move. And they move, then you're not in the eye anymore if you stay in the same plot you was before. You got to move with it and stay in the eye. And if you don't have any knowledge, you can't do that. That's the problem I have with that. See, 'cause I don't mind being in the eye of the storm. That's okay. I'm in the eye of the storm. See? I know when to move. See? But maybe the storm will move around me. Because it said, remember Joshua? You better read about Joshua. It says, God says, hey, don't worry about a damn thing. Don't worry about nothing. Because I'm with you. I'm with you all the way. I'm with you just like I was with Elijah. And nothing happened to Elijah when the judge didn't touch him. So I'm with you. Don't worry about anything. You're going home. I'm with you. I got your back. So don't worry about nothing. Don't worry about a thing. You better read about Joshua. Hey, Farrakhan, you Joshua? Then how in the hell you get disembodied? How you get those pelts stuck up your ass and blow your ass apart? How is that protection? If that's the kind of protection God gives, I don't want them. If that's protection that God gives, what the hell is that good for? What the hell was that? Answer the man on the planet. That's protection? You're bringing my man here, that's protection? What kind of damn protection is that? Farrakhan, you're cursed. That's a curse. It's not a protection. But you keep fooling those idiots around you. I don't understand demons, but the fools around you that keep listening, they're going to pay a price. They're going to pay a big price. And they're going to spit on you and shit on you before it's over. But it's still not going to stop them from going to tribulation. But they're going to curse you to your face before it's over. Because you are manifest to anybody that's got eyes. Joshua said, Joshua, I'm with you. Don't you worry about nothing. Not worry about a thing, because I'm with you. Read it. There ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it. I'm with you all the way. I got your back. Master Muhammad has my back. I ain't worried about nothing. Nothing. Do you see me worrying? I ain't worried about nothing. So let's talk about a couple of things. I'm going to kind of build this up a little bit here. See, I want you to understand about spheres. Because the earth is made of spheres. But how do those spheres come about? They didn't come naturally. We made those spheres. Because in those spheres, there's different things there. Some of the spheres has precious metals. Some have precious jewels, precious stones. They have all kinds of things that these people aren't even aware of. See? They have all kinds of things we did because we should be in the center there. As we made our way to it says, make on the cream of the planet Earth, God, and universe. We made the earth. We didn't create the earth, we made it. Then we gave it form. See, we give things form, we give energy form, and we give the earth the form it has. And so we started digging down in there because we never gave an ability to go far into the earth, maybe a mile or two, 6 at the most. I'm pretty sure they haven't got that far. And the earth is approximately 4,000 miles in radius. That means from the center to the surface. That's approximately 4,000 miles. Then like 6 miles, that's nothing. Because you go down under there, like the Quran says, it's gold and silver, diamonds, big as houses. That's what we're going to do to build with. Not like this stuff they build with. We'll build gold and silver and diamonds and precious stone. That's what it says in Injil, right? It said the Jew, right? It talks about the kingdom, and it talks about in terms of stones, precious stones and things. Because we're very rich people. A kingdom that will never be destroyed to give to another people. Perfect kingdom that Suleiman has to bring. He's the one that produces that perfect kingdom, then he gets to Master Muhammad. Look at it, Ancient of Days. That's why I'm not tolerating any bullshit. You know, you got to be 100%, or you better back off and get out of the way. I'm not going to give a faulty product. You look at the creation, there's no fault in the creation. How did you get that way? Now we know Negro stuff. They made Negroes. See, we cured Negroes that didn't be cured. Well, they made them. We don't want them. Not in that form. Hope you understand, bro. So we got these different layers, different spheres. You call them spheres. They have a name for all the different spheres. I'm not going to right now. But you can go into Google and show you their names for different spheres. And they think they know it's no spheres. They think. I mean, this is a guess. Because they use like sonic waves and all that kind of stuff to try to, you know, and nano waves and all that kind of, I mean, what they call them, you know, all these kind of stuff. The nanoparticles, not nanoparticles, I forgot what the name they call it. But anyway, they're trying to go in there and get echoes and all kinds of stuff, trying to figure out what's down there. They don't know what's down there. See? Because we do. And that's what we build with. See? Precious stones, precious metals, iron. Not iron, but silver. When they use iron, we use silver. When they use iron for all kinds of stuff because it's not deep into the earth. See? But we use silver where they use iron. You have real silverware. When you see iron everywhere, you will be using silver. You see copper in every place else, why be using gold? We're going to have a great wealth. That means we have great wealth now. It's just the only point is they control the quality of it. So instead of having $1 million gold mine, they make sure we limit to buying $1 million shit farm, but still worth $1 million. We got to get away from them. Stop eating the shit and get the gold. Okay. So here's another sphere. See, that's the oceans and the waters. That's a sphere. Animal life and everything, fish life and everything live in there. That's a sphere. See? That's on the surface of the earth. That's a sphere on the surface of the earth. See? Above the other spheres. That's a sphere. And each sphere has an action rate. A reaction rate, I mean to say. Water has a reaction rate. See? Because if you throw something in the water, it has a reaction rate, how fast it takes to react, how long it takes to react. If you throw it faster than it's able to react, then it's like hitting a solid, because if you jump in the water, right, the water reacts because it produces waves. But if you hit that water faster than it can react, then it's like hitting a solid wall because the water can't react that fast. So it's like hitting a solid piece of concrete. That's why you see people jump from high, they get splashes like hitting concrete because water didn't have the water couldn't react that fast to that impact. The same thing with air. That's another sphere. Air has a reaction rate. And if you hit the air at a certain, if you hit air fast enough, it'll be like hitting some concrete too. If it hit fast, it can react. That's why you get sonic booms. If it hit faster than it can react, then it's like my go hitting concrete because it hasn't reacted, so it's solid. So usually, right, it reacts quicker than water, so you hit it and you might feel it, but if you start moving real fast, you start feeling the resistance because you're moving. Your challenge is to be able to react until you move fast enough, and then you can't. It's like moving towards a big wall. It's hard to move towards. You move too fast, and if you're able to go fast in that, then the air can't react at all. But you're still able to go past it and the ability to react. So now you get a sonic boom because now you create a vacuum because the air couldn't react. But you forced. It's like taking a concrete and knock a hole in it, right? So you knocked a hole in the air. Because it couldn't react. It's solid at that point. If you move at speed, speed of sound, speed of sound is how fast air reacts. If you move fast in speed of sound, air is a solid wall. It's a solid wall. So you go fast, you're cracking a solid wall. See? And the faster you go, the bigger hole you're gonna make. Right? And then by the time the air reacts, you got this big old hole, and how it reacts by closing together. And it closes together. That whole solid wall is solid, right? It's solid. Bam! Got a sonic boom. Clap. Boom. It's like a clap. Because this is a clap. Boom! That's what it is. See? Atmosphere. Each has both reacts. Same thing in the water. Same thing in the earth. Solid. Right? See? It reacts, but if you move faster, then it becomes even more, So now we're going to move on to the thought atmosphere. So that's the sphere you know about. The thought atmosphere. What happened here? Oops. Thought atmosphere. This is thought. This is a real sphere. See, this is the fear. Oh, I'm going back up here, bro, since I went previous. Oh, what happened? atmosphere. Okay, this sphere here is, what you understand is all our thoughts are connected. All our thoughts connect. We're in the thought atmosphere. Even all the brain waves are connected. Even the animal, all brain waves are connected. It's not, you're not independent. All connected. It's a sphere. Just like all our air, we all breathe the same air. The only independent I just be air, and we all breathe the same air. See, we all drink the same water. See, it's a thought atmosphere. We all live on the same earth. With thought atmosphere, all our brain waves are all connected. But you didn't know that. That's a thought atmosphere. See? And we actually, the thought atmosphere is 24 billion miles per second. So if you go faster than that, you get a sonic boom too. You get a boom that you, right? See, a mind boom, what would that be like? Anyway, because I thought, atmosphere, right? Bam, it busts your ears. If you was better, it busts your mind. That thought would be so powerful, it blow your mind out. See? But in the atmosphere, it says that the Europeans, they'd be prince of the power of the air, because they're trying to master the atmosphere, the power of it. There's sonic booms, right? Radio waves, right? Atomic bombs, airplanes. That's the power of the air. That's what they're talking about. They're trying to master the power of air. And so war is like at that level. You see, if you had other people that live in the sea, their war would be on the water, like submarines and things. Their war would be like sonar and all that kind of stuff, right? So that would be their level, because they'd be mastering the power of the water. And the water has power in it too. They got submarines and fish there. There's certain things, right? It has power. But the power of the air, that's what you're dealing with right now. We're dealing with people, they say the prince of the power of the air. So they're trying to master the power of the air. That's why your TV, all that's coming from the air. Radio waves, all that kind of stuff. See? But they don't understand the atmosphere. Now they're playing with it to some extent with their media and everything else, but that's compared to if you're in the atmosphere, right? You walking around and your main weapon is slingshots. I mean, you ain't gonna get very far. That's the level of your understanding of the atmosphere. And that was at a time, going 5 years ago, right? They didn't understand the atmosphere. They didn't understand weather. They thought all that stuff was like mystery stuff, like demons and gods and stuff was affected. They thought that's what weather was all about. But now they learn more. Science learn more and more about it. Now they can make bombs and all the stuff they're doing, and like I said, bombs and it's just something in my voice here. Bombs and radio waves and cell phones and stuff. See? Now do all that stuff they couldn't do 500 years ago, 300 years ago, 100 years ago. They started learning these things. See? Mastering, because before they was trying to master the power of the waters, right? Sailboats, so forth. That's how they got around the world. Mm-hmm. So now they went to the air. And so they got when they was doing the water, right, they still had a little knowledge there, because they used sailboats and need the wind to push the sailboats along, but it was a little bit. That's probably most thing used air for, just for the sailboats. But they was mostly worried about water and stuff, water and land. See? But now they're doing the atmosphere. So they're doing a little bit though, because they got this propaganda stuff. So that's how they're fighting on the atmosphere. But from my point of view of the atmosphere, right, they might as well be right here with slingshots. You understand what I'm saying? Because in the atmosphere, they're ants. They're ants in the atmosphere. They don't have the weapons for it. Like I said, if you was in the atmosphere and they come up with slingshots, there would be nothing because they don't have the weapons for the atmosphere. They don't have time. They don't have bullseye guns and lasers and all, they get wiped out. They only got slingshots. They have some knowledge of the air because but that's about it. It's very primitive. And so their knowledge of the atmosphere is primitive. With their media, their propaganda, that's the best they can do. See? So this is look at this is the atmosphere. See? It's all confused, all going all different kind of directions and stuff. Because they're all confusing. Because they don't control it. See? It's chaotic. They can't control it. It's like air. Right? Air, if you can't control it, it's just weather all over, pattern all over the place. But we know we can control weather. We can control it, but they can't. That's why it's all chaotic for them. So they don't have total mastery of the air. They have some mastery. They don't have total mastery of that. But that's why I call prince of the power of the air, not gods of the power of the air, or kings of the power of the air, prince of the power of the air. Because they have a lot of power over air, they have a lot of control over it. They haven't mastered it. But we have mastered that, because Master Muhammad has shown you. He's mastered it. He's the king of the power of the air. He's mastered it. His plans, wills, they mastered the air. They do things that people can't. They say, man, one way they say, you understand, say, man, it's beyond the laws of physics. What they mean was beyond the laws of their knowledge of air. That's what they're trying to say. They're saying, you understand, say, well, it violates the laws of physics. That violates their understanding of physics, which is the power of the air. So he's the king of the power of the air. But it didn't say there would be one that would be king of the atmosphere. See? Even if you say prince, it's still much more than what they are, because they're primitive. When you understand what the atmosphere is, it's your thoughts. And it's all connects to the atmosphere. And thoughts pressure. And once you understand that dynamic, then you start understanding what's going on. Thoughts pressure, we all connect, so it's all pressure. So as the greatest pressure is going to dispel lower pressure. Greater pressure dispels lower pressure. Know how much lower pressure you have. You have trees of ton, square pounds of low pressure, and 1 pound of high pressure is going to move that low pressure. It's going to do it. It doesn't matter how much number it is. High pressure is just high pressure dispels low pressure, pushes low pressure out the way. High pressure doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The numbers doesn't matter. That's why the choir tells you that. Don't worry about the numbers, because it's all about pressure. The laws of pressure, that's a powerful law of pressure. So that means your thought is pressure, your thought is greater than the thoughts around you. It's going to control the thoughts around you. It's going to command the thoughts around you. That's why truth knocks out the brains of falsehood. Truth dispels falsehood. That's why I try to kill the purveyors of truth. Because truth will destroy falsehood. Because so right now, when Europeans, when so-called dark ages, when they went back to the scripture and started looking at science, it blew all that stuff. You have people trying, like when Galileo went to the Pope and says, look, the earth goes around the sun. And he said, look, I got a telescope, and just look. And the Pope refused looking at it. I ain't looking at that thing. God says, that's what it is. And God didn't say anything stupid as what he's saying. But he refused even to look. All he did was look to see. And then he threw Galileo in prison. See, so that's the way they was fighting. They was fighting against truth. But how now? Where's the Pope? Where's Galileo? Well, everybody knows Earth goes around the sun now. Everybody knows that. It prevailed. Even though they fought against it. See? Because truth was destroyed. Falsehood, because truth, right, is pressure, but a greater truth will destroy a lesser truth. That's why you have certain knowledge, but somebody comes to superior knowledge, they dispel your knowledge. And that's what it said would happen, because they had the scripture, but it says Suleiman would come along with the angel, which is greater pressure. His thoughts, because they have 2,000 years couldn't touch it. It was too powerful for their minds. They didn't have the minds to do it. Only he was able to do it. Only he was able, worthy to do it. Put that away, because he had to put the work in. That's why he was worthy rather than able. Because other people were able. All the original people were able, but they was not capable, worthy, because they weren't willing to put the work in that Suleiman was willing to put in to make it happen. And so what happens? Here's the atmosphere. Right? What happens? In 1990, he started breaking those seals. Right? So what? He's igniting bombs all over the place. Atomic bombs all over the place. See? Revealing truths. Now, you might not recognize it, but it's affecting the whole world. Because your mind, even though you may resist it, if you hear the truth, your brain's still going to calculate it. It's going to use it to calculate. And you may be resisting all you want to, but eventually your brain will get around to convincing you, your consciousness, your conscious ignorance, that's ignorant, and you're going to drop it. Because your brain is made to calculate properly. The problem is, it calculates based on information that's been given. And so when you give it better information, it's challenging the bad information you've been given. Now, you may be told to resist it, but your brain is not going to resist it. It calculates based on information you're given. And so when it conflicts, when the information conflicts, the brain's going to sort out. And eventually, you're going to find yourself like people, oh, now I was against that before I was before it. That's how people get converted. How do they get converted? Because eventually, the truth, right, was able to override all the ignorance they had, and then they're converted. All of a sudden, now you got facts instead of bullshit. But that's sometimes depending on how much bullshit they got, because sometimes you can't, you usually have a time frame you have to do it in. Sometimes you don't have enough time to do it. That's like a whole lesson about the rusty locks. You don't have time to do it. It's just too much bullshit there, and they're getting better knowledge. But then you got people blocking the knowledge, right? We're going to talk about them, but you got people blocking knowledge. There's so much, right? So that comes in and challenges, and so the mind is turning around, but they'll turn out fast enough to get the hell out of here. That's what I said. The 144,000, they're turning around fast and they got out. But it said the rest was left behind. Some everlasting life, some everlasting apartment. So they woke up too late. Because they still get information. Because every day now you get more and more information, and you get your brain sorted out, and you find out that the information you get in me, your brain doesn't, you might reject, your brain ain't rejecting it. It's sort of challenges against other stuff that doesn't make any sense. Okay. The atmosphere. And that's Suleiman dropping atomic bombs. See? And that see, all that confusion, remember that? They're all confused, chaotic. The atmosphere. That's the one they built. Because it's too weak to have one that's Hajj in sync, harmony. And then Suleiman's dropping these, every time he takes, that's the angel. See, because that's the greater truth. And it's detailed. You never see anything like this in any prophet or messenger came along, the kind of details that Suleiman's giving you. And you ride Muhammad to give those type of details. And every day it comes clearer and clearer and clearer. That the explosion is working, expanding. They're not being snuffed out. My explosion is not being snuffed out. What do you mean snuffed out? Right? You explode, boom, be snuffed out because like Farrakhan, he tell a lie, then next day you find out, oh God, they couldn't anything about a man. Then 5 seconds later, yeah, but you know about his room, so it just snuffed out. We just said a minute ago, just snuffed it out. You can't snuff out what I'm saying. Because every day, everything I'm saying is getting brighter and brighter. That means explosion is getting expanding. Boom, boom, from sonic, boom, boom, the atmosphere, boom, boom. It's changing the world. Since 1990, the whole world's been changing. Anybody can't deny that. No one can deny that. Since 2020, everybody's saying now, 20, man, something happened in 2020. You damn right something happened in 2020. Your judgment started in 2020. 1948, man, that was a big turnout. Exactly. That's the time Antichrist. These days don't, these days are just somebody put out there behind. And so now, you're at the edge of destruction. You're going to be pushed off. We're in the cliff of it. You're going pushed off. There's nobody to save you. You're going to be pushed off. But that's Suleiman. See? Exploding the angel. Right? The angel verses. Unlocking the seals. Right? Taking all those verses, unsealing the Bible. Because that's what it is. The Bible, the sealed Bible, is an arsenal of atomic bombs. An arsenal. And the angel unlocks them, bam, ignites them, bam, 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 and that's what you see. And it's getting more powerful by the day. The explosion is getting more powerful by the day. See? And what happens? This is what the end result of it is. End result. See? Blown away, finally blew away that old reality, got a new reality. Harmony. Harmony now, no confusion, harmony. Okay? It's in the universe. Perfect balance. See, here's what Suleiman's doing. See? And God said, I'll get you, I got your back. Don't worry about a thing, I got your back. See? Once you get it in harmony, gives it back to the God. Here it is. It's all yours. See you 72 trillion years. It's all yours. He didn't come here to be worshipped. Somebody didn't come here to be worshipped. So hold on that thought for a minute, Bone says, like I said, I want you to think about that for a minute. I got to check out something. And then we'll continue. I got a technical issue after working out here. Okay, I got it. Check one thing here, Ro. Okay, looks good. Okay, brothers and sisters. Let's see. So atmosphere. He has put everything back in sync, put everything in perfect balance. We're going to talk about that in a minute. I want to talk about something else. Well, it relates to that. You know, I try to explain about how everything works. Right? Everybody gets a certain amount of energy, right? So say everybody gets 1,000 units of energy every day. Now, it depends how much you need, how much you get. That's the difference. Depends on your situation, whether you got disposable income or you're in debt. We never try to use it in that terminology, right? So if you make $1,000 a day, but you require $1,500 a day to take care of all the things you need, then you're in debt $500 a day. But if you only require $500, then you got $500 disposable income. You can save whatever you want to do with it. See, that's the difference between sin, deprivation, and ruling. So Adam was made less a stripped down version of us, so he only required 500 units a day. So he had 500 units of income, so he could do things. But we require 1,500, so we have 500 deficit, so we suffer energy deprivation. We lose control of things because it takes energy to have a family, it takes energy to have a farm, has to take energy to have everything. It takes energy to breathe, it takes energy to bat your eyes, it takes energy to do anything, any kind of movement there is. It takes energy. Energy to maintain civilization. So we got to the point we could not maintain civilization anymore. We could not maintain family, could maintain anything. And this situation remained the same. It remained like that until 1948, where we finally got to the point where we had enough energy. We was getting we required 1,500 units of energy, and we was getting 1,500 units of energy. So we had enough to maintain ourselves, but not enough to do anything else. Not enough to maintain our own civilization, enough to maintain a family, or anything else. But just had enough to maintain ourselves. Now, if we use it for that, then we maintain ourselves. We stay healthy, everything. But if you got deceived, say, "Oh man, I need a house, I need this, need that," then now you're back at energy deprivation again because you got 1,500, you need 1,500, but you go and get other stuff that. So I mean, now you want to get the cars that requires 200. So now you only got 1,300 for yourself. So you're from energy deprivation to have that car. One house, that's 500. So now you spend 700. So you only got 800 for yourself. So you got energy deprivation. So you're suffering, but you got the car and you got the house. Understand, brothers and sisters? Now, another way to look at that is, right? Okay, you got 1,500. You require 1,500, and you got 1,500. Okay. So go out and get that car, right? So instead of get the car in the house, that's 700, right? But you borrowed the money to get it, right? So you still got the $1,500 for your health. Your health is good, but now you got the car in the house, but you got $1,500 worth of debt. See, so now your health is okay. You spend $1,500 on your health, but now you got the debt, and the debt means, right? Now in other words, now you got to go and do other things, another job or something. So you got, in other words, so you was okay. So you got the car, you got the house, and you're comfortable, right? Say you retire, you laying back kicking it, right? So you're laying back kicking it, and you need $500, you need $1,500, you need $1,500 a day, you got $1,500 a day. So now that's what you need. So you're laying back kicking it, right? See? Homeless maybe. Okay, you back kicking it, but you ain't got to worry about your health. You ain't gonna have anything, but you got your health. Then you go get the car and the things, and now you got a house, you got the car, but now you're suffering because you don't have enough to maintain yourself anymore. They say, "Oh no, I'm going to maintain myself." So now you doing it, you eating all that stuff, doing to maintain yourself, right? So instead of having yourself, you want to still maintain yourself, so it means the only way you do that is you got to borrow money for the car and the house now. So now you ain't cooking and kicking anymore. Because now when you was relaxing, now you got to go out and work another job. So man, you might have health, but now, man, you're tired because you got to work another job to pay up that $1,500 debt that you got. $700 debt that you got every day. You understand what I'm saying? Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Let's back up on this. Here's something out here. You got nothing, but you know, you're laying back, nobody's bothering you, bothering anybody, but you didn't have anything, right? But you have your health because you're using all your money, your $1,500 units you get every day to maintain yourself. Right? So he said, "Mommy, he's healthy, man. He ain't got shit. He got nothing." And so when I went to car and the thing, car and the house. So one situation is to do that. Right now you're not so healthy, but you got the car and the house. Now you got a place to stay. You got to get around, right? So another way to look at it is that remember you was maintain your health. You was going to the gym. You was all the stuff you need to do. Remember you was using energy to maintain yourself. So if you using energy to maintain yourself, that means the money $1,500 you was getting, you're using that for going to the gym, right? Food, all that stuff, right? Buy the right food and all that kind of stuff. You was maintain yourself. You was maintain yourself. So now you was maintain yourself. You was going to the gym, all that kind of stuff. You had nothing, but you was in good shape, man. Look, he's buff. He's in good shape, right? They said, I want the car and I want the house. Okay, so now you got that. So now you ain't got so much money to go to the gym. You ain't got so much money. So now you're getting fat and sloppy and, right, and all other kind of stuff. Maybe you got diabetes and everything else, but you got the car and the house. Or it's another possibility. You can say, okay, I'm going to take and what I'm going to do is I'm going to still maintain my health and I'm going to get the car. I'm going to borrow money from the bank to do it. But I got to pay them somehow. So now you got another problem. So you ain't kicking back now because now you got to get an extra job. So now your kicking back days is over. You got the house, you got the car, you got your health, but your kicking back days is over because now you got to go away for the job. You know what I'm saying? So everything balances out. Everything balances out. See? So the more you borrow, the more you got to deal with other stuff. Right? And it's hard to maintain your health. Because you maintain it means you got to work harder, maybe 2 jobs. Right? Because now you want a bigger house or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Everything has a balance. See? So look at it another way. You got $1,500. You require $1,500, but you get $2,000. Then you got $500 to work with. Oh man. See? So instead of that, what you're going to get hard, maybe you can build a family. So you got a family for the extra $500. You got enough energy to maintain a family. Right? But then you say, well, you got enough energy to maintain a family, right? But you want to start building an organization, all other families, all other families together. But take energy to do that. Take energy to do that. See? So you start doing that. And say, you got $1,500, you need $1,500, you get $2,000. So now your family got $500. That's how much you take to keep your family together. So now you got to maintain yourself. Got to have family. That's it. Period. Right? No car, no house, nothing. Just enough to maintain your family. Right? So well, I want to bring all the families together. I want to start a tribe. So it may take 3,000 units of energy to do that. But you ain't got 3,000. So you can do a lot of things. Remember, you got 2,000. So you can take and give away your health and your family because you think there's greater mission to bring this tribe together. So now you got 2,000 units of energy, right? But your health is gone because you ain't doing the stuff that take to maintain health anymore. You ain't doing stuff to maintain family. Your family's gone, your health is gone, right? But you gain control of this this tribe, but you need 3,000 energy to do it, but you got 2,000, so now you got 2/3 of control of it, 2/3 control of it. So you got 2/3 control of it. Right? So you say, okay, well, I need another 1,000. So you go buy 1,000, right? So now you got to, now all the energy that you was using to control this thing, now you got to go and do more, because now you got to go out here and you can't go sleep anymore, because now you got to have a job to get the other 1,000 you need. Hope I'm trying to get a point. I'm trying to make a point here, brothers and sisters. That's why I call Suleiman the sacrificial lamb. Because some people think it's charity. They get charity mixed up. That's why the Quran tells you have to go through all this here to get something, because you're paying for something that you plan to get something out of. That's not charity. That's not charity. If you're trying to build your family, trying to hold your family, that's not charity. That falls in terms of Hajj to some extent. Because you're trying to control, when it takes energy to control anything. So you're trying to control this, you're trying to control a family, you're trying to control a civilization, you're trying to control a nation. You're trying to bring it under control. Trying to get it back because you lost it. You have the energy to maintain a nation. You have to maintain a tribe, right? So now you're trying to bring your tribe back together, trying to bring your nation back. It takes energy to do that. And so you sacrifice everything else to do that. So you sacrifice your health, sacrifice your family, and now you're going to borrow money from the bank, right? So now you got a negative balance on your, right? You see what I'm saying? You got another balance now on your sheet, on your balance sheet, which is the same thing as negative energy, which is the same thing as bad luck. So in order to bring something good into existence, brings good, you create bad luck for yourself. That's why it says, when they say land, he's breaking sin, but he was the foundation of earth, because that's what it took. They say, well, he was learning, because that's what it took. He created all that bad luck for himself because he tried to bring his nation together. That's what I call a sacrificial lamb. It's not charity. It takes energy to do it. He sacrifices family, he sacrifices everything. And he got bad luck. He got bad luck in order to do that. Because he's trying to bring something better into existence. And at some point in time, right, you're going to get a raise. You're not getting $1,500 a day. You get $2,000, $3,000 a day. It's easy. But at that point, you're trying to do this because you're trying to bring it together because you know a catastrophe is coming, like Noah building the ark. You know, a catastrophe. You're trying to bring them together before the catastrophe happens. That's why I call it the ark. That's why Suleiman had to bring this together before the time of unprecedented trouble. It says, there'll be a time of Jacob's trouble and he'll be delivered out of it. You understand what I'm trying to say, you brothers and sisters? So that's what he's doing. And you don't tolerate anybody that ain't thinking like that. You can't waste time with them. Because he's on a mission. It says in lessons that he was back, this line was walking back and forth trying to figure out how to get out of that cage. He had a time frame, had a limit there. That's the keys. That's the rest of the locks, rather. So that's what he's doing. He's got to make this happen before a certain time. So he has to sacrifice everything. That's why I call him sacrificial lamb. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for his nation. He's trying to wake his nation up before the catastrophe. Like Noah building the ark's whole story about Noah building the ark and Suleiman, he's building the ark to save his people from the catastrophe that's coming. So he got time for bullshit. And bullshit artists playing games, push more bills and that kind of stuff, don't have time for it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Nobody said Suleiman had to do it. Nobody gave me an injury and said you got to do this and push him and tell him. He stumbled. I keep saying I stumbled across it, right? But the scientists, they already knew. They planned it. They knew I was going to get it when I got it. And no one didn't know about me. They said they knew I would do what I'm doing, but I didn't have to. There's nothing else scripture say I have to do what I'm doing. I can start right now There's no scripture that it's bound to happen. It's written. Hell with that. I'll stop doing it right now. There's no angels on my shoulders. Ain't nobody on my back. Ain't no threat from seven heaven someplace saying you better do it. Nothing. If I sidestep, I just stop. Bam. And go about my business. And get rid of all this bad luck and everything, right? Because I'm trying to bring this nation together. So don't give me that bullshit that some mystery God or something is making me do this. It's my choice, period. My choice. Right now I'm making a debating with, I'm even going to mess with their eye. I'm not big, because I'm thinking, I don't even want to mess, everybody knows to pay attention to how I feel about that situation. See? And they wrote that I'm going to do that, and that's what they wrote. It's my choice. And right now, at this point in time, it don't look too good. Right? Because I keep saying, these are Levites over there. I ain't talking about our dead people. These are Levites over there. I'm saying, come on. I mean, what do you need to know to see that kindness, the demon? What do you need to know? I mean, if you're still with him, I don't know why I want to waste time talking to you. Especially what you did to Elijah after he left. He raised the Levites. And what you did, how you bad-mouthed and you did with his live falcon. And what does he have to do to tell you, show you, what you got to do, shit in your face? I mean, he's doing that already now. I'm telling you, brothers, I may not even do that one. Just hang out, go to tribulation blind. I'm telling you, my feelings about them very strong. I mean, I already told you the story. I spent 3 years in Demon Island because of them. Mm-hmm. Okay. And they massed from Hummus, baby. Now I'm as far as I have to go with him, because as far as Master Muhammad is concerned, he ain't said nothing about I need to be actually going and talk to them. That's written, right? His point was that right, to go talk to Nineveh. I already done that. Right? So let's move on, brothers and sisters. Where we at here? Okay, we're going to talk a little bit more about this perfect balance. I think we're going to leave it there. But brothers and sisters, I've been faithful one to you for over 30-some years. Right? But I'm not here to really warn you. What I'm here for here is take you back home. Get you back home. And I've sacrificed my entire life. Over 50 years, actually. When I went to look for Elijah, that was in 1969. Well, 50 years, brothers and sisters. 30-some years fighting this war, thought war. Okay? Because they can't compete on that level. That's what scriptures are. See? Superior thought, which is superior pressure, is greater than they can. See? But you have to use, you have to master that prayer. It takes energy to do that. It takes energy to ignite those bombs. And that's the energy it takes to wake up Lazarus. And I'm willing to pay the price. I'm paying it now. So now one good thing has come to me since I've been breaking those seals. Remember, bad luck. Because I'm generating bad luck, because I'm using all my energy. So like I said initially, right? Use all your energy. That means you won't have no luck at all. Or use more than your energy, which means you create bad luck to produce something positive. If you want to put a greater positive, then you have energy to produce. I mean, you got to borrow. That's take away from yourself or your family, whatever you give up everything you have to get something else. That's what I've been doing, and I'm not complaining. I'm still doing it. Because I'm going to raise Lazarus. Once I raise Lazarus, right, I got a couple more things to do. And then I'll pass all over to Master Muhammad. This is all he is there. Not my worries anymore, except I'm going to be watching out for those sisters. I committed that. You can get that's guaranteed. I've always been looking. See? As long as the sisters are committed, right, to our nation, which they have been, they already showed their commitment. And anybody, how can you doubt these sisters' commitment after what they went to Holocaust and we're still here? If it wasn't for them, we would not be here. There wasn't no God disregard anybody around there. The fact that we cannot doubt their commitment or we would not be here right now. Because they could have said, hell with y'all niggas. Man, y'all represent, we getting raped and y'all ain't doing nothing. If they said, what could you say? What could you, they were justified to say that. Y'all ain't protecting us. Y'all ain't doing nothing. Y'all kissing masters' ass. Y'all beating on us and everything else. Why in the hell should we producing your seed? Why? What could you say? They would be totally justified in saying it. They didn't do that. They did the opposite. Or all that bullshit, they still kept on producing your seed. And now you're here today, and then you look back at them and piss on them and beat them up. Boy, you better show up on the judgment with that on your record, or you better not show up at all. I get worked up on that one. So there's no doubt. That's why I'm always looking out for them. As long as they deserve to be looked out for. I mean, they want to go off and let y'all y'all betray them. That's up to them. But as long as they, right, better not mistreat them. I'm gonna stand behind. I got their back. Like Master Muhammad got my back. I got their back. Right. Like I said, they could have just said F y'all, and what you gonna say? Punch them in the nose? Knock their teeth out? Come on, brothers, that ain't us. That ain't us. But I ain't down on you, I ain't hating on you. I know we went through. We stupid, ignorant, mass terrorists against our own women. But nowadays, if you're doing that nowadays, you're a demon or a viper. And either way, you lost to us. Because what we got stored for you, I mean, what we got stored for you vipers, you wish you were demons. Because we're just going to eliminate the demons. You understand? But you better read about what Elijah Mama said about the tyrant. I know you don't know about it because it's not mentioned as black man, it's not for all America, not saved as a rise, nothing about that. 90% of what the message taught wasn't in any of those books. But you think you got it, so go on with it. Right? So, what I'm saying is that Assalamu alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here. Messenger of the Covenant. Breaker of the Seven Seals. Welcome. Small adjustment here. No, that's not right. There you go. Not quite. Welcome, brothers and sisters. Mixed. Small adjustment here. Okay, that's a little better. A little better. Okay. Okay, that's a little better. Brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here. Messenger of the Covenant. Breaker of the Seven Seals. Welcome. Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here. Messenger of the Covenant. Breaker of the Seven Seals. Brothers and sisters, welcome.